about somebody's cow tipping over.
Mercy.
They heard things about the Northern Integration. They didn't even know why they were fighting.
Really think some white folks did not know why the fuck they were running?
Yes, I do know that, because even though the Articles of Confederacy are online, that when we set up there and had to get those plaques removed, so many, I'm talking elected officials, people that had backgrounds in law, medicine, CPAs, they did not know the Articles of Confederacy existed, and they damn sure did not know what they had said, what they said. That you still have people in Texas, large groups of people, they're like, Texas can succeed from the Union anytime they want. No, they can't. It's already been decided.
Only on my channel does this. I must have
that is a wild statement that they didn't know. That's wild.
They said they could break that treaty of 1834.
I mean, you can't sit up there and say people know all the things that they should know.
You're not going to tell me that the white folks did not know that, hey, man, I think they're taking the slave. You're not going to tell me that. Like, I know.
But that's what I'm saying.
Or they don't know what it means to be white.
Joe, did you know that the majority of white people did not vote because of the poll taxes? Did you know that? That the poll taxes is what really, the repeal of the poll taxes is really what made the white man start coming out and voting. Did you know that for the majority before the Civil War, the majority of white men could not vote?
Yes, you had to be a landowners.
Yeah.
You got to be a landowner.
Yeah.
Okay,
so when you sit up there in the context and you listen, you really listen to these baby boomers who just took for granted that white men have always been able to vote. No, only the rich ones were able to vote. Then you sit up there and they honestly think that, because they were able to read and write, their ancestors were all able to read and write, unless they know that one little story of the guy who dropped out in 4th grade because he had to help his pappy on the farm.
Are you running a campaign for poor white people right now? I just need to know.
I'm not running a campaign for white people. I am running a campaign for common sense, to sit up here and say that the murders this weekend were obviously racially motivated, that in this country right now, they are motivating the white male to feel as bad, I must hate to say it like this, as the black man. The black men in this country, we constantly hear black men say, our women don't cook for us. We are the most mistreated. Now you have that same sentiment. And I'm a black woman. So I'm going to sit there and say, maybe white guys talk to me differently. Maybe they don't feel as threatened by me, but they open up to me and they sit up there and say, you don't know Nichelle, you don't know how hard it is to be a white man in this society.
Wait, pause. You telling me
you let her eat a lot, boy. She eating right now. You gotta get that, son.
That's the truth. Wow. That is a fact. There are white men that do think that way.
Michelle,
I don't care what they think.
What the fuck, Michelle? Do you?
Okay, look, y'all know my Facebook page got all kind of people, and I'm not afraid. Excuse me, I'm not afraid. So when somebody comes on my page, excuse me, did I get to finish my thought? When somebody comes on my page and says it's not fair, black people got BET, what do white people have? And I started laughing. I said CBS.
Everything else.
I said CBS. I said CBS because I know how to deal with them.
No, you don't.
I said CBS, Caucasian Broadcasting Station. Nichelle, I didn't know that that's what it stood for, because that's the way you have to deal with a situation. You deal with stupid. If somebody throws something stupid out there, you can only deal with stupid, because they are not ready for the truth. You don't argue with a fool. A fool is never ever going to believe that the sun rises in the east and sets in the west.
Let me ask you a
If the
question.
fool,
Do you think white people know that they're white?
hmm
Do you think white people knew they were white in the 17 and 1800s?
yes,
Even the ones that couldn't read and that was illiterate?
Yeah.
they were told that. They were told, but you're
So they so
also
so they
talking
so they
about.
so they un- so they understood how to move like a white person, right?
Look, let's say it like this.
No,
What I say?
us in this one. You going on?
Now I want to hold you right there. I want to know, do these people that you're calling white, that you're caping for, that are poor and suffering and can't get anything correct and can't do anything, do they understand in their illiteracy over the last 300 years that they were white people? Do they understand that concept of what whiteness means and how to maintain whiteness? Or were they just Americans that were just struggling?
You mean the white people that sit up there and say, at least I'm better than. I came to America because I was tired of not being treated equally. So I came to America with the idea that I would no longer be put in the same caste system as my father and my grandfather. That was the whole winning argument that they had to sell to the indentured servants that came over here. That you can come to America and no longer have to be a butler because your father was a butler. You don't have to be a tailor because your father was a tailor. You don't have to be. It's a land of milk and honey, a land of opportunity. That was some bullshit. They just sold that to get them on a boat, to get them over here so they could work for cheap. It's sad, but it's true.
I'm gonna ask you
Most
again though. Did these people know that they were white? Did they
Did they
understand
know
that
they were?
concept of being
No,
white?
no. Let me explain to you.
How you gonna
They
say
knew they were.
white?
They knew they were Irish. They knew they were French. They knew that they, whatever little group of
And
language
when
that they
did they
spoke,
and when did they give that up? When did they know to become white? Because they not that anymore.
they figured it out when they got here and realized the person that had the funny sounding last name like Hartpin. If your last name was Hartpin, you were an immigrant. So you had to clean that shit up. You had to be Gary Hart instead of Gary Hartpin. So by the second generation, they realized they had to blend in to fit in. So by the second generation, and that was what Nixon said. That
Wait. You're jumping up. You went from goddamn
She
slavery.
done jumped
I did
200
not
years
jump
ahead.
in. I said, you asked me a question.
You're not gonna be doing time skip.
You ain't answering it.
I asked you a question. You asked me in 1740, did the guy from Ireland know he was white? No, the guy from Ireland knew he was Irish. When he
And
got
they
over to the
became white
United
in
States,
1960.
huh?
His ancestors. Then they finally realized they were white in the 1960s under Nixon. What you're saying?
I mean,
Under
already
the
knew
Nixon
that.
administration,
Or when
late
they were,
70s,
or when they were non-land owning, non-voting slave catchers. Did they know they were white then or no?
they knew they were required to go to war because the rich white folks told them to go to war because the rich white folks were not part of the how you say it? Conscription. There we go. Conscription. That what they would do in the South, if you had enough money, you could buy your way out of participating in the Civil War, or you could buy your son's way out of. But if you were poor, you were forced into the Civil War, or either you would go to jail or be killed. So the old European culture of, okay, the landowner has gone to war. All able-bodied men must come to war with him. They didn't know why they were going to war. They just knew that they got rounded up, or if they didn't join in the army, they got killed. That's just the way it was in Europe. So you were either in the in group or the out group. In group, out group.
Right, black or white, right?
Right, black or white. If you want to be that cold. In 1600, it got so bad in England that there were so many starving white people on the street that the Queen, Elizabeth I, issued an order deporting all of the slaves. It just, you got to go. You got to go because they needed to feed their English subjects. And the rich English people would rather have a slave than to have to pay somebody enough money for food, shelter, and clothing. So you also have the weird thing that, guess what? Severus Septimus was the Roman emperor that conquered Gaul. So when you go to Europe, especially up in Ball and Bath, you will see statues dedicated with afros. Why? Because the Welsh are descendants of the Roman soldiers. The Roman soldiers at that time were predominantly African. They don't like to teach that over here.
So
Over there, it's common knowledge now.
But right, we know. But so when Europeans came over here and didn't provide the African or the black man those courtesies and looked at them as animals, was it training that they got from the rich white people to look at us as cattle? How did that work?
Yeah, it came down to
these ignorant white folks seem to be pretty smart when it comes to us.
Yeah, it was one of the things that were taught to poor white people was, we may treat you badly, but at least we treat you better than we do the nigger.
Thanks.
What's his name? Johnson. He basically said it's one of the things that's in his history is that as long as you make the poor white man feel better than the most able-bodied, the most influential, the richest black man, smartest black man, as long as you make the lowest white person feel better than the highest black person, that white man will let you take the money out of his pocket and say thank you.
Well, you mean when you say that, you mean giving them full access to the American economy? You mean giving them the Homestead Act and giving them free land? You mean giving them the GI Bill? What are you talking? What do you mean by
all
that?
those things?
It wasn't an idea or a conversation. They were getting physical, tangible things to become white. It wasn't just an idea that I'm poor and I'm suffering. They were getting real things.
They were getting real things.
Their whiteness.
They were getting real things, but at the same time, the black man wasn't getting the little crumbs that they were getting. That what the rich white man was getting was a lot more than even those little, we'll give you 1/3 of an acre, or we'll give you 2 acres if you work it for a little while. I'm trying to get the exact quote. But yeah, but yeah, they were given things to appease them.
Yeah, like all the union jobs, all the police jobs, all the fire station jobs, all those jobs.
Yes. They were jobs they were blue collar jobs.
To have houses that they paid $5,000 and $10,000 and $20,000 for, that they passed down to their kids that were worth $300,000, and then they passed down to their kids that are worth $5 million. Those same people.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean,
you seem to think that
strategy is used today. It's no different.
Yeah, but you don't get to lace up 100 million people and make us become the richest economy on the planet and produce this thing called the middle class, which is obviously going to be predominantly white, and ignore that part of it. That's the major piece here of why this country's where it's at. And do you know that white people are going to transfer $96 trillion to their kids? Transfer of wealth, $96 trillion from the baby boomers. That's the wealth that they've accumulated on our backs for the last 200 years. Plus, I think they're fully aware of that, and they understand the benefit of whiteness. and the amount of wealth they've been able to accumulate over there and stratified across the country.
Interesting. The math don't lie. And the thing about it, we have a lack of transfer of
you
wealth.
can sit up there and tell them that all day long.
I don't care about white failure. I don't care about that they got that they failed at what they've done. That's on them. They've had full and absolute access to this country for 250 years. White, poor or rich.
Okay,
we're not going to carry the burden of white failure over generations. They've had access, they've had opportunities unlimited. They're able to fail and build companies 19 and 20 times over.
Okay. So what are you saying?
Because they're woe is me and I'm suffering. It's none of that's facts. It's all counterfactual information.
Okay, but
so
I'm asking you a question.
If they're talking to you with you having that information, them talking about them being poor or them talk about them being suffering, I just think it's ridiculous.
Okay.
Because it's not my fault that your grandfather blew all that money. It's not my fault that your grandparents sold that land. It's not my fault that you sold a house and decided to go and smoke meth. That's not on me. That's on you. You need to be accountable for yourself. That's not being delivered in this country. White people and white failure is not being accounted for, and they're leveraging blackness to cover that up. And then black people go to white folks fronting like, oh, well, you're just like me. You're suffering just like me. That's not a fact.
That's true. But what is your overall point? That if a white man came up to you,
I just made it. That was it. I'm done.
Okay. And again, I'm saying that if somebody walked up to me and said, Nichelle, you come in here with your fancy clothes on, you come in here with your fancy shoes, driving your fancy car, you act like you got it going on. What about the rest of us niggas? What about you? Don't you think we should have some of that? Go get it. I don't give a damn. If you come at me like that, I really don't give a damn. When you come at me talking about, Nichelle, all those rich white folks, why don't you go to those rich white folks and tell them to give us like $50,000 so we can clean up our neighborhood? Why the hell would I do that?
But you just now told, wait. You just bragging up, I'm part of the National Woman Federation, WWC. I'm like, okay, that's cool, but you're not in that room with those white women. You don't go behind closed doors with them and their husbands when they're sending their wives to go get certain grants or loans or certain stuff. They don't call you, Nichelle. They don't ask for you. They don't want you in there.
Damn. I forget how I've been supporting myself. Okay, never mind. You're right, Joe. You're right. I only deal with
it hurts.
If white women was concerned about gender, Hillary Clinton would be president.
But the whole deal was that
they're concerned about white men in their position in this country.
Yes.
Not necessarily.
It supersedes their gender. I'm gonna say it one more time. If it was about gender, Hillary Clinton would be president.
Okay, if you assume that that's the only
in dominating fashion, by the way, and getting a second term.
Okay, if you assume, wait a minute, if you assume, did you vote for Barack Obama because he was black? Did you vote for Barack Obama?
I did.
No.
Okay, so I didn't vote
for Democrats.
I did not vote for Hillary Clinton. My friends did not vote for Hillary Clinton because we really and truly despise her for what she stands for, because we all know down here in Texas that bitch is as lesbian as she can get. That her politics wasn't, her politics was not what we stood by. To us, it was from the very beginning when she started the whole, I'm not some Tammy Wynette stand by your man kind of woman. We know that, Hillary, because you really don't care what he does. This is a political arrangement.
But Nichelle, you and your friends were calling Michelle a monkey and a man.
Her hands don't lie.
This is what I'm saying.
Wow. Wow.
This one right here.
That's crazy. That's wild.
I mean, I'm just gonna say it like this: certain things. If I sat up there and said anatomically, when you discover certain skeletal remains, you can tell they're male versus female by certain bones in the body. And if those bones don't add up to being female, they just don't add up to being female.
I'm starting to understand why those white people like you coming around. I'm starting to understand that. They like you. I'm starting to understand. I didn't know why.
Switching.
But you code switch. I started to understand.
Did I code switch?
Yes.
Did I code switch? I just sat up there.
Scary
I have posted. I have sat up there and posted. I just sat up there and posted. Joe, I've had a black transgender come on your show.
I know, and you know what's so crazy? You know the thing about it is, the thing that's crazy about you in the show on these things, you don't even know when you're code switching the way you do. Like it's
smooth. Like, it's smooth, boy.
It's like
smooth transition.
I'm like that. You know what's crazy? It's like maybe if this guy Ramos or whoever this dude is, maybe he learned less from you on how to code switch. You don't even know when you code switch. Like I don't even think you hear yourself at times. That's what be scaring me. Like I defended you black folks on the show. You didn't hear yourself. I don't think you be hearing yourself. I got to start recording you. So that
I hear myself perfectly fine. But the thing about it is, when you get on these shows and say, I don't give a damn about white folks, they can't take away from black folks no more. That's what y'all just set up there and said.
Well, I'm gonna say this. You know, listen. You, unlike most people, you can maintain your blackness and still operate in those spaces. I mean, I would guess, Michelle, without knowing the educational background, I would think that you probably went to white universities. You probably went to a school that probably was majority white, you know, at some point or something like that. So it's not like you don't understand the social atmosphere that you're in and how you have to operate. So, I mean, it's not impossible.
Just for the record, I did go to Duke University. I did go to George Washington University Law School.
Right.
And when we went on these campuses, I'm saying when we went on these campuses, my first couple of weeks on campus, it got to the point where black people, we had the Black Student Union. We all met up, all got the invitation to join the Black Student Union. We had Jesse Jackson and Montel Williams as our speakers. Montel Williams didn't charge us anything. Jesse Jackson said, I need $10,000. Y'all at that rich white school. Y'all can afford it. But we wanted Jesse Jackson. So we got Jesse Jackson. He gave us a used speech. Montel came on there to inspire us. That we learned right away that the white kids on campus, what they told them, they told us as well. But we had to hear two different things. Because Durham, North Carolina is a predominantly black, upper middle class town. It has poor parts. Duke is right in the middle of the poor parts.
Right.
And we call the workers on campus Durhamites.
Does that make you feel better knowing you went to Duke?
Yes, it makes me feel very good that I went to Duke. Very good.
I mean, Duke is a great university. I mean, I wouldn't be ashamed of that. I mean,
I don't see why not.
Great institution.
I'm not saying it's not. I'm not saying it's not a good school. You know what I'm saying? You're still prideful in your education. But I'm asking you, and telling us all of this, the thing we're asking you about is that some of the stuff you say in the show, right? I don't think you catch on how much.
I know I'm talking to black men, and I've said it. I've said the things that I hear as a black female is probably different than what you hear as a black male.
Okay, so
that at the end of the day,
so I would just say, was you open up earlier? I don't know why the white man feels so comfortable to come to me and tell me how unfair it is. He cries to me, and I'm like, well.
Again, I don't know why me. Because I have a lot of friends that come from the same background that I come from. Maybe they just don't talk talk. They don't have the same kind of rapport with people that I have. But the thing about me is that I have one friend right now down in Houston. I've never met him. We've been friends for 10 years. I mean, I listen to him talk. He shares things with me. He's damn sure not trying to get into my pants. I'm damn sure not trying to get with him.
You had to mention that.
Yeah, you had to mention.
Yeah, because that's a lot of things that I'll hear. Oh, Nichelle, you're a sexy woman. You know, of course they're trying to get you to feel sorry for them so they can get in your pants. No, I don't think so. But the thing about it is, just like the just like the transgender black person that's a politician came to me and talked to me, is because I made myself available to listen. I don't agree with that lifestyle, but that's their lifestyle. It's to the point now that when I'm with this person and they start flirting with somebody that does not know that they're transgender, I go, no, she married, get, get in between. Not because I hate on my friend, but because I worry for my friend.
Okay, so
That
I'm trying to figure out. I'm trying to bring it in.
Joe, do you think that my friend, I'm the person you know, do you think that they could openly come out and talk to you about what it's like to be born a man but living their life as a woman?
I mean, that's their issue. That they want to live. That's their kind of.
But could you openly talk to them without going, ugh?
I mean, I don't got no skin in the game. They can talk to me. I mean, I've done shows.
I mean, but BMT channel has been very open.
I've had them come on my show, and I've talked to them and go, okay, this is how you think. All right, I'm doing the show, and that's it. I move on. It's called doing an interview. I don't put no skin into it. Oh my God, like freaking out. I just okay, cool. Like that's it. Like I got plenty of shows of me talking to people and moving on with my life. Like, it's not that hard. It's called talking. Like,
Okay. Well, I actually had to go a little bit deeper and say, aren't you worried about what's going to happen if someone finds out that you are actually, still got the whole package? Aren't you worried about what could happen?
now, what does this have to do with our topic? Now we're talking about.
It has to do with how you open up to people to find out their issues, how you get people to open up to you and come up with a solution. At the end of the day, if we're sitting up there saying, why will not the GOP recognize the issues that black people have?
Okay,
and I'm saying,
conflating the issue of black people being shot and their political agency not being heard to the LGBT. We already got enough going on right now. We do not want to bring it into that category. We're trying to bring it back to focus on the black and the protection piece of black. We're not trying to go into the LGBT. Now, if you want to go talk about that, that's fine for you and your transgender friend to go talk about that shit.
Okay, again, let's get down to what I've asked. Top 3 things that you want the GOP to fix.
Well, you already just said that you sympathize with the poor whites. That
I said what Black Pac was doing. Now I'm asking y'all.
I can give you my 3 issues. I can't speak for every black person, but I can definitely speak what I think are the major issues. And my 3 things would be: the first thing would be access to capital. Number 1, like. The second thing that I would look at is ending privatized prisons and just totally redoing the criminal justice system, getting rid of a lot of things that have been targeted to black people, particularly black men. And the third thing would be housing. Those are the 3 things that I would talk about.
They're never gonna fix that. They ain't gonna never fix that. That would fuck up their whole.
Okay, so let's deal with one. Let's deal with anybody else have any others besides those? Access to capital.
How about a black protection policy? How about we get that? How about we get that done first? How about before anything else, get a black protection policy, protecting black people systemically as well as their agency. How about we get that knocked out? You know that shit. When you start talking about that, that will literally cover a whole mass of shit. But we know Republicans never do that. We know Democrats never let us go far enough to ever have that type of agency. That's not a thing.
Okay, so Joe, let's start with yours. Black protection policy. So we want something in place before something happens. We want the government to pass some kind of laws that say Black people are protected and you cannot do these things to Black people.
Just like the Asian hate, which was easily passed with no fight, pushback. We want something similar to that.
Every group got it. Almost every other group got it. But us. How the fuck that work?
And see, that's my issue, Michelle. Like something like the Asian, and to be honest with you, in speaking to those who were Asian, they didn't even like when there's all this propaganda about all this violence towards Asians. A lot of Asian people were wondering where the hell all this came from. They didn't experience any of this stuff that was put on TV.
Sis Lord, do you want anything to talk to the Black Pack? I mean, they might even call you and might go out to them and allow you to sit on their couch.
Okay, so access to capital.
Yes.
Okay. Do you want when you talk about access to capital, what criteria and what would be the return on investment? Would you be willing to pay higher interest rates? I mean, why should
I would say we should be willing to pay the market rate. And to be honest with you, not only the market rate, but that those funds in itself should be backed by the government, just like an SBA loan. Hello?
Yes, I'm taking notes.
Oh, okay, yeah, it should be market. No one's asking for like these 1 or 2% loan, market rate loans, grants, or what have you, along with the fact that these loans are backed by the United States government, by the Federal Reserve.
Loans, payback, regular market rate, but you would have loans that specifically an amount of money that says if you meet these qualifications, you will get this loan.
Right. You have to go through a process, of course.
Okay. So kind of like the farmers loans that are out there right now.
That would be a good start.
That are being challenged as being discriminatory. But I'm just saying that those were one of the ones that we just recently got that are being challenged in court now as we speak, because the rich white guy does not qualify for those loans, even though he has always been able to get a loan, but he can't get a loan. So why would that? How do we get past the argument that these loans are reverse discrimination? Real fact, this is actually going on right now.
Okay, the reason why my position is that the reason why it's not reverse racism is because the white man who's crying about it already has access to the same capital. No one is blocking that white man from getting capital. He already has access to it.
Now, as a business person, let me ask you a question. If somebody told you that you had to give merchandise to Indians at a discount, would you sell that particular product?
If someone told me I had to give a discount to Indians for a certain amount at a discount,
right?
It all depends.
Indians wanted to come into your shop. If Indians came into your shop to buy candles,
okay,
that you had to give it to them at a certain amount because they had not been able to get candles beforehand. Would you
Okay.
do it?
Federal government is a write-off. It's going to
Yeah,
offset that.
I would do it
Which is
under
what they do for us now.
and the circumstances would be the candles that I'm selling will also have to be purchased by me wholesale at a discount rate. And also I have to look at the fact that is it going to be profitable for me to continue to do that?
The federal government will guarantee it. They already do that now for people.
So if it's profitable, why not?
Okay.
That's one reason why. That's one reason.
Hold on, wait a minute. So in reverse, Nichelle, because let's
and reverse racism doesn't exist, by the way.
So in return for your services and your legal expertise, because you do charge like $600 an hour. Let's say that was something in which you in turn had to basically provide legal services for a large percentage of the Indian population at $500 an hour. How would you look at that deal?
Unless you were flowing, I'd need at least 3 clients, 3 Indian clients. In that hypothetical, I had to reduce my fees by $100. I'd need at least 3 guaranteed Indian clients for every 9. Actually, I need 9. I need 9 Indian clients to make up my money. I need 9 of them. You'd have to guarantee me a greater percentage than I'm currently getting. If I'm just chilling right now. I'm chilling.
Yeah, I get it, but what I'm getting at is that even at a discount rate, the circumstances for you to accept that deal has to be in concert to you making money. You
right, and that's all I'm saying. I'm agreeing with you. So we're on the same page. That we have to sell it as a profit. That they would make more money dealing with us than they would otherwise. We're bringing value to the table. Okay. So this is the value that it's going to be more of us applying and paying you back on time.
Right.
Than it would be if that same money, that same $1 million that you were just going to loan to Whitey, if you put that $1 million aside and you loan that $1 million just to Black businesses, those Black businesses are going to pay you back more or faster than the regular market would.
Okay.
As a business person, that would be what would make sense to you. Not just that's being guaranteed by the federal government. That's an extra insurance policy. Right. But that's all I'm saying is that when we go to the table and start negotiating, we got to see it from their point of view as well. Not saying the people that have the money, they want a return on their investment. So if you can bring in more business for us, we'll be happy to set that $1 million aside.
Well, the more business that would basically permeate throughout multiple sectors of as far as the economy, that's where the selling point is. The more access that we would have to that capital will actually spill into other sectors where we're spending and purchasing and buying, and we're actually employing more people. So we're actually being a benefit to the economy by having more access to that capital. So it's not going to just be to one direct person. It's going to basically be spread out throughout different sectors.
So a rehash of the mentor protege program, where we sat up there and said, wait a minute, we having trouble getting these minority contracts. because we don't have as much experience because we weren't allowed to be in this market that long. Okay, if you do a partnership with a mentor, a majority owned company that's been in this industry for a longer time, and they have, the political clout, the economic clout to get these contracts, you partner with them, there'll be a return on investment in the community. So if we can expand the mentor protege program that basically says that you as a minority can go out there and partner with a majority company, give them 49% of your company, give them 40% of your preferred stock, and still compete as a minority.
40,
and you can
40%? That's a lot. 40%?
You understand preferred stock is a loan.
Yeah, I know. No, but you I thought you said 40% of the company of ownership.
I said no. I said you give them 49% of the company, and you allow them to have up to 40% of the preferred shares. So what I normally do here is people say, damn, Michelle, 49%, fuck, that's a lot of money. Okay, let's see, 100% of nothing. 100% of nothing. 100% of zero. 100% of zero is still zero. So you have a business right now that is not making that much money. But if you partner with this experienced company that's not only they're experienced, they have the political and capital clout that you need, but in exchange for that, they want 49% of your company. You're still in control.
Okay, so my position is this. So what you're telling me is that, okay, let's say the business I'm only been in this particular business that I own has only been around for like 8 months, not a long time. So what are they going to do that's going to turn a business in its first year from not making that much money just on the fact of who they are? What resources are they bringing to the table that will allow a struggling business to automatically, evolve into something profitable? Like I need to understand, like, what are you saying? Like, what type of capital are they infusing into this company that's going to change it like that? Like, I need to understand that, because just to the fact that they have this don't mean that the company is guaranteed.
Let me give you an example, a real world example. When they were building the Dallas Cowboys, Stadium in Arlington, they needed minority contractors. Most of the minority contractors didn't have a lot of experience because they were shut out. So what happened? A gentleman by the name of Michael Williams had done 1 or 2 contracts with he was a former Cowboy, this particular Michael Williams. He understood the rationale. Look, there is a $20 million contract on the table.
Okay.
$20 million contract. I can get it by myself. I don't have the experience. I have 1 or 2 projects I can show you that I've done. I damn sure don't have the capital to go out and get bonded for that type of project. I can't afford the bond. So what am I going to do? I'm going to partner with the general contractor, Manhattan, and I'm going to give him 49% of my company, and he's going to infuse me with capital that I need to bond, to get the insurance bond. That's the first thing. Then I need to hire workers. I'm going to have to pay the workers until my first rollout. So, my first allotment, my first track of payment, I'm going to have to put a lot of capital out before they pay me for this part of the project. I'm going to have to keep a retainage, all these things he knew about. So, yes, he became, even though there were a lot of other minority businesses around that were trying to compete, he had the capital, the connections, and the clout. You can't really argue with the general contractor being your partner as being the one the general contractor was going to hire.
Now, is this part of that? What is that? The opportunity zones that you've talked about in the past? Is this part of that?
No, this is the mentor protege program. SBA has a mentor protege program that's open to minority and women-owned businesses.
But the deal is, with their expertise and so forth, they're going to want 49%.
Yep, pretty much. Everything is negotiable. It might be 30, but they're going to get a substantial share of your otherwise, not getting that contract company.
Is there like an initial fee to join them or something? Like, is there like a fee to even get in the game?
No, the mentor protege program is open. It's open. It's free for you to get involved with. But again, you got to apply. You got to get your certifications. Now, the certifications, depending on who you go through, may cost you, a couple $1,000s to get certified.
As a what? As a
minority-owned business. Minority-owned business.
Okay. An HUB?
So you might have to go through and get the certifications. The interesting thing, women, Black women, Hispanic women, we have to choose. We can either be minorities or we can be women. They won't let us double dip. But all thing I'm saying is there are solutions, but we got to, do the give and take. When we talk about prison reform,
right?
That shit. I mean, the first choice or first whatever.
Well, let's go to the prison reform and to me basically the criminal justice reform is really what we really need. That's just as far as the prison aspect of it. I feel like it should be unconstitutional to have private prisons. That's my position.
I can definitely see that and understand that.
Because my position is that if you're going to privatize prison, it only increases the likelihood of more people being in prison so that people can make money. And that's not the purpose of prisons. Should be.
True.
It shouldn't be. It shouldn't be. It's basically, kind of like slavery almost. But the fact of the matter is that I have issues with that because, there have been incidents of judges and so on being criminalized, being prosecuted for extensive, judgments and giving lengthy, training sentences that were not typical, in the past. I mean, there have been judges that have happened to. Matter of fact, I was just looking at a situation where there was a judge, I want to say in North Carolina or South Carolina, that they found that there was some issue with how they were giving juveniles lengthy prison sentences longer than what they should have. And those juveniles were in this privatized, they were all being, I guess, transferred to this privatized prison where this person was given like 6 to 8 months to a year longer term for the average person than what they were supposed to. I mean, technically speaking, there was some issues with that. And also the fact that there were kickbacks given.
Right. I mean, you do have that problem. That's why at one point in time we on the national level, went to mandatory minimums because of some of the sentencing disparities that were rightly called out. Then when we needed apparently more and more prisons because of the war on drugs, then you suddenly had the places where people are poor, I don't want to call any states out, Mississippi, Alabama, Texas, where the government start saying that they're too poor, that they have limited resources. So do we put resources into building jails, or do we put resources into fixing the roads, building roads? Which one? We have limited resources. We don't think the governments do have limited resources in one sense, but we know reality. They have to do a budget just like all of us.
Yeah, but they're contracting and paying these privatized prisons millions of dollars.
Well, that's why they did it, is because they suddenly said, wait a minute. The county started saying, wait a minute, we got to let these people out of prison because we don't have the resources to house them humanely. So this is what the population, this is what you got to deal with. We're going to just run them in through real fast, real quick. They're getting out real fast because of overcrowding. Because constitutionally, we cannot be cruel and unusual in our punishment. So we got to give them air conditioning. We got to give them food to eat. We got to give them a place to sleep at a reasonable temperature. You started having the population saying, fuck those people in the prisons. Fuck them. We don't care about their situation. They're criminals. One famous judge here in Texas was quoted as saying, you're lucky you get fed at all, much less get fed a particular diet because of your religion.
Okay, I get it.
But it was like, damn, and he's still on the bench.
But if you want to minimize that, then you have to start decriminalizing certain things and quit giving and stop like mandatory minimums and things of that sort. And there's certain laws that are instituted to produce the amount of people being, convicted so that they can go to prison in the first place.
Right. Because guess what? This is my favorite part. I sat up there and listened to a city council member. I was so glad we got him out of office. He sat up there and said that if you were poor, you really didn't contribute to the city's budget by paying sales tax. So the only way the city could get your share of maintaining the city was through fines and tickets. What were people getting tickets for? Oh, like your light is out in the back of your car. Your tags are expired. This is little bitty ass shit was figured into the revenue. They had already gone and sat down and said, okay, we have this many of people making less than $50,000 a year. These people really don't contribute a lot to our city's sales tax. So we have to figure out the most common things that these people who are struggling to put food on the table will forget to pay. They don't have insurance. Okay, if you don't have insurance, we're going to charge you $300 fine. Oh, you failed to get your license renewed. Oh, again, $300. That the minds that be in the government are now working towards producing as much revenue for the government to spend on, building a new monument to somebody we don't even give a crap about, as opposed to building and maintaining safe prisons for those that do commit crimes. So there are a lot of crimes that shouldn't be crimes. I mean, in Texas, I'm from Texas, so I just talk about Texas a lot. We're trying to make it so that police officers do not have any discretion in arresting people who commit a Class C misdemeanor. What are Class C misdemeanors? Oh, well, like driving without a headlight, one headlight busted, one tail light busted. You don't have your insurance. You don't have your driver's license. You're standing too long in one spot, loitering. You jaywalked. You learned as a kid to look both directions before you cross the street, but you cross in the middle of the street, so we're going to give you a jaywalking ticket so we can get some revenue out of you. There are people who are paid to try to figure out how they can stick it to the poor people. Maybe that should be one of the reforms, that you should not make it a crime to just not be able to afford things the government tells you you have to have. But then you have people that said that's not fair. Why should I have to have insurance and you don't have to have insurance? You should be punished. The government made me get insurance. Why don't you have to get insurance? Do you realize there was a whole lawsuit filed because once Congress said, if you don't get Obamacare, your fine will be $0. People tried to sue the government because, well, if I have to get Obamacare, you should have to get Obamacare. You know how stupid that sounds? Y'all still there? Joe?
Yeah, we still here. I'm still here.
No, I'm just saying that there are agendas. I mean, access to capital, prison reform, housing, those are major things. I'm just going to jump on the housing so y'all can have some fun with me. If we're going to talk about housing, how many of us are really aware of Blackstone right now? I love all the great conversation. Okay, Blackstone is a private equity group that pretty much is trying to corner the residential market. This past year, they introduced a new company called April Ventures. They sent out a letter to their shareholders saying, we just put 90,000 homes, primarily in the state of Texas, on this great government program where we're guaranteed $3,000 to $4,000 a month per house for the next 20 years. You know what that translates to? April Ventures just bought up 90,000 homes that they're going to put on Section 8 throughout the great state of Texas. For their shareholders, it's great, but what is it? How did they spin it and say so that it was palatable to the people that were getting foreclosed on? It's great. You know, if you can't afford a house, the government will now have these brand new houses that you can move into, and you can use your government money to rent them or maybe one day buy them. So if you're a minority and you're concerned about gentrification, understand that there are powers that be that are constantly looking at your property values and your property taxes and thinking, okay, well, if I buy next door to this house that's worth $50, if I buy their neighbor's house at $100,000, then they'll want $100,000 for their house as well. So then I can buy another house down the street for $200,000, which means everybody else is going to want $200,000 for their house. And they keep doing it until they get to the point where they brought the market rate up to $400,000, and they're now selling their house that they bought for $100,000 for $400,000, and they're giving money away for these houses. You go and get in this house, and you really can't afford this $400,000 house, so it's back on the market. It's being foreclosed on again, and you're asked out again. But if you stay in Section 8 housing, you will be guaranteed a place to stay for the next 20 years, and the shareholders will be guaranteed $3,000 to $4,000 for the next 20 years. So when we start talking about what we need, we also have to start talking about what we're willing to give in order to get what we want. That's one of the reasons why we keep saying the Republican Party doesn't offer Black people anything, because what are we going to give? How many votes are we going to give the Republican Party if they start addressing these issues? And maybe how many votes are they going to lose if they start addressing these issues?
Well, they won't vote, don't they?
I'm sorry?
I said they want the votes. If they want
But
the vote.
again, a business decision. How badly do they want the vote at that price?
Well, if you lose enough elections, you wouldn't want the vote.
Oh, they're going to lose elections. But it just comes down to their motto has been, if they can scare enough Black people from voting for Democrats, they don't care if they vote for Republicans. It's easier to scare people out of voting. Just give up on the system altogether. Your vote doesn't make a difference. You just don't vote.
Interesting. Well,
sounds like our host has left us again.
Well, BMT.
So BMT and gone to pick up the kids.
I'm gonna say this now, as it relates to, we do have a demographic. We're slowly changing as far as the demographic in this country. I mean, the white population is slowly decreasing year by year, and the Hispanic population is steadily increasing, and other minority groups are increasing. So there's going to be changes, and I'm like this: the GOP cannot no longer just rely just on white male vote, and either you're going to be assertive and changing with the demographic, or you're going to follow.
You know what they've already basically told me? That looking at the changing demographics, they've been doing this since Nixon. Nixon already had it in place that come, 25 years out, the Hispanic made up group would be broken up to eventually identify as white, because you would get to the third generation and they would identify as white as opposed to Hispanic, because Hispanic was made up anyway.
Okay. I have a question about that. It's funny you saying that. I mean, I hear this thing about saying, white Hispanic and all this other stuff like that, but I don't see Hispanic people saying it in the normal aggregate. I don't hear them saying this.
I'm gonna just be honest. I sat and listened quietly, and under none of the coming about Black policies for protecting Black people or harassing.
There's a lot of feedback, BMT. A lot of feedback.
Not at all. Not a damn thing came up. I sat and waited patiently. About when was that gonna come out, and that's why I said Black people, even on the right side, they don't give a fuck to listen. It's definitely something for sure. Like, I mean, the candidates that the minority candidates up there can never speak up for Black people or people of color, because they're white delegates don't give a fuck. There's all the Black Compact, Black Negro Squad. That shit, they give y'all a little club to the side, behind the goddamn building. I don't want to hear what the fuck y'all got to say. They don't. It's self-apparent.
But Joe, I'm gonna say it like this: when
you don't got shit to say.
Okay, Joe. Only thing I'm saying is that when Bird, when there was the dragging death, Joe, when there was a dragging death of James Byrd in Texas.
No, nobody cares about James Byrd. Did James Byrd get a bill passed?
Eventually, yes, he did.
What did it do for Black people?
It made it an enhancement that if your crime was racially motivated, you were prosecuted under the hate crime bill, and it was enhancement added to the punishment.
So guess what? So that means that so that was after a whole other race was targeted. Then all of a sudden they look at it like, again.
No, this was before. This was before. But the pushback was very simple. The pushback was very simple. And we get caught up in that. We get caught up in that. Okay. Joe, every time you go from here to there and say, no, white people ain't gonna never change. Okay.
They ain't been changing. It's not like they listen to you. It's not like they listen to you.
Joe, all thing someone would have to do is listen to this conversation. Well, listen to this conversation. If I say, these are the negotiating points. Fuck those damn negotiation points.
Let me pause right there. Do you think white people actually negotiate with you?
Yeah, I do it all day, every day. I do it. I do have to do that.
Have they ever asked black people that they need to negotiate for them?
Yes, they have.
What bill?
Keep going.
No, what bill have they asked black folks that they want to negotiate for them, for white women or white men or white children? What bill was that?
One was ending red light cameras. The other one was ending bifurcated registration. Bifurcated registration. The other one has been charter schools. That at the end of the day, the things that I fight for.
Ending cameras on speeding lights, right? Those that their people get caught for running the lights, jumping up in police officers' faces and stuff. What else? Doing all kind of traffic lights, high speed chasing and stuff. So they wanted to end that. Now you also talk about charter schools, which their kids get mad at because they literally go past that of the district that they're supposed to be in. Your school's their place. So what else is there? You're mainly bringing up stuff that they break the law.
I'm bringing up stuff that we've had results with.
You're not bringing up anything that they made a deal with black folks. Like they don't have to.
Everything. See, this was the deal. You sat up there and said, you're not dealing with anything that had to deal with black folks. And when you sit up there and say, the reason we were behind these bills is because they helped black folks. The things that we were doing was to help black folks. The reason why we are still pushing for the end of asset forfeiture is because it helps black folks. The reason that we are sitting up there trying to deal with the end of what they say is not quotas for police officers is because we're trying to help black folks. That at the end of all of our encounters, we have to negotiate. We have to negotiate. That you protest to get at the table. Once you're at the table, now you got to start bargaining. You got to have to say why it's worth their while to give you what you want.
What negotiations have they made?
What negotiations have they made with me?
Yes.
That when I got the plaque taken down from the Texas Capitol by sitting up there saying, okay, this is a lie you want to tell. This is a lie you want to tell. Why are we as Republicans fighting for monuments to the Democrats? The logic of it makes no sense. How much money are we spending trying to protect Democrat? These statues were put up by Democrats.
We asked now, Sith Lord, you heard exactly what I said, right? You heard. I'm not speaking.
Yeah, I heard it.
I'm not speaking Dow. I'm not speaking PG. I'm speaking straightforward. I asked him a question, but this is that me and Sith were talking about for almost 2 hours and a half about when it comes to being a Republican and especially a candidate for their talking points, you have to walk your race for them to you. Only unless you're saying, hey, black folks, what are you complaining about? Yeah, me, I'm Tim Scott. I got here because guess what? I didn't complain about white people. I just worked hard and I did X, Y, and Z, and I made it here.
Or you could be like Mark Robinson and sit up there and say, as a father, I'm pissed about these things.
Okay. Can't say
that Mark Robinson, everybody knows Mark Robinson is black. But he's not pissed because he's a black man. He's not pissed. He's pissed because he's a father first. That yes, sometimes there are situations in which you sit up there and you know damn good and well, that you are being targeted because of your race or your sex.
Why can't Mark Robin talk as a black father?
He would.
What goes on for a black father and a white father? Two separate things.
He would, except for one thing. If Mark Robinson sat up there and started to talk about the things that he had done, there would be someone who would always say, but specifically, what did you do just for us black folks? And then we'd ask, what did you want us to do? We want access to capital. Well, okay. So we give you what has already been done for access to black people, specifically for black people. Well, that ain't enough. Okay.
Why you keep
so what do you want? What else do you want us to do? Now, prison reform. We go to prison reform. We go, okay. So we ask simple questions like, what would you like?
Do you think prison reform was simply for black people? As many black people have been thrown and incarcerated, been doggone, falsely accused. I literally watched a man was crying and happy because they let him out 2 years early, so 6 years early. He had been in prison for 44 years for a crime he didn't commit. And the white woman said, well, he should have done his whole thing. And all he could say was, thank you, Jesus, they let me out. Nigga, you lost 44 years of your fucking life. Tell me the bright side of that.
There's no bright side to that. Okay, there's no bright side. What did I tell you? I said that one of the problems that we have, Joe, you looking at, Joe, when I get ready to get my witnesses, when I get ready to get my clients, again, you don't understand the problem, so you can't come up with a solution. That I know before going in that the judge and the jury, I need to make my client look like somebody in their family, somebody they already love.
The white judge empathizes with the white boy off the rip. You said that an hour earlier.
Okay, and what have you said? What solution have you given? What solution have you given? You keep saying, yeah, Michelle, you said that. And I said, a real world problem that lawyers have when we have a client that we have to go before a judge or jury. We have to try to make the jury empathize with him or her. And it is harder when you have a jury that's majority not looking like your client.
Pause. Derell, in your profession, how you would deal with a white youth versus a black youth? Are you both the same, or you understand you're going to have to handle situations both different?
Say that again. I'm sorry, kind of went out a little bit.
A white child versus that black child. Do you talk to them both the same? Like, hey, it's just a person I'm talking to. Or you understand, hey, I am dealing with a different diaspora that I'm going to have to start to look at from a different lens.
Yeah, I have to. There's some aspects have to be looked at differently. Not totally the same.
Now, when we're talking about politics, mind you, you're in law or training, Michelle. You don't think they don't play racial gambit cards in the political arena?
Did I just not say that when you're preparing your witnesses, you are sitting up there trying to make them understand that they need to get empathy. They need to identify. They need to, the way they dress, the way that they talk, the mannerisms that they use. They need to find something to make them empathetic to particular jurors. We're doing our best to try to get a jury.
I'm just letting you know, y'all haven't really done a good job in the law. Because literally,
okay, again, Joe.
Here's the irony. This is why we have to look at these codes. You literally brought it up with the white Republicans who got in trouble for the Trump issue, and the black man who got in trouble for the Trump issue. Which portion is out of him And which portion is still sitting there as in jail?
The black guy is still in jail.
Okay.
No bond.
So with no bond. With no bond. Shout out to Moonbeam on that one. Which one, when they stormed the Capitol, was still sitting in incarceration, and the ones that got out were doing it? I'm starting to notice a pattern.
Okay, Joe, at the same time, I'm also looking at a Yale law student. No, I'm looking at a Yale law student, Yale graduate, Yale Law School graduate that wasn't even in D.C. on the day of the bullshit. He wasn't even there. But his ass is in jail for how many years? 18 years?
How are you looking at a Yale law student? How do you know what he did?
Excuse me? He was convicted, sentenced to 18 years. He went to Yale Law School.
Hey, Michelle, ask me respect. How do you know what he did?
How do I know what?
How do you know what he did?
Because they had a whole trial on what he did.
No. How do you know what he did?
Because they had a whole trial on it. Where he was at the time, what he had done, what he had said, and he is doing 18 years in jail.
Do you know where he was when that happened?
He was at his home. His defense came up and said he wasn't even there.
Now,
he wasn't there.
I'm gonna show you this. That one story you brought up. Do you know how many black boys have had the police pull up to their house that wasn't even at the scene, and they still get booked, they still get processed, they still get incarcerated? Do you know how many black people were just walking the street, and because they fit some random that they get thrown in? Like, so
yeah,
you're bringing up that one poor little Tommy in Yale versus Garrett coming from work from Dollar General, and he gets booked and processed and said, "Hey, bro, we got this confession on you. If you don't sign this paperwork, you're looking at doing time." Well, we got a confession out of him. How many black people have already had that happen? That they're
I don't know, Joe. You know everything. You tell me.
For a crime, for a murder that they don't even know what the fuck happened.
I don't know, Joe. You tell me. I just went through a whole thing of Joe. Again, you rambling. No, every time someone sits up there and says the jury is biased, juries are biased. Juries are biased. What more do I need to say? Juries are biased. That I don't care if you are representing a poor white boy, that when you go into that jury, you try to clean him up to make him look as middle class as you possibly can, so they can empathize with him. So he looks like their nephew. He looks like their son. That's what you do. As a lawyer, that's what you're trained to do.
And I wonder how many black boys that literally get hit for a little misdemeanor that they try to make him look like America's Most Wanted, that they go through his social media, that they'll pull up a picture of him with a joint or anything. No, this was a criminal. This was a terrorist. This guy, he definitely was a gangbanger. Like, we already just see what they did to Trayvon Martin. We already just see what they did to Black Boy Ahmaud Arbery. But let's see, let it be. Oh God, he has mental health issues. Oh my God, his mommy and daddy had a divorce 10 years ago. So clearly this was the only way. So I mean, they took a whole nigga that started a church, Burger King. Like I mean, I don't know the level that of gymnastics you have to go through. See, I'm very in touch with the party when Ahmaud Arbery walked into a house that they were building. Why would he go do that? Clearly, he must have been a criminal. I mean, he got arrested. So yeah, he was robbing that house. How do you rob a house that ain't even built? What do you take out of it? What can you take out of it if you just walk in the street? You get chased down and gunned down, and you're still the criminal. Breonna Taylor, everybody called her a criminal. It literally she was in bed with her man, and because her man fought back when they were shooting inside of their apartment with an illegal warrant, see the Republicans said, well, she dated a criminal, so she had to be part of his criminal organization. Though they had been broken up months ago, she had moved on with her life. So
Okay, Joe, you're right. You're right. The system's just fucked up. Let's just throw it out. There's no hope. Ghana will let you come back there. You don't have to deal with the white people. You don't, no visa required.
So are you telling me to go back to my country?
No, I'm not. I'm saying you have that option. You have that option. That if you can't fix the problem.
Are you bringing up Africa? I'm talking about.
You said that there's no hope for white folks. They ain't gonna listen. They ain't gonna change. So all thing I'm saying is things like this. Identify the problem.
You had white boys running in your office and crying on your desk about how bad it is.
Yeah, and I said, wow, damn. Let me look at it from your perspective.
How the hell do you as a black woman looking at it from a white man's perspective?
But that's the art of negotiation, Joe, is understanding how to look at it from the other party's perspective. That you can't sit up there and play chess by sitting up there saying, my king moves here, my king, my part. You have to look at their side, their game that they're playing. In order to figure out where you need to move, you need to anticipate 2 moves ahead. That is the only thing I can see is where my man is on the board. I'm playing checkers, not chess. So what I'm saying is that right now, as we speak, hold up, right now as we speak, Minnesota, where my daughter goes to college, is the first state that finally came out and said, you know something, we have a problem. We have black women going missing 2.7 times than white women, 2.7 times. We need to do something about it. They're getting killed, they're getting missed, they're coming up missing, and nobody's investigating this. Nobody is worried about the black woman. What's going on here? What did the white male and black male both join together with? Well, they ratchet. That's why they ratchet. That as soon as black women start talking about actual, look at the numbers, 2.7 times higher than white women. The black men suddenly unified with the white men and said, hell yeah, ratchet ass bitches. Huh? So at the end of the day, we have to.
I don't know about that one.
Yeah, I see. Let's test this pivot point right here.
Okay. Let's see how
we get to look at it. We're talking about black. You're separating black and black women.
We're talking about black issues. That black issues that we need the government to help us with. That one of the issues that was brought to the forefront was the number of black women that are being killed or wind up missing, that those numbers are almost 3 times the number of other races. That is a real issue in the United States. That in Minnesota, they are the first state that has been able to try to start addressing that problem.
Okay,
the problem is the pushback.
Why are you talking about separating the gender? Like one gender is above the other.
What did I just say? I didn't say I was trying to separate it. I said this is a major problem in the black community. The number of black women that are killed or end up missing in the United States is almost 3 times that of other races. I've identified a real issue in the black community.
Okay.
That's a real issue in the black community.
Okay.
But when women start talking about it, what do we get? The pushback comes from.
You know, it also is a really big issue that literally we're talking about getting protection for black people as a whole, and she's only focusing on just women.
How many black men, let's just put it like this one more time, that I sat up there and said that really and truly, when you sit down and start talking to white people about the number of unarmed black people versus the number of unarmed people, men of other races that get shot by the police, they actually go to the FBI and pull up statistics that says there are more white people that have been killed by police than blacks. I said, one, y'all are a bigger part of the population. The numbers should be higher percentage-wise. you still should be
Go fix your
hard.
phone.
You're right. You don't make the news. That when Danny Shivers got killed by the Dallas police, there were no protests for Danny. It was shown on the news where the police were laughing at him as he was George Floyded on camera. They were laughing at him. There were
White boy.
white boy in Dallas.
Black issue. Now this is crazy. How about a fucking black issue? And she's bringing up more white folks. This is what I'm saying. I don't know where. Like, I don't know.
Okay, again, Joe. What did I just say? This is America.
Fuck out of here. I can't do this shit right now. I can't. Come back tomorrow, Michelle. Come back tomorrow. Come back tomorrow. Gone.
She's slipping those talking points in there, boy. It's crazy.
No.
You sure that wasn't Candace Owens?
That must be.
Candace Owens.
No,
she is a smooth operator. I'm in the conservative space. I know what it sounds like.
Listen, there is no way.
She dropping a whole bunch of them talking points in there, boy.
About black issues, and she's sliding in white people's issues.
If you know the people that I know online and in the news who say what she just said, because that's how they talk.
Yeah.
They literally have entire conversations in very high level areas in a lot of these think tanks, and they say that last thing she just said. They say stuff just like that.
Because those think tanks, as you just said, those think tanks are sitting up there playing chess, I should say. They're playing chess. That as soon as a black problem comes out, they're able to counter it. Because if I sit up there and say that one of the biggest crises that we have in America is the number, statistically speaking, the number of missing and killed black women, the numbers are there. But all thing I've been hearing, Joe, your whole conversation was about, you know how many black men been walking to the store?
Well, Michelle takes her medication. Come on back. Take her medication.
Damn, what happened?
The white man called her back. He called her back. She's having a factory breakdown. She literally had a Candace Owens moment. Now, I didn't have to say black men need protection. I didn't have to say black women need protection. I literally said, and me and Paradox talked about it early on, that black people need a protection piece. You never hear Asian people say Asian women need protection, Asian men need protection. They say Asian diaspora need protection. Now, see.
Yeah, we try to stay off of gender altogether. Actually,
we did a good job staying off
on purpose. On purpose,
right?
On purpose, because we're trying to go at it as a collective to get something for us. But see, you get this sleight of hand. Let me tell you about this poor white boy on the farm that got shot by the police. Hold on, wait. That's their people's job to handle that. The fuck you telling us? You think they care about little Jamal getting stomped on? You think they give a shit about that? I asked specific questions. Boy asked specific questions. Either asked specific questions. I was quiet.
She's definitely on their chessboard.
Listen, she is the perfect pawn. You are a good pawn. I am not gonna take that. And this is what happened when you're a rapper. Listen. This is what happens when you drink the Kool-Aid too much. You don't even know. Let me show you that it's almost to the level of how it's like this for this guy. Watch him. Watch what he has to say.
For the last couple of years, of racism we're burning out. We have a culture in this country largely created by media and establishment and universities and politicians that throw kerosene on that racism. And I can think of no better way to fuel racism in this country than to take something away from other people on the basis of their skin color. I've been saying that for years.
That would literally be, if y'all, I kid you not, you would think Michelle is on the other side of that mic talking to him. Honestly, right now, you would think Michelle talking to him on the other side of that mic. And Paradox and I are just sitting there on the cardboard. You would think that I really
Taking something away.
And I think that is driving, sadly, a new wave of anti-Black and
Sir.
anti-Hispanic racism in this country. I think the right way
Sir,
forward is if we want to stop hate and discrimination on the basis of race, let's stop discriminating on the basis of race and see what unites us as Americans, because I do not think this kind of racial division.
You know the interesting thing about that? Other groups try to keep their identity.
Facts.
Go ask
That's
other
right.
groups. Go ask other groups. Go ask other groups. Hey, sir, you gonna give up your Latin identity?
No. Don't ask them. No, go ask a white person to stop being white. Just don't worry about nobody else. That's the only one that matters.
Yeah.
You start asking white folks to give up whiteness, and then we can start talking about the other races. Because, in my opinion, the only reason why other races exist is because white is the master dominant race that created everything else from it. We're only reflecting off of them. You ask them to give up race and see what happens.
That's great. And like I said, we're having, listen, y'all, we very respectful. It's just that when we start deviating from the conversation too far, man, I got to start getting y'all up out of here. I got to. But goddamn, we already had it early this morning.
She has great points.
Oh, she knows. But see, that's what she's well.
Oh, so she know her politics.
She knows.
Michelle knows her politics. Shit, I can't take that from her.
Oh, I don't take that from her. But if you're not well trained in how to listen and separate the bullshit from the truth, she'll slide it in. What? So did you just say? Oh no, you didn't hear it. Keep shooting them on in there, shooting them darts in there. Now the elephant getting sleepy. Now all of a sudden you got a whole white delegate president sitting at the top. Well, I did see I was coming. Didn't you listen to the show? Fuck. I knew you said something. I just didn't catch it.
Yeah. And I'm gonna tell you something else too. I hate chess analogies, by the way. I don't know if y'all follow chess and the levels of chess, and when you get to chess masters and how they process making moves in chess and how a lot of the game has already been played out before they even touch the chessboard. And it's a whole other thing going on besides talking about we're playing chess and making little moves and stuff. People who are at the highest levels who run things, it's really kind of beyond those kind of analogies, in my opinion. Those are sort of trivial little analogies. I hate those things. They're playing chess. They dominate the planet. What are we talking about chess for?
Playing no chess, boy.
What does chess have to do with them mowing down this nation and taking it and setting up shop? I don't even understand that dynamic, honestly.
I want you to hear this right here.
They own the chessboard. They own both sides of the chessboard. They own every. I mean, They can morph and manifest and terraform everything, every reality. Change all the language around. I mean, it's so far beyond playing chess, in my opinion. It's way past that. You know, generally in chess, it's equal sides, right? You know what I mean? It's equal.
And any division is good for us as the United States.
I believe that there are a lot of people of color in this country who don't think it was just lasting embers of racism, but that a lot more work had to be done, particularly given the history of the systemic racism in this country with slavery and beyond. I want to ask you about a comment that you made about white supremacy in Iowa on Friday.
I've never once encountered that.
God is real. There's two genders. Human flourishing requires fossil fuel. Reverse racism.
Racism is racism. Mm-hmm.
Racism. Open border is something. I wish I could read the tenets of being this type of Republican. I would love to read their tenets. I would love to read it. I would love to go.
Silly.
I would sit in their classroom. I said, Paradox, take some notes. Come on, D1. We got to take notes in their class in the tenets. I want to know what they talk about. I would love to see it. I would love to be a tenant. Just know what y'all tenants are talking about.
See,
I'm sure
the issue. She's overly optimistic about the GOP and how they handle shit And the thing about it is, to me, an example of that is that when black people are trying to get something passed, we got to go through this long ass process, fight, march, and everything else. And when that Asian hate bill was passed, that went through seamlessly, with no fight or nothing. It's like, oh, we just passed the Asian hate bill. Bam, here you go. You know, it was nothing else.
Or that $3 billion that somehow consistently goes to Israel.
Yeah. A year, every year. You know, and the same thing happened with the LGBT community. They got all kinds of stuff without pushback. Mm-hmm. It just went through, passed. But when it comes to a Negro bill, oh damn, we gotta negotiate, we gotta process and do the research, and you're gonna have to do this, and what do we?
They got to do a bunch of studies, and they got to do studies on it, and study it again, and then study the study.
Yeah, you got to go through all this shit just to get stuff for us. Everybody else, okay, it just passed. So when it comes down to it, both parties are ineffective when it comes to us. So we shouldn't be. Nobody should have our loyalty.
Now, that's a fact. Because Obama said, "I'm for the whole country. I ain't for you Negroes. Good luck on your ventures, CBC."
Yeah, you know. And the only thing that's gonna work is what we're trying to fight for is black exclusively latent legislation.
Mm-hmm.
Exclusively, and not adding in everybody else for shit that.
Let me go ahead and play it for y'all.
I'm sure the boogeyman white supremacist exists somewhere in America. I've just never met him. Never seen one. Never met one in my life, right? Maybe I'll meet a unicorn sooner. And maybe those exist too.
So just because.
And the thing about it, I want you to understand. This is coming from a first generation immigrant saying that white supremacist boogeyman does not exist. That his same group have benefited from that of the suffrage of Black America. Shot, buried, stabbed, whole atrocities done to us. So he can run for a political office. Yeah. And so that's the irony about that.
What you can add to that too, I think, is he's constantly talking about history. You don't want to talk about our history, right? But if you listen to how he does all his talking points, everything is based off of what happened previously to get us here. It's just interesting how he's able to twist. He's not just him, but many people on the right, especially on the right, knows how to sort of twist it and kind of run that, you know, traveling through time and then watching all the struggles that people have had, but remove us out of that history completely. He basically trying to erase us completely. Because she's giving him historical facts that he refused to recognize, and pivoting out of it. But then when it comes to some of the things that he wants to go back to 1776. He wants to revitalize America. He want to take America back. It's insane.
For him to take it back would mean he would have to take out
himself.
For him to take it back. For him to take it back, this guy right here. Granted, I hope he knows that centralized part of America that he's trying to defend, don't fuck with his brown ass. I hope they know. Does he know that they call them Turkers and Haji men and silence you? Like, he's never seen blue collar. Has he ever seen blue collar comedy?
Mm-hmm.
Has he ever seen that on Comedy Central? They had a whole piece making fun of his people.
And people who are making fun that has power.
So
yeah,
I'm finding it interesting how he has to shit on his own people, minorities, and the suffrage of what Black Americans have done to say, hey, why are y'all complaining and talking about that racial stuff? Those
from the past.
From the past. However, just a few years ago, they had a piece on media. Catch this. We do not like it when brown people are misrepresented by media. Hold up. Why did y'all need to go say that and tell that to white producers? Stop misrepresenting Apu on The Simpsons. Stop representing Hamir or Akmar.
Mm-hmm.
So why do you need to go tell the white man that if it didn't exist? Why would y'all have to say, hey,
poor representation? Apu is poor representation.
We don't like it how y'all mistreat us when we go try to get into these schools and these colleges.
Mm-hmm.
Who you weren't telling that to the blacks? You damn sure weren't telling us that.
Well, if race didn't matter, it would just happen naturally, right?
Nah. See, but that's the thing about it. You're telling a blue-haired, middle-aged white woman that systemic racism doesn't exist.
But if you can ever find some interviews from non-white people in Silicon Valley, as successful as a lot of Indians and Asians are, and how much money they do get paid well, obviously in many cases there. If you hear some of their story, it's a different conversation.
Yeah,
because they start talking about how they don't get access and they can't get a particular job and they can't become CEO and they can't really get the funding to start their own business. I always tell people, have you seen a lot of Asian and Indian CEOs running major corporations or setting up and starting their own from scratch?
No.
It even shows that he's an outlier to that, by the way. And then he complains about Black. I keep want to call it BlackRock, not Black. She said Blackstone, but I think it's BlackRock, if I'm not mistaken. But he complains about BlackRock all the time as a venture capitalist firm and how much power it has access to. He's complaining about white people. That's what's crazy about it. In his same industry, when he was struggling with the FDA trying to get his drugs approved, and when he was trying to compete against the larger pharmaceutical companies, he was being suppressed by white people who ran those businesses.
There's both BlackRock and Blackstone. They started out.
Blackstone, yeah. Is Blackstone's not as big as BlackRock is the big boy though. That's the number one firm in the country, right? $13 trillion of assets that it manages.
I get them confused.
Yeah, me
honestly,
too. I've been thinking about Blackwater and everything.
I think it's hilarious that that right now the richest white person in America is actually a real bona fide African American, that the companies that they're most afraid of have the word black in them.
With his grandfather and all those diamond mines, yeah.
Yeah, so yeah, you're right that that's why
Elon
I look
Musk
at
knows he's a white man, but he knows he's a white man though.
Yeah.
He's not confused about that, by the way. I follow him intently.
Yeah, like I said, when it comes to when I work with a Muslim law group, Pakistani to be exact. I was kind of shocked when I walked in. He's like, look, they only let in the best and the brightest from Pakistani and India, so we have to be cream of the crop. And he was very proud to represent the cream of the crop. But what I also
they call them the model minorities, by the way.
Yeah. I also knew one thing, that not all Pakistani and not all Indians were, cream of the crop in this country.
Yeah, they work in parking lots and gas stations.
Yeah, but I had to figure out how they got here. So there's a thing called iVisa that's for those that have $1 million.
Wow.
Those what the big boys come in over $1 million. Of course, we know about the worker visa, that they actually do have to show that there's no American that could take that job. So they have to get an Indian or Asian. or Indian or Pakistani. But the other one I didn't know about was U visa. And once I found out about the U visa, I got a little racially upset because the U visa is a visa that they give to the immigrants, visitors, someone that comes over here on a regular visa. They could be a student visa, a tourist visa, but they could get over here and they're part of a crime and they're a witness to a crime. They were assaulted, they were robbed, something bad happened to them. So as long as they cooperate with the authorities, they get on the list to become an American citizen. They get their residency here in the United States. And I'm sitting up there one day with my little Lyft driver, and he's like, "Oh, you work for so and so law firm. He great lawyer." And I'm like, "Yeah, he is." He's like, "I used to have convenience stores, and I was going to bring my family over with the U visas during convenience stores, but now that's very difficult. So now I'm doing Lyft so I can understand how to start my own taxi company so that I can get my relatives in through a taxi company." I'm like, hold up. I'm looking at all our cases. $5,000 up front, no questions asked. We need $5,000. You said that you were visiting your cousin from India and you were at his convenience store while he was in the bathroom and a black guy came in and robbed. All the cases were black guys in hoodies, black hoodies, black hoodies, black hoodies. And I'm like, y'all could have gave us a cut of this shit. Y'all could have gave us a cut of this shit because y'all sitting up there charging $5,000. Y'all hire one little black person to make it look a little bit better when, I got to come into the court and say, well, my client is cooperating, Your Honor, because this black person in a black hoodie was the one that did assault him. And that's why you should grant him asylum in the United States. I'd be damned. I don't think so. That, like I said,
really,
there's only so far my lack of blackness will go. When I actually do realize
lack of blackness,
you know what I'm saying?
Suspending blackness is what I say.
It just basically comes down to, I have Democrats that tell me they're glad that I'm willing to take one for the team.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. So it's just a matter of
sacrificial lamb.
I've been that way. I was raised here. My mother was active during poll taxes when, she would go around and collect donations so that they could get Black people registered to vote. That having that type of politics in my family, my grandmother's grandfather was the first Black man to address a national political body that just happened to be Republicans. He was the one who gave the first civil rights speech to the House of Representatives. And I am my grandfather's granddaughter, because he said that he did not want to be equal to the white man because he did not want to lower his standards. This was a man in 1870s that was willing to say he was better than white people. He held himself to higher standards, higher morals. He said our Black women were often more pure than the white woman, that the Black woman had to get off the sidewalk to let this trollop pass by. These were things that John R. Lynch said throughout his course as a United States congressman. He started out he was born free in Louisiana. His father died. His father's best friend finally told everyone, hey, look, these kids are really mixed. His wife is mixed too. So they got sold into Mississippi. He ran away at 14, joined the Union Army, and fought against the Confederates. So that kind of history with someone who has the last name Lynch, who was willing to call out white people, is also something that the Black people and Republicans are afraid of. I don't have a problem telling y'all that my grandfather, at least one of my grandfathers, was crazy enough to run away from slavery so he could have a chance to kill some of the people that were enslaving his people. That's just a point of pride for me.
Do you think it makes sense to bring in more Black people or non-white people in general into the Republican Party to bring some balance overall, to put more pressure on Republicans to bring more of the identity politics into that space?
If we understood how to do it, it would make sense. How we have to do it is at the primary levels. It's not these talk shows. It is not, what is it? Niggas for Trump, niggas for the GOP. It's not that kind of stuff.
Well, you need if you had from my point of view, if you had major politicians from the right just say the word Black in a positive way, you could shift 20% tomorrow.
I look at it like this.
And I'll tell you why I say that. If you look at our unemployment rate, you look at our education, you look at our success, you look at the millionaires that we produce every year, you look at our contribution to this country over time, it should be a very easy thing to be able to do. It's a strange thing that as much as accomplished as we are amazing people. We're almost magical, almost. It's interesting that they cannot find talking points to really speak to the amount of college graduates that we produce every year, etc. Right? It's very unusual when I think about it.
It only comes down to, and I'm gonna say it like this: it's gonna be heartbreaking in one sense. How many of us realize the amount of work Katrina, not Katina, but Katrina Pearson put into trying to make things better for Black people?
Mm-hmm.
But as much as she tried, that it wasn't enough for a little light-skinned Black woman to be the national spokesperson for the Trump organization. She light-skinned. Fuck her. We need a real Black person. Who was a real Black person that came up? Omarosa. Oh my God.
But the thing is that if you study race and you understand race and you understand how we're programmed and what our trigger points are, or from a marketing perspective, how we process information, there are things that you have to, for one, already that the left has filled us up with talking points and mindsets and ideas and trigger words. The right needs to counter that. It can't just be, well, she's light skinned and she's not Black enough. That stuff should be easily dealt with, though. That's not an excuse. There's ways to talk around stuff like that.
It should have been. It's just like Will Hurd. People, even here in Texas, that, you would think that Will Hurd, in fact, he'd been in Congress as long as he had been, that he would have been a point of partnership.
Mm-hmm.
But all of a sudden, it's like Will Hurd's not a real Black person. Well, why isn't Will Hurd a real Black person? I missed the memo.
I know. No, I know what it means. I know you know what it means too.
Okay, so
especially if you're on the right, there's the thing about Black Americans, in my opinion, is that you have to speak our language. And so, if you become a Republican and you're on the right and you're a politician or anybody, if you keep refusing to speak that language, it's always going to be a problem. We speak a certain way. We listen for certain things for you to say. It has to sound a certain way, and that's not going to change. And so if you're from the right and you're having a conversation, matter of fact, not even that. If you behave a certain way, the average Black person is going to discredit what you're talking about, right? If you start talking about things that you do, like maybe I don't even want to put anything out there, but just anything that you do that doesn't fit the sort of the average Black person's lifestyle, they immediately start to write you off. I hope I didn't kill the conversation. My bad.
I mean, it's facts. Like, can't argue with
Because
that.
I've tested it. If I speak one type of way, I get a better response. But I know if I switch up and start talking another type of way, I start to lose people because I know that they want me to say things a certain way. They want me to orient myself a certain way. So I understand how people on the right, it can be a struggle because they don't want to sort of contort themselves to be able to do some of those things.
It's called being bilingual. That
Okay.
one of the things we studied at Duke, yes, I'm going to say Duke, was the philosophy of Dr. Martin Luther King, and why Martin Luther King was picked over others to be the kind of like the spokesperson for the movement. Why Rosa Parks was picked over the young black girl that had gotten kicked off the bus. That whether we like it or not, we want somebody that, Martin Luther King was a highly educated, Dr. Martin Luther King. He knew the cadence, he knew the cadence, he knew the big words. I mean, when I listened to his speeches versus Malcolm X was well versed as well. Very well versed. One of his most famous speeches, by any means necessary, wasn't even given to a black crowd. It was given over in Europe, in England, either Oxford or one of those universities there.
Yeah,
Why is it that when a black man says, give me liberty or give me death, he's considered subversive?
Mm-hmm.
That they were killed. The black people that actually told the truth and said, fuck the devil, they were killed. Even now, I mean, I say orange is the new black. I keep laughingly telling people orange is the new black, because at that point in time, I had contacts in the black media, strong contacts. And I'm like, Trump wants to talk directly to black people. They're like, well, he needs to come on my show and he needs to book this kind of ads and he needs to pay me this and he needs to pay me that. And I'm literally working with like the Tom Joyner show, will you do an interview with Trump? Will you give him a chance to talk? It got to the point where we were shocked. I was shocked because Katrina was just like, fuck it. Let's just go directly to the largest trending black media group is not, Tom Joyner or any, what's the little chub, Roland Martin. It's actually a Media Outtake. Mm-hmm. So he went to Media Outtake and said, hey, can I pay you guys to run a segment for me? And he asked the simple question, what do you have to lose?
Yeah, I remember.
He actually did try.
Yeah, but what do you got to gain? The question should be, what do we have to gain? Why would I vote? Why would I vote for you in order to leverage what I have to lose? What can I gain? Shit.
Okay, you're right, but what I'm saying is that has any politician, with Barack Obama, we gained, racial pride, I guess that's what it was. But realistically, at that point in time, Trump didn't even have to ask for the black vote. That at that point in time, there was no real consensus on what it would take to get blacks to come out and vote for a particular candidate in large numbers. That at the end of the day, it was kind of like, we had, Reagan, we had Bush that hired a lot of people, that tried to put blacks in high profile positions, that tried to make, loans more available to minorities. There were pushes done during the baby Papa Bush administration that, they tried. And a lot of those people from that group that stayed around long enough, they got sullied and soured by their own people. Because, my favorite clip from Trick Baby is where they sit up there and said, if you give Black people the creature comforts that we as white people enjoy, pretty soon they're not recognizable by their own people. And there's a rift between the blacks that have something and the blacks that don't.
I'm gonna show y'all a little clip. No, I think I took it down. No, I think it was taken down. Somebody sent me a clip of them talking about how blacks love to be slaves. It was the happiest day in a black person's life to be a slave for the white. That probably was the easiest time. And they had to worry about eating, food. They were taken care of. And I was like, where the fuck this documentary came from? I said, where did this documentary came from? That literally the FDA and the U.S. Health Board said, damn, the only reason why they had stepped in because they didn't know how to tax it. Do you tax it as cattle, or do you actually tax it as an employee? See, that's the only time they actually had to figure out these type of atrocities. Are we benefiting? Are we getting paid for this also, or you only get paid? Like it's a night and day of fuck shit. Now, again, I'm going like this man, this Rama, whatever. Like literally, I mean, they don't got nobody on the Republican side. They don't. Either it's DeSantis, that fool. All the Republican people are a waste of fucking time. They're all clowns. And their Messiah Jesus is right now sitting in that county, figuring out what's going to happen for him on the last days. So I don't know. It's looking like we're going to most likely get a left side candidate because.
But y'all forgetting about Robert Kennedy. Don't put Robert Kennedy out just yet, because believe it or not, Robert Kennedy, even though he can't get Secret Service protection, he's actually speaking some stuff that needs to be said. So at the end of while we go through this whole thing, there could be a big shakeup that people are not anticipating. And those of us that are strategizing, they're actually trying to make things happen. Because I know some of the people that are backing Trump, that back Candace Owens, that want to see the black vote, that want to hear what it would take to get the black vote without it costing so much money. What kind of proposals? And then what are you willing to give in order to get that? I'm not sitting up here whistling Dixie because it's my time to whistle Dixie. It is.
The black vote in itself is extremely valuable because you have to take into account if more people vote to the right, it's gonna give the right way more power than they've ever had before. So I think the return on investment will be monumental, to be honest with you.
I mean, part of me is optimistic. Part of me knows that there's really not that much difference between the power structure behind the Republican Party and the power struggle behind the Democratic Party. But as far as the grassroots voters are concerned, that what you can really get people, not the 1/3 Democrats, the 1/3, it's the 1/3 of those independent, the majority of those independent voters that are out there that are ready to listen, whether they're black, white, purple, or green. There are white people, there are independents that can sit up there and see the injustices that are going on in this country, the injustices to black women, black men, Asian women, Asian men. They can see that, but they can also see that, things ain't too good for us either. So
they do not, the Republicans and Democrats do not want lower class people to unify.
That's what I'm saying. And I'm not.
Neither party wants that. Because remember, white people do not vote their interest; they vote against their interests all the time.
And that's what I'm saying. That there are. That's why I said, don't forget, Robert Kennedy is out there now.
Robert is as much of a fan I am of him.
He stands no chance because the way the Democratic Party is set up, the super delegates are not going to vote for him.
Yeah, you got it.
Yeah, super delegates are not.
If you look at his talking points, right, it still goes back to sort of a little bit of a fantasy thing, like maybe 20 years ago. What he's saying would make sense, but I think this country's somewhere else, and he thinks he's strong enough to pull us to another place, and I don't think he has that level. He doesn't have that level of clout, and I don't believe either party is going to back it.
The only thing that we can hope for, and this is going to be crazy, but remember back in was it 2008 that Rush Limbaugh called for Operation Hillary, where Republicans went over to the Democratic primary and voted en masse.
I remember that.
For Obama.
I remember that.
Okay.
I forgot all about that.
When people ask me, how can Black people make the parties listen to them? The way that you get your agenda is you focus in on the primaries. Identify the primaries. Get people on the ground. If you can only get 1 or 2 people in each precinct to show up, just 1 or 2 people to show up. Do like Reagan did. Reagan was a Democrat, but he got people to show up at the primaries. Look at the Ron Paul now. They're libertarians. They don't even bite their tongue about it. They are libertarians, but they get people to show up at the primary system. And those people
Rand Paul and which one is it? Which one is the father? Ron, right?
Ron.
Yeah. So Ron and Rand, when people hear when the general population hears their politics, they get scared. It's kind of interesting.
Right. But they have such a grassroots organization at the daggum primary level. I was sitting up there like, God damn, hold up. I saw those mofos here. They're ran by a preacher. He's not a televangelist. He's just your, fire and brimstone preaching, young-ish. Now he's like,
the white
early
Christian.
50s. Yeah, he's early 50s now. But he's the kind of guy that has a little blonde wife, and they got their 7 kids there because, he's a man. He got a woman that, that spreads her legs and gives him babies whenever he wants to. And he doesn't need any government assistance to maintain his family. That kind of guy.
Besides that tax break for having that church. But yeah.
Yeah. Okay. But you and I see that. But again, average white guy is just going to see preacher. He's a man of God. And we're going to follow this man of God that's making the government do what God wants the government to do. But
I think one issue with that part right there is that a lot of this country has become atheist or agnostic or non-Christian. And that's affecting both parties.
Left more than our party, because the conservative movement, what's left of it, I should say, is very much, God, guns, and glory. God, guns, and glory. That's just the way it is. So even I had a Jewish woman tell me, she goes, Michelle, I just grit and bear it. Everyone knows I'm Jewish, but they keep giving me, Easter eggs. They keep giving me Christmas presents. And I'm like, I wouldn't complain, shit. I'll take a Kwanzaa present. If you want to give me one, I'll sell it. If you're giving out gifts, giving out food, I'll be there. So I don't get into the debates about, do I celebrate the 4th of July or do I celebrate the Juneteenth? If you throwing a party and there's free food, I'm going to be there. That's just the way I am. Do I realize that they represent different things, different people? I'm okay with that as long as y'all pass me out some food.
the same with Trump. I mean, half the party had to bite down and bear it because he got so many of those votes coming in that he just took control because his lifestyle and his culture does not match.
No,
Those
it
pieces do
doesn't.
not fit in my mind. I can't get them
They
to fit
don't.
yet.
As far as Trump being a family man, yeah, he's been loyal to his kids.
Yeah.
But as far as, was he a womanizer? Yeah, Trump was a womanizer.
But everything that they hate that he does, that we do, that they talk to us about is insane. His lifestyle is a very black cultural stereotypical lifestyle that you would see in a movie, in a rap video. But as an older white male, for some reason, it gets washed. It's fascinating.
Don't forget that Ronald Reagan was divorced as well. That he led a very opulent life compared to Malcolm X. We tend to whitewash a lot of things on the conservative side. Malcolm X was actually the high yellow Negro, but when you see pictures of Martin Luther King, don't he look kind of light skinned to y'all?
Maybe because of the photo.
Yeah, but I'm
maybe
saying
the photo flash.
Because the photo flash, he always has that nice yellow complexion. Malcolm X, they try to gray him down.
You think about police? Do you really think white people care about the color is a Negro is a Negro, black is a black?
No, I'm going to tell you that they have noticed just like we did because we told them that colorism is a branding thing. That when
you said we told them that, or they structured it. What do you mean we told them that?
Yeah, like I'm trying to figure out who's we.
Because the Portuguese, the Spanish, the French, and the English decided the color code.
Okay, but Uniworld was not dealing with advertisers in the 80s and 90s. That when we started saying that if you want to get into the black neighborhoods with your products, you have to listen to us and we'll tell you how to get into the black neighborhood. That when the Cosby Show was, America, all Americans love the Cosby Show. We collectively, the loudmouths,
don't do it. Don't do it.
The loudmouth said that wasn't keeping it real. The Cosby Show was not a real show. That when we start producing certain results, there's always a loud part of us that starts saying that's not legit. When we had beautiful music, when we had Whitney Houston, when we had Prince, there was always some loudmouth motherfuckers that said, but that ain't real, black folks. Prince ain't a real black man. Fuck Prince. He ain't real. Fuck Whitney. She ain't real. So we developed a subculture to the point of I had to cuss a friend of mine out because conservative woman posted this, trying to poke fun at the liberals. But I'm like, I wouldn't have even looked at that shit if you hadn't have posted it. Why do I need to see two black females talking about, excuse me for saying this, I gotta repeat it, my asshole is brown and my pussy is pink. That's my pussy good. That's why I keep putting out all these babies. And another part of it was I can't wait to give Joe Biden a blowjob. What the hell was that shit? But somebody's backing those girls. They're paying them to say that vulgarity. And they even have my conservative friends actually make them believe that we put that out because that's what we want to hear. So yeah, we've gotten to the point of if I don't do it, Charleston White, y'all all know Charleston White's from here in Texas, right where I'm from, right? Y'all know who Charleston White is, right?
All right. What you got to say?
Charleston was not interested in bringing in additional votes. Charleston was interested in getting money in his pocket. So he was as crude when they were offering him, like, Charleston, would you like to be, a job? Would you like a job as the national, the Texas minority outreach for black people. Fuck you, niggas. I fucked your wife last night. Yeah. He wanted those type of, he moved up so he could get access to people so that he could videotape himself saying vile stuff to the white man. Like, yeah, that's what black folks want to hear. They want to hear a black man go right up and say, fuck you, Rick Perry. Okay, you know, hey, some people want that. But that's the audience that he catered to. That's what he wanted. He's not trying to get votes out. He now has, you know, his little niche in the podcast world where he says derogatory things about black people. And he can tell people that I've cussed this person out, I've cussed that person out. But if we want real solutions, I'm telling y'all, what we have to do is sit up like we did today and talk about the 3 things that we would really like to see the government change for black people in America. And that, Joe, yeah, I understand what you're saying, that we want the black person protection policy, but any law on its face that discriminates against either for or against one particular race in and of itself is going to be challenged as unconstitutional.
That's a lie.
Okay.
That's a lie.
Okay.
You got laws from specific groups of people, and they got passed. So what are you saying?
They got passed, but that doesn't mean they're not being challenged.
They got passed in like a few days.
They got passed, but that does not mean they're not being challenged.
Did they use ethnicity or race?
And that's the other thing that you always have to. There's a difference between ethnicity and race as far as the law is concerned.
That they would get challenged, but literally the Asian crime bill. Holy shit! Like literally, specifically Asian crime bill.
Is Asian race or is it ethnicity, or both?
Technically, they're calling it ethnicity, not race. Technically, because technically, especially when you bring in Indians, that there are a multitude of races within Asian culture. I don't make this shit up. I just sit back there and go, So Indians are considered Asian. Even though Indians are the cousins of the Muslims who are considered white. I don't make up these rules. I just tell you what they are.
Literally, India is an Asian.
Southeast Asia.
Pakistan was once part of India.
Until the war.
Yeah, but it's still in that same subcontinent.
The majority of Indian countries are Asian.
Yes, but again,
there's Indians in North India who look like Chinese people too, and they're not Chinese people. Not just to put that out there.
Yeah.
Right, and I'm just saying the political aspects of it had to do with a lawsuit that kept Muslims from coming into this country, that the Pakistani have brought back onto that. They piggybacked onto it that Pakistani are classified as Caucasian. Indians are still classified as Asian when it comes to the Census Bureau, and as far as immigrants coming in from Asian continents, the Indians get hit with, and I'm proud of them that they have now surpassed China in population. I'm proud of them. More than one way to fight these system around the world that disfavor people of color.
And the thing you were saying about some of the hip hop artists too, a lot of that music is, even though I know it is promoted and paid for, a lot of that we're not even listening to a lot of that stuff.
No,
I mean, a lot of their audiences are mostly white or foreigners.
Yes, ever
You know,
since Tipper
we're
Gore.
very, a lot
Remember?
of us are very diverse in music, especially if you go through generations. They listen to any of that kind of music and don't even agree with it. And so when a white person tries to make some of these statements, that's where the racism pops up at. Because you're trying to tell me that we have about 20 genres of music, and you're trying to think that all black people support something or all black people listening to something. And a lot of times, a lot of those songs that come out go somewhere else. When you look at the numbers.
Right. We've been saying there's been a vocal minority of people that have been saying that since Tipper Gore wanted explicit warnings put on music. That the long and short of it has been that as far as getting together and unifying and saying these are the top 3 things that we need
Okay, I'm
as
sorry.
as a voting demographic. If you give us these 3 things, this is how many, this is the percentage of our vote we can guarantee you will get.
And let me hold you one more. Well, let me hold you a little bit more on that music part. When I don't know if you listen. Do you listen to European music, white music?
Yeah.
Do you listen to heavy metal?
Some of it.
Stuff
Metallica.
like that? Yeah, so you listen to heavy metal, you listen to a lot of the punk rock and some of the other music. Some of the things they talk about, like I said, if it's us saying it, it gets attention. But some of the things that they talk about, a lot of their music is devil worshiping music on top of everything else, explicit devil worshiping. It's interesting that a white person would even bring up hip hop, to be honest with you. You go through some of their lyrics.
Yeah, I mean, one of my
their
favorite
behavior and their mindset and their culture, even though I consider some of our music very suspect. But popular music in general that's not black, a lot of that music promotes debauchery, promotes atheism, obviously devil worshiping. I mean, just it's an innocent amount of things. Not country first, selfishness, greed, etc. So we're from a race perspective, we're still being tagged as something.
Right.
And because white people want to hear what they want to hear and they are paid for, that's one thing. But black people make love music to this day, all day and every day. You know what I'm saying? So it's not like we're like some subhuman creatures of people who promote this debaucherous music. It's not even none of those things are real. It's all propaganda. So you got to be very careful saying stuff like that and not tagging it as being propagandist.
There's very little. I just told you that one of my conservative friends put that crap up on her page and had all of these, black conservatives like, oh my God, look at the liberals, look at the liberals, look at the liberals. And it's like, black people are so dumb. And it's like, why do you keep doing that? Why do we keep allowing ourselves to do this to each other?
We don't have a machine. We should. I wish we did. And that's a different conversation about having a similar what are the ALU? Something similar for us as well, for terrorist protection, anti-terrorist protections. But even from a white perspective, when you look at Hollywood, and they do criticize Hollywood, sort of kind of criticize Hollywood. I don't think aggressively enough from a race perspective, but a lot of their films they put out are anti-American, and they just crank them out.
Yeah,
and you're not seeing conservatives really target some of those things.
New world order. You have a new world order thing that's going on that really doesn't care about race. It's just you're either part of our new world order or not. It's very ethnically diverse.
But it's race.
My awakening to what was really going on had to do with.
If you could acknowledge that there is like this new world order thing, and they are actually above the race game. Actually, the new world order wants you to play the race game. This is what the world order wants. They're gonna collapse all the societies with racial grievances or whatever. But if you can say that, knowing that to be a thing, why should black people continue to be race first? Shouldn't we find another value system if that value system is the one that's being used to lead us astray?
Is she on mute? Did she drop out? Oh, she did drop out.
What happened? I couldn't hear you, bro. What'd you say? I didn't mute her.
No, it was weird. I thought that was me. I'm like, damn, did everybody just leave? Like we just
no. It wasn't you. It wasn't you.
No, I asked the question because because Nichelle says something about the New World Order, and they really don't care about race. And what I kind of counter with that is, all right, if you can acknowledge that there was this quote New World Order, right? We'll use that as a shorthand. And the New World Order, not only they don't really see the race game the way black people see it, but they actually use the race game to their benefit. So technically, when black people play the race game, aren't we playing along with the New World Order?
Well, she needs to answer that question.
That's just kind of how I feel about the whole thing, especially knowing what I know. Like, you start talking about Hollywood and all that just now, being anti-American. Like, there's two things Hollywood really, really likes to make fun of: Americana and Christianity. And so,
Absolutely.
with those two things, it kind of well, if the New World Order is telling you that they pretty much hate, classic Americanism, however you want to describe that, traditional American ethos. If they hate that in Christianity, maybe that and Christianity are kind of probably good things. Because if the New World Order hates it, it's probably good for you.
I can't tell if you're serious or being facetious. I can't tell.
I'm dead serious in my facetiousness. It's I know it's an uncomfortable thing for black people to face, right? But what if our march for racial equality has just been a long march off the cliff?
I mean, I have a comment on that, but I wanted her to orient herself around that question. Is she coming back up?
Nichelle is, I don't know. She's doing the Nichelle thing. She'll be back.
Okay.
But because I was listening to you guys talk before I even spoke up on the panel. I was just sitting quietly for a second, and we've been having the same kind of racial conversation for a long time, and I think we don't
dictate race. There's not going to be a racial cliff. We don't drive race. I don't personally believe we do any of those things.
Well, when you say we, you mean black people. We don't drive race, right?
No, we've been identified as something. We've been categorized, and we've been forced into a classification. So it's really nothing to do with us.
Well, I don't take issue with classification.
We're just working within that framework.
Fine, I'm accepting of that. I don't take.
Now, if we had an empire, then we can have a different conversation, right?
Well, we will never have an empire. Empires don't belong to the people. No, it's not an if. It's not an if. I challenge the construct of your framework when you mention the empire. There will never be a
let me rephrase
laying it out. No. A black man can have an empire. Listen, if a black man has an empire, then he can make the rules. But you're turning this into a we thing, and it's not that way.
Right. If we was under an empire that we would classify as black, and that empire had a position, then maybe we could have a conversation. Yeah, that ain't happening. That's not happening. I was just making a point about that, but that's not happening, obviously.
I get it. Fine, because if was a fifth, we could all get drunk. Yes, I get that.
I'm operating from the framework that I'm living in, and so people are pushed to say race because that's what's been set up that we're working through. That's all I was saying. I wasn't trying to get into anything heavier than that.
Well, I challenge even that when you say people have been pushed. Because have you ever looked into the origins of the so-called pro-black movement? Like, at what point in American history could you actually point to like people who spoke and acted, like organized around this construct of black people being oppressed by white man? No, it was a question. Have you actually looked at the origins of it?
But the origins of how pro-black was created or started, or the ideas exist, or the language exists.
Who are the very first people to create these constructs, use this language, start trying to organize black people that they need to sort of, defend their blackness against whiteness and that whole back to Africa stuff? We're all Africans. Have you ever even looked into who gave us these thoughts to begin with?
Yeah, I mean, I've heard it out there. I've been hearing it for years. I mean, you have people like Marcus Garvey having movements, and people in the past having movements. Talented Tenth, have all type of people talking about Nation of Islam. I mean, it's plenty of people who bring up some of this language because obviously language has been introduced to us over time, and then at some point we became this thing called black. So how it happened, I don't know. Why do
I
we
mean,
accept it? I don't know.
I don't even know
But
if it's
it's being put on us, in my opinion. I do feel that.
I don't know if that's true. Even I mean, I get what you mean when you say like somebody wrote the dictionary and they got to classify whatever things were, like they did the naming. But I think it's if from an objective standpoint, there are at least more than one racial category for the human species. So to say
Uh-huh.
that we got categorized as black, I don't see any kind of slight in that.
Yeah.
I don't see no slight in that, but we've always had there's always been categorized since the dawning of this country. There's always been different categorizations of people, class, ethnicity. You had the Redskins or the Indians. You had the Asians. And you also had the Negroes, and then you also had the whites. And sometimes when they feel certain populations are not enough or that certain groups are growing, they start to galvanize other groups into their group to actually balance out the number. You have
And that's all through the Americas. Mestizos and mulattoes and Europeans made these decisions. Europeans decided how they wanted to structure things and how they want to classify people and who got what resources from Brazil all the way to Canada or Alaska for that matter.
Well, let me ask you a question. You said you mentioned if we had an empire earlier, right? So if there were a black empire and we like restructured things so that black people were somehow on the top, would that be like somehow like automatically just because we're on the top?
I'm not going that rabbit hole. Nope. Oh, I have no. I got you, but now.
Empire. Well, we can look at other specialties of empires. You had the Ottoman Empire. You had
He said the word justice, so that's just
Well, hold on, but I mean, you had the Romans. They had an empire. The Romans had an empire. The Egyptians had an empire. Different groups had empires, and they had their own brand of justice of how they treated their upper class, the middle class, as well as
their subjects, peasants,
and the peasants. So, I mean, it would kind of fall into the same category. I mean, that system has been played by all empires, even down to Babylonian empire, Sumerian empires. Like, so there have been different diaspora of black empires that have all enacted the same system. I mean, hell, I mean, I guess you just couldn't call the European. I guess they call their shit kingdoms, but the Roman Empire, which literally came to the Celts, to yeah, they had their own empire. That's what they call their kings and their
into dynasties. In the East, yeah.
Yep. So
I mean,
everybody's had a type of empire that they.
The thing I was kind of getting at, though, is when you name all these empires and you kind of acknowledge what the the empire had to do to maintain its empire status, right? How does any one empire get judged against another? Like, how are we worse than them? You know what I mean? How was the American empire somehow morally more repugnant than whatever empire you just named? The Babylonians, the Egyptians. Well, Egypt never had an empire, but I get what you're saying.
They had one. They had one. Yeah.
They ruled like their neighborhood. That's not much of an empire. Like Alexander the Great was an empire. You know what I mean? Like that was some regional shit. I mean, multi-regional shit.
So okay, so all right, so you're saying
I want to leap over that question. What position are you trying to get to? Because I can take a hard position.
Well, don't leap over the question
and have that talk. But why run me into that buzzsaw that you guys set up for me? Why don't you go ahead and let's leave?
If you know it's a buzzsaw, then just dismantle it. I mean, we're all adults here. You can operate heavy machinery. If I don't understand the moral weight that slavery gets in America, considering what humanity actually is. Like you realize that all we do is kill and enslave each other. We have moments of peace, and then there's total savage, destructive war, and then we keep the people who lived, and we do the peace thing for a little while until there's another war. That's what we do. So I don't get the the weight of the American slavery empire. That I don't get the weight that's given to it, considering we are all pretty much hairless monkeys.
So wait,
I got you.
okay, so your argument or your talking point is that what is the big deal of a group or any group bringing up that of an atrocity done against them by their country?
No, the question I'm asking is, if you compare America to any of the other so-called empires that you just mentioned, are we really morally worse? Are we more evil than the Romans? Are we more evil than the Zulu? Are we more evil than all these empires that you just mentioned?
Well,
Egypt was an empire back when Cleopatra was ruling. They were the main trade between the East and
Egypt
the
was a
West.
part of Greece at that point. Egypt was a Greek outpost at that point.
It's still Egypt, though. It was still
I
an
get
empire.
what you mean, but it's hard to call yourself an empire when you're really ran by the white man across the water.
Hold up, wait. Before you start your little bit, hang on. I went to go look it up, and it was like ancient
So
Mesopotamia.
you're not going back 5,000 or 6,000 years, right? It's not like you're going a little bit more recent when they were conquered.
Egypt
Yeah,
that fell into the ocean and everything else.
Not the 56 dynasty that was never broken over, I don't know, 3,000 or 4,000 years.
Right. It was like the Egyptians were conquering all assortments of Africa.
Egypt was the north and south of the region or whatever, but they didn't really extend their reach beyond their borders. It's not like their navy landed on other shores and dominated Sicily or something like that. That's what I'm saying. Like, empires go on quest and conquer territory. Egypt conquered some of the Middle East. Like you realize how vast the Mongol territory is, and to compare that to Egypt, I don't really consider them the same when we're talking empire. Yeah, Egypt kicked ass in its region. They conquered everybody that lived next to them until somebody who conquered the world came along.
Surprise you if you did the Egyptian DNA research, you would find out that they are closely related to the Mongolians.
What?
I could accept that. At some point, they probably got some intermixing. I don't really think that changes the argument.
They're seeing people for longer than those hieroglyphics that we've seen. There's much stuff that has fallen into the ocean that we're just now finding. And the researchers are finding that story of them being seafaring people goes way, way back.
Yeah, I agree with that. Sometimes I get 400. Yeah, they don't mark theirs by conquering. Like, not all empires are marked by war. They're actually just marked by how long that they lasted and what they did. I mean,
some went out and taught other people how to become empires like them.
Empire is almost uniquely defined by having vast control over territories far away from your capital. Like, you have your main country, your main region, and that's usually a safe, peaceful neighborhood. And then you have so much control over all these other regions. The Romans are the most famous example of that, but there's plenty of other ones, right? I don't think the Egyptians ever had the kind of territory that even Rome had. And this is like, we're talking about the Greeks. When you mentioned the Greeks, and I already called it, that's when Alexander had an empire. Egypt was a part of Alexander's empire. And the reason why Cleopatra was a thing is because she was one of the last members of the Ptolemaic dynasty. The Ptolemies were part of Alexander's army. Like, it was all part of someone else's empire, bro.
So what do you call the empire, the Aztec Empire? Like, it's not like they're like, oh man, let's leave for South America and go find, Africa. Like, they literally just did their thing.
Well, I can't speak too specifically on the Aztecs. No, because I just don't know Aztec detail. They may very well, listen, if the Aztecs ruled a giant swath of territory way far from Mexico, then you get no argument from me, because they sure as hell were hated by everybody around them. That's part of the reason why they got conquered, because they were conquering everybody else, and then the Spanish came along and was like, you know what, I'll help you niggas.
Well, here's the thing about it. They really didn't beat them by force. They beat them because they brought disease to them. They're like, what the hell? Like, why are we getting chicken pox? Like, what the hell is this?
Those are two different things. The Aztec conquest is documented, bro. Like, the conquistadors are documented. They weren't fighting sick people. They were having actual combat. You're talking about two totally different phenomena that happen at the same time, but in different places.
Well, listen, they show. Listen, they're the empires. Those are looking at those empires. Now, can we compare an American empire, which, I mean, honestly, to be fair, I mean, we have territories, we have stuff.
BMT, are we better than the Aztecs? Is America more evil than the Aztec Empire? That was my initial premise.
No, actually, I would probably say we outdone a lot of other empires because I don't hear other people calling themselves the world police. I don't hear people saying that. I don't see what.
Yeah, that shit crazy.
So see, I I could talk this on this level. Like,
we're a superpower, by the way. It's a new word.
We're literally, how long have we been a superpower? Like, we've been on the top of the food chain for like a long time now.
I mean, we're so high up the food chain, we created something called the world police. It was impossible before America came along because there was a technical advance that had to happen. There was the Industrial Revolution. Like, a lot of things had to come into place before America could comfortably be the world police, you know?
How much caping do you want it to do for white people? Because before I start making saying a bunch of positive things about how great this place is, on record.
I'm just saying. I'm glad we got to that point. I'm glad we got to this point. It's all great. I appreciate this type of back and forth. The thing is, why can't we just be honest about what we have and what we're throwing on the table?
Okay, so when you have a group inside of that empire that is saying, hey, like, we've done a lot of service for this empire and there is no protection, no credibility being done, then what do you say to that group? What do you tell that group?
Well, one, if it's true, that's the whole question. You got to verify every claim, but let's assume it's true. Then you redress your grievances. Are you telling me that America gives no one space? It doesn't give you space to redress your grievances?
We've been doing that for over 200 years. If not
and you haven't been given. And so what? Hold on. And you haven't made any gains. And you haven't made
my family are millionaires. Yeah, we made gains.
Okay. So, because you're Dutch. That's nice. Good. I'm glad to hear that. Now the thing is, why is it that some people can make gain and other people can't? I think that's the question.
Are we going to go? You going to take me back to micro? Or are we going to stay macro?
No, I think the two are intertwined.
You're moving me around a little bit.
Yeah, stay on one, David. Stay on one.
I think at a certain point, the two have a relationship. So you can't tell me that individually Black people can succeed under the system, but somehow holistically the system keeps Black people down.
Individually, Black people were buying their freedom. So what do we? I mean, I don't.
Okay.
Do you want to do micro or macro? Which one do you want to do?
Growth. There was room for growth. I'm glad we acknowledged that.
Growth for what?
We're not in denial here. I'm not here to play. I'm not here to play around with that.
No, I haven't accused you of anything. I'm just saying there was room for growth. And so how is it that in the system that has arguably the most room for growth ever in the history of all systems, do we judge this system as worse than every other system to the point that it should be destroyed or challenged?
How many, David, I'm going to ask you a question. How many Black people had to die for that room for growth?
Well, it wasn't just Black people. A lot of people died.
Okay, but what you talking about?
How many people overall had to die?
Yeah, but we died to civilize this country. It's a little bit of different sacrifice here.
There's a difference.
Yeah.
So hold on. Are Black people now? Are we like America's moral conscience now? Really?
Wait, hold.
I know you heard that term before.
No, I'm just throwing that out there because you said we civilized the country. Like
you're using that, right? When this literally is a country that uses moral high ground for "in God we trust," liberty, pursuit of happiness,
spreading democracy.
Right. So you're literally using the moral ground when that's.
Don't mix up God and democracy, bro. They've
been playing that game for a long time.
God is not a democracy.
Are you a Christian?
I appreciate the faith. I don't call myself a Christian, but I am appreciative of the faith and all it's done.
Your country uses it as a talking point. It's literally on your press, on your money.
No. I was just saying, don't confuse God and democracy. God is not a Democrat. God doesn't believe. Heaven is not a democracy.
Hold on. But that's a moral talking point that was used. The first laws in this country were that of the Bible, of a Christian Judeo Bible.
The first laws in this country were British laws. No, the first laws in this country were of the British Crown. And then no, no. What is the First Amendment? Right. The first laws in this country were the Bill of Rights, if you really want to get down to it, because once we break from the British shackles and we start writing our own ticket, the ticket we wrote was the Bill of Rights.
Okay. Go ahead. I'm listening. We're listening to you.
So now you're telling me that the first laws in this country were somehow about worship God, and I'm like, not exactly, no.
The first laws, I mean, before the Bill of Rights was printed, what were they going by?
By the king's doctrine, whatever the crown's rule was at the time. Victorian legalese. I don't know what you call that shit.
No, they were going by that book. That book.
No, they were going by the king. They were under a monarchy they were under a monarch's empire. The British crown had an empire, and they were subjects of the crown.
Ordained by
not the Bible. Because look, even the Bible at that point, England had its own fucking church at that point.
Wait, so
Church of England.
Yeah, so let's not make it about God, bro. It's so complicated. And this is another thing black folk do. We get hung up on all these elements of history and don't really know the big truth because there's so many sticky parts of it.
But you just said you want to stay away from that. You said you want to stay away from that.
Well, it's a lot of it is debate and philosophical. Though. I don't want to say us black people. I don't like phrase. I don't never understand why people do that. Say that statement's strange to me. But if you listen to scholars, I can send you a bunch of scholars debating that stuff all day long, and no one is saying, "Well, us white folks," It's we say that it's weird to me sometimes because they're always trying to interpret and reinterpret history and reframe history all of the time.
According to the founding fathers that read that document, they said that the framework to that document was your 10 Commandments out that book.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, sure was. And they had a preacher right in that damn room when they were writing that damn shit.
Okay, let's go through the law and tell me, like draw the line from the law to the Bible for me.
What do you think they were doing their meetings at? It was in the church, David. They were doing it in the church.
I'm not arguing because for one, listen. America had a religious base to its founding. I grant you that, right? But you realize that the actual people who wrote those documents were not they weren't Bible thumpers.
Don't do it. Are you sure you're not an atheist or a left-wing progressive?
I'm not an atheist. I just a nigga that reads, bro. The white man taught me the magic of letters.
I follow all this stuff.
Once the white man taught me the magic of letters,
help them out. Exactly.
Once the white man told me there was magic in letters and numbers, I've been on some other shit ever since, bro. I'm not an atheist. I just read.
You say the opposite of that church, your ass would have been burned.
No. Listen. Again, the founding documents of our country are not against the Christian order in any way. But they are not just transcribed straight from it. This actually took years of legal philosophy to comprise. It's not just something like, oh, God said.
Dude, they had it where if you
they have to put a moral framework around all of our documents, and a lot of that framework comes directly out of the European church. I mean, and even the Christian, the religious persecutions and why people even came over here. Well, one reason why people came over here. Clearly, religion had a massive impact on anything that got written back
Christians then. Getting persecuted by other Christians.
Right? Protestants, Catholics, yeah.
So again, the document in and of itself isn't just this pure Christianity when it's basically Christians are at war with each other. How is there a really pure Christianity when nobody knows the pure faith? So I don't know.
Christianity is a different conversation.
Well, it's a mythological construct, right? It's a construct. Who knows the absolute truth is all I'm saying. So people are arguing about things. People are arguing about things.
All right, now listen. When it comes to that of the American Empire, as we're going to classify it for right now, we have been a superpower for quite some time. Have we outdone everybody else? Yes, we have. Yes, we have. You got it. The other two superpowers, we kind of got them beat in all three quarters of it. We got them. They can't outmaneuver us. They don't have more technological advancement than us. We control all routes in the sea. That's not That's not a guess. That's a no. We literally are the empire. That's why whenever there's an issue, or we said we're going to pull out of certain UN meetings, out of certain stuff. No, not America. Yeah. Why? What's wrong? Y'all got it. Because they want you a part of that. That's not a guess. That's a no. So yeah, I would. It's fair to say we outdid everybody. We kind of been at the top for a while. Is it putting a strain on our system? Yes, it is. It most definitely is. And the thing about it is crazy because now the ones who are living within your system, the Black Americans are now. Is it wrong for them to voice their issue? I don't see a problem with that. I mean, we have contributed to this empire for as long as we can remember. So why would it be a problem to have an issue that is going on in-house? That's not a problem.
At this point, I don't think Black Americans major like what you guys are complaining about. Like, all right, the thing that made me even notice your stream is I saw you talking about the whole shooting and Vivek and all that stuff.
That's not a problem. Yeah.
And it's our constitutional right to complain like every other American. Do not isolate me. Do not use blackness to try as some kind of pejorative though, which unfortunately people tend to do.
Would you not say that is a?
I may or may have done that. Hold on. I may or may not have done that. You know, I speak freely, but the point I was trying to make is that when it comes to like this race thing that Black people are talking about, like now we have this guy. We got an obvious shooter. Obvious racist. Like he's got a manifesto and all that stuff, right?
Yeah.
And Black people are now to believe that they are under some type of threat from being gunned down by like a racist white man. And I just refuse to believe that is somehow either Black people's or even America's big issue. It's not our big issue that some crazy white guy doesn't like Black people and he shot a few niggas.
I'll tell you what, Jews have a much easier time with one another talking about when they're being terrorized. But it's a weird thing with Black people that want to move the goalposts, move around, start using all this other weird language, not really grasping the concept of being what terrorized. Doesn't understand what terrorism even does, I don't think. And what
I'm not interested in the Semitic brain scheme. I don't want to think like them.
Okay. So you're saying,
are you serious or are you joking?
No,
I'm serious. I don't want to think like them.
So you're telling me you don't grasp the concept that when you hang a person and leave him in the middle of town, that doesn't have massive impact on the people who are living at that time and the reverberations of that event over generations. You don't understand that concept.
Well, those 3 people got shot. Did you bleed?
Oh my God.
Okay then. Oh, all right then.
You said that I what now? Did I do what?
I said those 3 people got shot, and did you bleed?
Absolutely.
You just
sighed. What are you talking
about? Oh, what'd you bleed? Metaphorical blood? Hypothetical blood? Jewish blood?
You're not living in reality.
No, bro, you're playing an emotional game. You're playing an emotional game, and I refuse to give your emotions my power.
You don't know what you're talking about.
Okay.
Have you ever heard of generational trauma? I mean, witnessing people of your same complexion going through that just because of their complexion, and being raised and told that you can't do this, you can't do that because this or that might happen to you, bro. That does cause trauma, man.
Well, one, I think in order to feel traumatized, you have to directly experience the trauma. I don't know that our generation of Black folk are the traumatized generation. We are not the traumatized Black people.
Not if you're killing us, I would agree with you. It's going to happen, and you're seeing it, and you're witnessing it all around you.
But you don't get to go in a church and murder 9 people and then tell me that it doesn't impact Black people.
Yo, all right, so
so you're not Black then. I'm going to make a.
So in 4 years, that happened 2 times. So you got the church guy. No, bro, no. Oh, nigga, please. So in 4 years,
as a Black person. You shouldn't be using the
Don't
N-word.
stop asking me about these gay questions about identification and shit. No, in 4 years we've had 3 guys. So we had the church thing, the Buffalo thing, and this guy, right? How many niggas killed niggas? And you tell me I should be afraid of those 3 white people? And I should be afraid of those three white people. That's what I'm trying to say. Like, no, you guys want your emotions to be bigger than the facts on the ground. And I refuse to do that.
I'm not emotional.
No, you're not emotional. Your logic is feeling based. Even if you're not yelling and screaming and hyperventilating, your logic is emotional based. Because it's not actually based on any metric. It's not based on any really thing objective. It's just how you feel about a thing.
There's an endless amount of studies. I don't even know what you're talking about.
I want you to understand this.
Stockholm syndrome, children who've been abused. I mean, it's just what are you even talking about?
Black people have Stockholm syndrome now. Now we have Stockholm.
Hold up, pause. I didn't say that.
So what's the relevance of the Stockholm study?
Are you serious?
What's the relevance of the Stockholm study if not to say black people have Stockholm syndrome?
Let him get out of spot.
I'm good.
So let's look at this. It hasn't even been 10 years, and we've had 3 mass shootings.
It's more than that, but okay. It's actually more than that.
Well, yeah, I know, but
it's a lot more if you stop counting by color. It's a hell of a lot more if you stop counting by color. That's kind of the point.
I got your position though. I got you. It's my bad. That's
I told you, Seth, when I said
I thought he was speaking in honesty, but he's doing political stuff. So I got you. I'm gonna chill out on it down.
Exactly. Like you remember when I
said no. This is who I am. This is what I think.
No, understand it.
Yeah, but your thinking isn't your own thought. You're pulling that from somewhere else. You sound like a parrot. You're not really sitting down, really thinking and having a conversation. You're talking political. I know what I've heard this stuff too many times. It's not a unique idea that you're coming up with.
You don't want to engage on it. You just don't want to go there because you understand how it empties your argument. You can't go there with me because you know it makes your argument weak.
Oh my God, there's so many documents. It's just an endless amount of science behind this stuff for you not to know. An endless amount
of white supremacist killings? An endless amount of white supremacy killings? Really? Yeah, I know there's an endless amount of studies because, affirmative action and shit. That's what these motherfuckers do in college. They write studies. So I want you to give me numbers on the killings. I want you to give me body counts. We can't weigh body counts.
What's the number you need?
I want a factual body count. I'm not looking for a specific number. I want actual numbers.
Do you think thousands of lynchings had any impact on black people when it happened?
I'm sure it did.
No, I'm actually did it.
I'm sure it did. I am sure it did. I'm not sure. I'm sure.
Okay. So my grandfather's brother who got lynched, he should just get over it then, right? And move on with his life.
No, you should get over it. That's what the fuck I'm talking about. You should get over it.
And then I go into a church.
Now this is yours.
I go into a church and I'm chilling and relaxing, and then 9 of my church members get murdered. That's okay too, right?
I mean,
because you're worried about Chicago. Because you're worried about Chicago, right? That's what you were. You worried about a black on black violence when this Nazi dude comes into my.
Well, let me ask you a question.
So we're not.
Why is your life worth more when it gets killed by a white person? Why your life worth more when a white person takes it?
Why are you making assumptions?
I'm not making assumptions. I'm observing you. I'm making an observation.
Right, but are you trying to hold a position about violence in poor neighborhoods?
No, I'm holding a position about the scope of all violence.
What are you talking about?
I'm holding a position about being terrorized. That's exactly what I'm talking about.
But we can talk about poverty. We can talk about things that produce violence, and then we can also talk about people who are literally being
poverty is terrifying.
Hold on for a second, bro. What I'm trying to say is this: when you are being what's the word when you have the suicide bombers, what do they call it? When they get those. No, not jihad. No. I can't think of the word now. No. When they manipulate people to do something, either the CIA, the FBI, or people on the internet.
Brainwashing.
Brainwashing is brainwashing to work for me. My thing is that when people are being brainwashed to go and murder innocent people is a very different conversation. Is a very different conversation than talking about poverty and what poverty produces and what that all means and the trauma behind that stuff. Those are two separate things. Now, people who have this weird thing that they want to try to us being terrorized isn't a situation regardless of the race, is interesting. You want to run to something else, but we're dealing with this one particular issue. We're not talking about that issue. Why would you try to merge those two things together? That doesn't make any sense.
Well, one, you're trying to
Radicalize. That's the word I'm looking for. Radicalize.
fair enough. I understood you fine.
Sorry
But
about that.
no, we're good. We're good. You're kind of laying out an argument where, am I to think that black people just walk around daily with the feeling of terror that a white person will maybe murder them? Is that what I should think?
Oh.
Well, you used the word terrorized and terror several times, and so I'm trying to explore this angle now. What terror should I be
Let me ask you this
feeling?
question: When 9/11 happened, what was the response to it? Did anybody talk about white crime? Did anybody talk about white on white crime or black on black crime?
No, they wanted to get
when 9/11 happened, which was a terrorist act. I'm assuming you agree with the language, correct?
Yeah, that
I
was
know
terrorist.
white folks told you to agree with that language, so you agree with that language.
I'll tell you when we disagree, and it's not a white thing. I think it was terrorism. It was political violence.
All right, sure it isn't.
Listen, it may or may not have been an inside job, but it's still terrorism, no matter who did it.
Look, we're good on that. I agree. Yeah, we can. I'm trying to stay. I got you on that one. So
right. You think I'm such a bad guy and shit?
we can do that. We can work that angle. I'm with you 1,000% on that for sure. But if you think about this, right? If you say, well, why would these people do that? And then if you trace it back and look at the things that are happening in the Middle East, you have answers to that. Then that doesn't have anything to do with poverty in the Middle East. That doesn't have anything to do with empire in the Middle East or dictatorships or kingdoms in the East. It's two separate things. So when 9/11 happens, I'm not going to talk about, well, they're violent. They shoot each other they shoot each other all the time over there. They suicide bomb each other all the time over there. I'm not going to move I'm not going to, but I can't move the conversation all over the place when the fact of the matter is that 9/11 happened and there was a response to it. There was laws put in place. Things change based off of one event that only killed, guess what, a few thousand people. Well, a few thousand people die every month. What's the big deal?
Brother, you're saying words, but I don't know if there's a point I can work with in there. I mean,
I'm trying not to give you one. I'm trying to pin you down because you're telling me that when a black person who you clearly see has no value in this country, clearly they're just, you get killed by blacks all the time. So why are you worried about some white folks?
You're the one that said black folk have no value. You just said it. I don't say that.
That's what you're presenting. But
why do you think I have that argument?
But the moment I tell you 9/11 happened and a few thousand people died, what's the big deal? Well, what's the big deal?
No, see, and this is why I lose your point. This is why I lose your point, because you go from 9/11, which was a singular event, even though it was 3,000 bodies or so, it was a singular event. You go from 9/11 and we're talking about black violence, which is not a singular event. It's a daily, multi-daily, multiple times a day type of thing. No, 9/11 wasn't in the Middle East. No, see, now you're trying to sandstorm the waters, bro. Stop. Don't kick up a sandstorm.
You still think
don't kick up a sandstorm?
What are you talking
about? Those niggas have nothing. Sand niggas ain't got nothing to do with niggas.
But look at their response. Are you listening? Look at
what does that have to do with black people not being able to live around black people?
When a group of people in this country was attacked, it created fear, even though they didn't bomb all of America. It created fear. Malls all the way in California was being locked down because it created fear. And guess what? That fear still exists now. And the response to that was invading countries and bombing them to death. That was the response to that. How are you not? What are you missing here?
Okay, that's a direct question, and I'll give you a direct answer. What I'm missing is the correlation, because your refusal to actually deal with the singular argument presented, actually it translates into lives lost, because not you, but people who have this weird approach to problems. When I ask you about Chicago and you want to give me a speech about niggas in Iraq, that translates into dead black people. Well, Baltimore, New York City, Los Angeles, St. Louis, whatever major black area you want to name. So when we talk about these things and I ask you these things and you can't even deal with them, that actually does translate into lives lost, because people like you actually have elected officials and then in positions of authority, and they don't want to deal with the shit either. But you want me to talk about this white boy though?
No, I mean, on my channel, I talk about all of it. I don't know who you talk to. And I don't know if you know who I am, but I talk about what are you talking about? Those are massive problems in the inner city. Are you serious? But I'm just not having that conversation. I'm having a different conversation. We have serious problems with black crime. We have serious problems in. Matter of fact, BMT, man, you just talked about this about 4 hours ago, and what we should do with some of those people in those places. Didn't we just have that conversation? BMT, you still on the line?
Yeah, Sid.
I could have sworn we just had that conversation, right?
But Sid, you need to understand. And when I said there are conservative that will jump over. Did I not say this earlier? They will jump over this. They are programmed. They will jump over this. It's not their design to talk about this. It's not. And you got to understand that. You got to understand that. It's not. It's not.
Well, what's to be said? What's to be done now? Like say what you want, but what's to be done? What do you want done? What would you like to see done so that this will never happen again?
David, you're doing what you're supposed to do. And
I am.
I know. See, she said he's doing what he's supposed to. He admits to that, and I understand that. That's
I am one with the force right now, BMT.
I need you, Sid, to see this. You have to see what goes on in the empire. You saw from the Shell side. Now you get to see from David's side. That's how you deal with. You remember the exorcism where when the preacher went up there to go see the girl, and he needed to see the demon. The demon was like, "What do you want? What do you want in here? What do you want?" He's like, "Nah, there's nothing wrong with him." He said, "No, you need to see this shit. I need you, Father. I need you to come down here and see this house." That's why I said I don't get mad at David. David is David. When David's demonic force is needed, that's when I set him loose. That's why I just set him loose. But then I understand this kind of conversation. This is not David's repertoire. You told us at David's feet. What about Chicago? I respect that. Thank you, David.
Well, we're not even on Chicago. I asked you again, what would you like to see done so that this sort of thing never happens?
Now, I got a question. Would it be wrong to ask the federal government for a protection policy for blacks?
Okay, like what? You want federal government to do what specifically? Like what? Our protection policy sounds good, but those are words. What do the words mean?
Okay. You got to write a whole policy, huh, BMT?
Well, I mean, because no. Man. To say protection policy sounds good.
Let me go call my lawyers. I'll get it to you next week.
I mean, are you saying there are not enough police around black people? I mean, like, give me what does that mean? Because I don't want a slogan. I want to get to something I can actually like argue and
sink your teeth in. Yeah.
Right. Like if it's real, I can touch it and give it shape and dimension.
I'm a gas for words.
Don't worry, I'm gonna bring them over to your channel. I'm gonna bring them over to your channel.
Nope. No,
well, I question this whole thing because again, when I said this earlier, I fear that black people have been walked off a long cliff, right? So we've gotten all these amendments and civil rights law and all that stuff.
But what they recognize?
You can vote, can't you? You can work, can't you? You own property. You can run a business.
I can't. Yeah, I'm not denying that, bro.
Yeah, we had that before that, though.
And that was kind of the things that we were fighting for, to be given full rights. And so the majority of black people at any given moment in America can exercise their rights to great potential, to almost unlimited capacity. You are limited literally by the Constitution and whatever asshole that works for the government you got to deal with. So I'm curious, what more can we really ask for? And
do you think they want to take those laws away?
No.
With a 6-3
no.
Supreme Court?
No.
Do you think anybody's
affirmative action? I think we're good.
Do you think anybody's already introduced it in some of the lower courts to start looking at it?
Well, you don't introduce law to court, but I'm curious, what is it that you're getting at?
Oh no, I was just asking a question. I don't know. I've heard some things have been discussed in some spaces about taking a look at some of the civil rights stuff outside of affirmative action. So
I know, I get it, and I mean,
there how constitutional some of that stuff is. So
there will always be wars and rumors of wars. So I'm with you on that. But do I honestly believe that there's an effort to remove like black people's rights? Absolutely not. Now here's the kicker. Here's the kicker, though, and this is the thing I don't think black people really get. If you think that the government is somehow in the mind of removing your rights to some capacity, why do you expect the government to be the ones to protect you in any capacity? It's a weird conundrum. Again, being marched off a long cliff.
You can ask that in different ways, but
I mean, I don't want to dominate the floor here, but you
do what you
free to
do.
pose questions, brother. Like, ask me whatever. I'll answer you directly. But I'm putting these questions out here, and I know that people who are
I'm sorry, go ahead. I didn't mean to cut you off. My bad.
No, I was saying that people who are in the habit of sort of like speaking for, what's good for black people and all that are kind of in a similar tradition for the last couple of generations now. And I think it's fair to question it at this point. Have we gotten all we can get?
What's good? What's good? You said what's people are saying what's good for black people? What do you mean?
Well,
as a casual statement that's out there.
I mean that loosely speaking. I'm talking about pro-blacks, broadly speaking. I'm just trying not to be pejorative about it. I want to talk about the thing without speaking negatively about the thing.
But do you think that just Americans in general is to push the government, to bend the government, to use the government, because it is us, we the people. It is us that's running these institutions. That if we have a grievance or if it's something that we need, the job is to hold. You know what's so funny? You said that. You just made me think about Obama for a second, right?
Okay.
Do you remember? You remember when he got elected, and then after he got elected, after he got out of office, you started to hear those conversations about, well, why didn't you hold his foot to the fire? Why didn't you demand things from him? Why didn't you complain more to him? Why didn't you put more organized and put more pressure on him? And it's interesting that when black people said, "Oh, thank you, we appreciate you," that you still got punished for it. Like what you were saying, right? Like, some people tend to say, what do we, whatever we need, we should do this. We need to be doing this. We're complaining about all those things. And it's interesting that when Obama was in office, the advice was after the fact, we should have complained. Have you heard that before?
Well, I know what you're talking about, but I take a slightly different criticism of that whole thing. Because, yeah. Once Obama got in office, why didn't you press him to do the black thing? Because isn't that what we've been told? This is what I meant about, generations of people who say they're speaking on behalf of blacks or whatever. You guys were all culminating to this moment of
Don't
Obama.
say you. I'm not on the left. You're not talking about me.
I'm not saying you directly. I'm talking about pro-blacks. But all right. Well taken. Point sustained. Objection sustained. Now the thing is,
I got all kind of issues with Obama.
The pro-black movement has culminated to Obama. And one of the things is we wanted black people in positions of power because we felt like that would help black people, broadly speaking. And I get the symmetry in that argument. I'm not saying that's a wrong argument, but Obama gets in power and to the pinnacle of power, and black people, one, don't push him, and Obama isn't all that receptive to it. And the thing is, it kind of lays the question out bare for everybody now. What was the point in just voting black? And I think
pro-black soured on him very early, by the way, if not beforehand.
Well, yes and no. You're not totally wrong, but I think Obama is a part of the machine, and pro-blacks are definitely a part of the Democrat machine. And so being a member of the machine, they couldn't just break away from the machine totally.
I'm glad you put that on record. Pro-blacks are a part of the leftist machine.
Leftist, Democrat, yes. Either or, yes. And so being a part of the machine, they can't just totally break away from Obama. Obama's still like the most loved black political figure ever. And so I think you have to really seriously ask the question, now that we've gotten Obama and that was a dud, what's the point in just voting black for the sake of black? I mean, even if I were to buy all the argument up till now, maybe this car has finally run out of gas.
You mean the race car, or what are you talking about when you say car?
Well, frame it just like that, the race car.
Do you think that that white society wants to get rid of race? Like, could you ask a white person to stop being white?
Honestly,
And what does that look like?
honestly, I think black people's clinging to the race card and what
Not black. That's a forced classification. Tell me about white people who run the system, bro.
First
You
of all,
you keep saying black like we could have some control over our race. We don't. We was identified as that. That's a fact. So talk about the people who actually created race, the people who organized race, and the people who tell them to give up their race. That's what
again,
you have
I
to
asked
focus
you a
on.
question about black people, and you immediately reverted to white people. That is your thing. That's your tick. It's not mine.
It's not my thing. Do white people exist in America?
That's not the point.
I'm asking you a question. Do white people exist in America?
It don't
And
matter who exists beside me. I must be me.
Do white people dominate industry in America? Do
It
they
don't
dominate the
matter
military
who
in America?
dominate
Do
what.
they
I
dominate
must
all of
be
the governorships
me.
in America? Do they dominate
Again,
all of the
but
state
none of
houses in
that
America?
matters. You see,
Do they
you know what?
do
This
they
is.
put white on their driver's license? Do they put white
Let's
on the
say they
Census
do.
Bureau?
Let's say they do.
No. You're trying to tell me that the 220 million people who live in this country who identify themselves as white is trying to give that up? Because I haven't heard an argument yet
Yes,
to
they
remove it from
are.
the census.
Yes, they are actually. And you know how
Yeah,
you know how they are?
Send me that information.
Because they're letting
Please send
all
me
the
that.
non-whites flood in every day.
You know why that is. You want to have that conversation? You know why that is, right?
I'm curious as to what you think. I have all kind of non-YouTube approved ideas about why that is.
I would
But
love to hear that.
no.
Well,
I don't really know anything, but I don't like immigrants. That's all I'm saying. Is I don't like immigrants, and I don't like I don't like illegal immigrants. Let me reframe that. I don't like illegal immigrants.
I would say this, and I let you have this. Without immigration, this country doesn't exist.
Oh, go the fuck to hell! You know what's so funny, bro?
I'm gonna add some more to that. I'm gonna add some more to that. Right now, we are probably short about 600,000 or 700,000 immigrants a year that we need in our country for it to exist, for it to survive, for it to exist, and for it to be.
No, what we're
dominant.
short of is bitches that make babies. That's what we're short of. Let me not even leave it at babies. Let me not even leave it at babies.
Right?
We're short of women that can run families. That's what we're short on. Women that can actually be a part of functional families. That's what we're short on. That's how we wind up in this baby bottomless pit.
I don't.
If we had more wives at home doing mommy stuff, you wouldn't be worried about immigrants filling these jobs because there'd be a bunch of teenage little snot-nosed motherfuckers to do these jobs.
But can we do this though? Can we level set a little bit on that? We are where we are.
Okay, then this is where we are. I was out taking my son to get pizza yesterday. And let me tell you a story. This is a funny story. And this is where, and I bring this up because this is, I think, black people don't understand the self-protection element in this. I was out with my son getting pizza yesterday, and we're by our favorite pizza spot. It's one of the best pizza spots. It's actually on the pizza tour in Brooklyn. I know the good spots. And as we're walking down the block, I noticed something. There's like this institute across the street from the pizza shop. It's like some kind of, I don't know, Talmudic institute or whatever. So, some scholarship going on up in there, right? So normally you normally see like Hasidics coming out of there. But yesterday we're walking down the street and we see a bunch of like African weird looking guys getting handed, like, I'm like, oh, they must be giving away food or something, because I see people eating and stuff over there. So I can kind of, after that, as I'm walking down and getting closer and closer, me and my son are both looking, and it's like some kind of like food drive helping out the migrants or whatever. And so my son, he asked me, he's like, oh, are those migrants? And I was like, no, those aren't migrants. They're fucking illegal immigrants, and they need to go the fuck home. And mind you, they were all black. Fuck them.
Well, you know who's coming in here now, so you do know who's coming in here at the border. So yeah, it ain't really Mexicans like people think it is.
But the point I've made to my son is that the way this country works, and the way that the things that you could expect from this country, the things I saw and the things I could expect from this country as I grew up, by the time you're grown up, a lot of these things will essentially be destroyed. And it's not all because of them, but they are a big part of it. They're like the in-your-face representation of that shit. So the whole immigration thing, you can miss me on that. Don't act like all these other black people are black people that share our values and belong right next to us. Like, niggas, the motherfuckers wasn't whipped next to me on a plantation. I want to hear that slave shit because these Africans get over here now.
You from up north, right?
I'm from America.
I'm just saying I'm just making a separate point, more personal point. You are from up north, right?
No, I'm from Brooklyn.
That's what I'm saying. Up north. I'm not up. I'm south of you. So.
Got you. But
I just laugh because people
who are not black people's friend.
No. What I'm saying is that I always find it interesting when I talk to people, and I deal with people from up there all the time. I was just up there in New York over the weekend, and it's funny because when I talk to black people, it's just their take on immigrants is so interesting to me, and a lot of people I think in our country don't really know. I wish people from New York and northern New Jersey would talk more about the segregation. How the different how things are kind of structured up there, because it's been really eye opening over the last, say, 20 years or so. I'm like, wow, I didn't really realize some of the separations, like in just different areas, Passaic County and Jersey and other places, just how you guys have to deal directly with brand new immigrants on a scale outside, I guess, maybe California or Florida or Texas has to deal with. So it's just interesting, the mindset.
Well, again, that was a Democrat scheme so that the border states can be flooded with immigrants and not have to really get their issues met. And now that the immigrants are being dropped off, all right, perfect example. You see what happened. Now we got immigrants in Chicago and Los Angeles. Well, they've been in Los Angeles, but New York City now and Baltimore, all these places, right?
They ship more there directly on buses to California, actually.
Because Texas was like, you know what? Since you're sanctuary cities, since you're going to openly break federal law to house these illegals, take
Great
care of
political
them.
Strategy. Great political
Serves
strategy.
you right. Yeah, yes and no. Now we're in the suicide death spiral. Which is, I guess that's how we were going anyway. Let's all die together. But
I wouldn't say it's strategy. No, I wouldn't say death spiral. I wouldn't go that kind of hyperbolic with it.
You know why it's a death spiral? Because they're never leaving. No matter where they go, you're never leaving. And now you just put it even deeper in the country.
I don't think we want them to leave. And I think that
if you look at a fucked up way to put it.
If you look at the bigger picture, I can send you some. You should come on the channel. I can send you some documents on. I'm sure you already know, though, just about demographics globally and how demographics is operating and the things that you're going to need over the next, say, 100 years or 200 years, and why you're going to need certain things based off of your particular country. On a more geopolitical level, outside of our, obviously local politics or our personal politics, just why that have already taken place in this country, and why it's important that you actually probably need to increase it a little bit, actually a lot more, actually, just to deal with some things that we have within our own country, and some other countries as well have to deal with it too. Now the issue is just like in this.
I'm sorry. You drunk the Kool-Aid, my friend. That's all I think.
I haven't drunk any Kool-Aid. I'm just looking at data. I'm not drinking no Kool-Aid. This ain't about political spin. If it was about politics, I would close all the borders. But that's just me. I have a whole different.
Right. It's not even about politics. It's actually not even about politics. Politics is war by other means, and then I don't think people understand the threat of all these things happening. So, for example, let me ask you a question, and I pose this question to everybody.
I'm talking about people who are really apolitical.
Let me ask you a simple question. You live in your house, and you invite your neighbors. They're having, they had a fire or something like that, and now your neighbors live in your house with you because you're kind-hearted. You do what the good book says and all that. You're good white folk or whatever, and your neighbors, they have another relative who also had a house fire. Turns out he's a crackhead and he burned his own house down, but whatever. He had a house fire. And now that neighbor needs a place to stay. And you invite your neighbor's relative into your house. And so now you're all, it's crowded, but you're making it work. You got a system. Things are working. Everybody's running smooth. And then you meet a girl. And you move your girl in the house. Now there's more people living here. You got some kids and all that stuff.
Getting crowded.
And your girl, she has sick relatives, and they're down on their luck, and they have kids, and so now the sick relatives and their kids and everybody and the neighbor and their crackhead and cousin, everybody's living in your house. Is it still your house?
The fuck they are.
Is it still your house?
Never your house if you was dumbass enough to let them people in your house like that.
Do you look at
yes, but I need a definitive answer to a yes or no, affirmative or not. Yes or no.
Can I answer? Will you allow me to answer it this way?
I would prefer you to be honest and direct, my friend. I would prefer you to not be sophistry.
I want you to get
speak plain country words.
I'm gonna get you there. Do you think when you're balancing your checkbook, obviously we don't do checkbooks anymore, but if you're balancing your checkbook, do you equate that to the American monetary system?
Not at all.
And how we should pay our bills, or is it more sophisticated than that?
No, it's not sophisticated. I equate it to my budget. It's about as sophisticated
so
as addition.
Our monetary policies, the way they're structured is the same as you're managing your checkbook. What you're saying?
I don't understand why we're having a conversation about monetary policy.
I was just trying to get more of an understanding of where you're coming from with that particular question.
I'm not coming from anywhere but your house.
You definitely are.
Now I live in your house. All right, now I'm in there too. I'm in your house.
I'm putting you
taking up time in your bathroom, eating up your Fruit Loops, bullying your kids, smacking your bitch on the ass.
Is
it still your house, nigga? Is it still your house? I'm asking you a question.
If you're gonna give me a good deal on my roof and fix it for me, if you're gonna fix all my plumbing,
I ain't fixing shit.
If you're gonna paint my house, if you're gonna cut my grass,
that wasn't the deal.
If you're gonna go get a job,
I'm not fixing shit. You giving me money. I'm sleeping on your couch. I'm eating your. Listen, that's not the deal, bro.
If you're gonna build my personal, don't add to it now. You just gave me your information. Now don't add to it to counter what I'm saying. Because as they come in my house, then maybe I'm going to build a bigger house. Maybe we're going to add wings to my house now because I'm going to have more income coming in. I'm going to have a veracity of energy just flowing
Why not
through
just have
because
slaves
all
in your house?
Excitement are coming.
Why not just have slaves in your house? Since that's how you want to go. I mean, aren't we importing the new slave class? Isn't that what's happening? All the jobs that you don't want to pay Americans to do, all the jobs that you too good to do. Well, you know, ain't nothing as great as a bunch of nameless, faceless brown people, right?
Are you pro-business?
No, I'm pro-America.
Okay.
Business is great and all, but business can destroy America just like war.
Do you appreciate the Industrial Revolution and the middle class?
Sure, why not?
Or would you have preferred things maybe not to move at that rate of speed and bring in about 20 million European peasants to work here?
Those European peasants actually had to go through a very strict system. They had sponsors and shit. People had to meet them at the boat off Ellis Island and shit. Fuck you. Stop lying to me. Stop lying to me, bro.
So my point is that we had a demand in this country. We had to continue to grow our country, and we had to bring in European immigrants to push that.
So you're telling me what's happening now is akin to the immigrants that can be traced by document, because every boat could only hold a certain amount of people, and each person had to have a ticket by name. And so you're telling me that those people who are coming in a control system can be compared to what's happening in your border right now in Mexico and in Texas and Los Angeles. I mean, California. They're very much the same thing. Is that what you want me to believe, sir?
Okay, I got you. I touche.
Thank you. And I don't mean to curse at you. Forgive me for that, but don't lie to me like that. I'm not stupid, and you're not either.
Well, let me ask you this: do you think Republicans and Democrats allow people to come across the border over the last 30 years?
Republicans and Democrats are both crooked on this particular issue. Absolutely.
Okay. So I just want to kind of level set and see. We're close. We're close. It's just that when I start looking at some of the data from really apolitical people who sort of look at geopolitics, there is a very strong absolute argument that you're going to need immigration, and you're going to need a lot of it.
No.
Now, how you get here and how you want to process people is one thing. And generally speaking, even when the Europeans came here in the late 1900s, you still obviously had an issue of clashing up with the current citizens and with the new immigration. So generally speaking, on a personal level, people tend to feel crowded. People tend to feel like they're losing something, and that's just a part of the process.
Well, yes,
Until they assimilate.
Yes, you are losing something, and one, they don't assimilate when you just flood them in here. Assimilation
Fair
is
enough.
great
Fair enough.
when it's a
No, fair
steady
enough.
drip.
Fair
And
enough.
then two, again, when those are immigrants, and I tried to say this earlier and we got diverted to something else, but now you have the immigrants being moved into like black neighborhoods specifically in black schools. Like they're literally putting them in the schools that they got your kids illiterate in. Your kids go to these schools and get illiterate, and now they're going to house the immigrants in there. Do you think your kids are going to learn to read now?
Are you saying literate or illiterate?
No, the schools got your kids illiterate. They go in there, they were born, they go
right?
in there illiterate,
Okay.
and they come out illiterate.
Okay.
They go in illiterate and they come out illiterate.
Well, I should have had you on the call that I had a couple of days ago on another call.
Maybe
I was told, a separate conversation by the way, but I was told, I'm gonna do a whole program on it actually. I was told, because I was taking a privatization position on school systems, that the school systems are fine, they just need some more money. All the schools are okay, and private schools are just as bad as public schools, and America's fine with that. That's what I was told over and over
schools
again.
Probably have an issue too, but nothing like public.
Everything is going to have an issue. Nothing's perfect. Obviously, you can play a political game with that conversation, but in reality, we know. I have so much data on literature. And I said, I was going to do a lot of different subjects. I said, I'm just going to focus on reading. And when I went to Houston, LA, Chicago, St. Louis, Memphis, DC, Baltimore, Philadelphia, and a whole host of other cities, I was just going through some of the data. It's disturbing. And I'm
Listen, how are we going to win the race war with an illiterate army? Don't get me started on that, bro.
You having well, I don't believe in no armies. I don't believe in any of those. All that stuff. I don't believe in any of that stuff. You have to work the system based off where it at. Yeah, you have to work the system, work on that. But if it was up to me, I would privatize most of the schools and maybe have a little bit of a public partnership with that and figure some things out with regulations. I would slash the military budget. I would slash most of the federal government anyway. So I have a whole concept that we're not really having that kind of conversation, but.
You and I agree on that kind of thing. I'm with slashing a lot of the federal budget, but the point I want to bring up,
efficient and just
the point I want to bring up is that the schools where they're housing these migrants, when those migrants landed in Martha's Vineyard, they didn't say let those guys stay in our kids' school. They didn't say we have all this space. You understand how big the gymnasiums have to be in Martha Vineyard high schools? Do you understand how big the fucking the swimming pool? You know how many fucking Mexicans you can put in one of them swimming pools? Nah, bro. Nah, and they didn't do any of that.
It was a master stroke. It was a master stroke, by the way. By what was the governor's in Texas name? It was a master stroke.
Greg Abbott, yeah.
Yeah, Abbott,
and then, master stroke. Like I said, now we're in a death spiral. So it's good, but it's not good. The thing about it is black folk act as if, and we have been sold this particular ticket as if it was our path to freedom. Like, yes, you bring in all these other people and they will somehow stand side by side, lock arms, shoulder to shoulder in your struggle against the white man. And as it turns out, most of these non-blacks, they don't like you. They look at you worse than the white man. That's the kicker. That is the irony of it. We are about to get flooded by non-black, non-white people who think less of you than the white man that you've been living next to all this time.
But remember, black people, though, who are Democrats, who are liberals, they did get activated, though. Because all of a sudden, you sound like a white person now. You don't want them in your neighborhood either in Chicago. I found that even interesting in itself, by the way.
They got mad, but they have no idea how far they need to go. This is why I'm on some like, you know what? I'm okay with the racist white man to a degree. Like, you shoot at me, I shoot at you, but we can talk politics.
We've been dealing with it for hundreds of years.
Right. So better the enemy you know. Now we got all these new strange people. Fuck them.
Yeah. And it makes it more confusing. That's why when you deal with a lot of black immigrants who get talking points and who get put on platforms, and you get what you get from them. It's the reason why.
I mean, I'm not even gonna go down the whole FBA ADOS thing.
We don't have to go down. I'm just making a point that when you bring in new people, regardless of their race, I was just using it as an example, but regardless of their race, they're not carrying American baggage. They left their countries where they had their own baggage and dumped it at the border and came to our countries. Two different types of people until you get in here about 3 or 4 generations.
It is ironic though when you actually bring that up, because I covered this on my channel once, and then I was on Bernard Raleigh's. I think I brought this up as a subject one time too. But
Bernard is rough, bro. He rough. Oh, he rough.
Yeah, that's my nigga. Listen, I'm trying to drag Bernard slowly, and we're gonna be black Nazis by the end of this fucking process. All right, I'm trying to drag Bernard all the way to the right. But
y'all too rough for me, man.
Nah. But like, we were talking about that whole FBA thing, and I was saying how it's weird how when it comes to black immigrants, so all of a sudden black folk are becoming like almost patriotic pro-America. It's weird how you discovered that shit now. It's like all roads lead you right back to the white man. It's so fucking funny. I can't get over this shit. It's hilarious. Because like now, when all these immigrants are flooding your neighborhoods, and I on one of my streams, I was playing clips of these old quote unquote racist white women on their lawn complaining about black people moving into their neighborhoods. And I was just looking at
that video. I've seen that one, the one I think you're talking about.
The irony, it was Levittown. And I'm like, the irony of it. This is fucking ironic.
We're nativists. We're nativists. We're pro-American. We just don't know how to. What I'm saying is this: we have a hard time, I think, interpreting it and accepting it because of the politics, though. The politics are running circles around us, and it causes so much confusion. One thing about our channel is that our goal has been, we're not saying we're accomplishing any of it, is to try to reduce that confusion. Because if you understand what this is, I believe that you can operate better in it. Because it's not going nowhere. There's not going to be no black empire. There's not going to be no black, in my opinion. I don't see any of those things happening at this point. Right? Africa's not going to rise up anytime soon. All those fantasies about all this stuff, all the blacks in the diaspora in South America and Brazil and stuff, it's not going to be any kind of thing. It's all fantasy talk. That's on the far pro-black side, but within the politics of it, the left does they do a very good job at deception, and they can play on our emotions very, very easily. And it's okay if we understand how to interpret it, though, and that's where I think we get lost at.
Yeah, I think that's kind of my main gripe with like black politics is pretty much that we're kind of stuck in this mental box of like 1950s and 60s era civil rights struggle. And those are not my problems. Listen, ain't no white person stood in the way of my dreams. Not one white person has ever stood in the way of my dreams in my entire life. Are you able
to say that? And I know you may not care, but I'm asking you anyway. Do you understand if you say it that way directly to maybe say half the black population, they can't understand what you just said and feel comfortable with that statement?
I think there's
even if you don't care, you may not care, of course, but I'm just saying.
No, it's not an issue with me caring, because I see that exact problem. And to be frank, I think there's an element, because all right, we're going to talk about when I said black folk are kind of stuck in this mental framework.
Yes.
If we can both acknowledge being stuck, then what I also say, to answer your question directly now, I don't think it's an issue of they genuinely believe that. I think black folk are kind of just, they're saying it because it's custom. It's almost like Pavlovian now.
Mm-hmm.
It's not an accurate, honest description of your actual life experience.
You're being manipulated. You're being manipulated.
A little bit, yeah.
I'm gonna give you a perfect example of what I mean. Great-grandfather sharecropper, his father slave, grandfather sharecropper, then become landowner, worked his farm, worked on a farm, worked in the factories and the sawmills in the South, went to the North, worked for some car companies in the factories, right? all his children, mostly went to college, most have master's, PhDs, or college degrees, or the other ones decided to go work in the factories or to continue farming, right? No jail time, no prison time, never, really didn't get in trouble. Very Christian, very conservative. And then if I just looked at that on his face and I tell a black person that, they're going to say, privileged, I don't relate to you. What are you talking about? Must be nice for you.
Now you know what?
These
Listen,
people,
I'm gonna
these
tell you
people lived
something.
in a segregated town across the tracks. The whole works, right? The Klan started in this area. I mean, you know what I'm saying? Like the whole works, and they still got land, owned vehicles, lived a life, built houses from the ground up, etc. Right? Kids went to school. You know what I'm saying, right? Just the process, right?
Right.
Right. And then was
So
told, hey, if somebody around you is doing drugs, stay away from them. If someone is committing crime, stay away from them. Don't be evil to people. Don't be mean to people. Obviously, don't judge. Just the whole thing, right? The whole morality thing, how to behave, et cetera, et cetera. And generally speaking, what my grandfather would always say is that if you do these things, you'll be fine. He didn't introduce race, even though he's very aware of it, very, very aware of it. But he just said, keep your head down and focus. Get the things done, and you'll be able to get access to this system.
you know what I think is missing from that generation, well, from this generation rather, compared to that generation. And I know, just to give it a sort of one-to-one direct comparison, like my family doesn't have that strong patriarchal figure. Like,
Hmm.
so you're talking about like your great grandfather and then his
Hmm.
father. Like, my family in particular doesn't really have that type of chain where it was like strong black man with values, and he passed that system down. It's not quite like that. And so I know my family is honestly a little bit more matriarchal. Like, I know of my grandfather, and he was a sharecropper and all that at one point, but it's a whole different thing going on. Like, his wife died and things got crazy. Like, a lot of different
Yeah.
stuff happened, right? And so
Yeah.
what I'm
Real
talking
life.
about. Right, right. So what I'm talking about is like the shape of black life used to be more like what you just described, and
That's
that
all. That's
became
all I know, by the way. And I know the street life too. And I know it's. That's
no,
what
no.
I
What
know. At the end of the
what
day.
I'm saying is though that the shape of black life was a little bit more like what you described, with that kind of
Yeah. Yeah.
moral correctness and that strong male figure, and over time that's just been sort of erased, and so we're now at a point where we're almost nothing like them.
And let me add one more caveat, right? With everything I just said, right? And many of my neighbors experience things that are pretty similar. You have issues though. People pass away or leave, divorce, whatever, right? But ultimately, all working class for the most part. But we had a small piece, about 5 to 10% of people, right, who fell into drugs, who wanted to just be wild and crazy, dropped out of school, didn't care, angry at the world for whatever reason. Maybe it's abuse in the family. Maybe they just didn't care. Maybe because America has always had a street life. Street life can be what do you call it, alluring to you, right? Very shiny because it's fun, there's no rules and stuff. America has always had, obviously, black marketplace, and always had sort of that's kind of undergirded our country for a long time, obviously, with mobsters and all type of things, right? But you were taught that those people, not from a race perspective, you were just taught that, you know those people over there, they didn't they don't know what to do. They've decided to, break the laws, not follow the rules, and you sort of just kept them basically away from you and your family, and you let them know that, and they understood that, and they did what they did. But it was really never a race thing. It was really, we make mistakes, and we're on drugs, or we're selling drugs, or whatever we're doing. And even if you're in those worlds, they understand what they're doing is wrong. They understand that they shouldn't be doing it. And they may feel like they don't have any other options because they made mistakes when they were younger, and they have to deal with those consequences. A lot of times on the left, there's a big space to make excuses for them. And that has now been around forever now. So it gets very tricky once you start to open up that door and start allowing people to have excuses.
Yeah, race is the ultimate excuse, and then that back to like our original conversation point, like that's kind of why I always look at these things suspect now, because yeah, there are racist people in this world, and you know what? Even in this incident with that white boy who shot those people up, there was a clip I was watching earlier with the like, I guess the sheriff of that town or whatever. Somebody had asked him about this whole thing and the race element of it, and he was just like, listen, some people are just bad people. There are evil people in this world. And I think that is a way more truthful and useful line of thinking than just going looking for, the racist boogeyman under every rock.
I think the race comes into play when someone tells you, if you get on drugs, I'm going to lock you up and give you life sentences, right? the race comes an issue that if I get on drugs, or if I dropped out of high school, or for whatever reason, I couldn't make it work, and you could not convince me of anything else, I can have an excuse for what I'm doing is wrong, and I can apply race to it, because somebody's going to come to you and say, "Hey, guess what? Well, white people don't do as much time as you, or white people don't get stopped and frisked like you." All of those pathologies start to come into play, though. That's where it becomes tricky when it comes to race. Because people may feel like, well, you're not being treated fairly. Yeah, I know I'm a criminal, right? I know I do wrong, but if a white man gets this much time, I should get the same amount of time. The justice system should still be fair to me, even though I'm a criminal. People who are very hard Christian people, they don't even want to hear that, by the way. But you do have to deal with mental illness, people who get on drugs, people who get depressed, people who lose everything because they made a bad bet in the stock market. Or, you know what I'm saying? Whatever happens, you're going to always have a class of people that you do have to deal with. And necessarily locking them up and throwing away the key may not be the answer. And the politics, they just exploit all of those weak. They exploit those people because they are weak and can be exploited.
Well, I mean, and there you go. That's why so many black people vote Democrat so overwhelmingly, because the Democrats have figured out that if you can keep the black community in a state of somewhat perpetual weakness,
absolutely,
they will always be useful for exploitation. And that's what I sincerely believe about politics, and black politics even. Like, it's not designed to propel your group to actual economic and family success. Because frankly, that's not a part of the Democrat ethos. They're at war with success. They want to eat the wealthy.
That makes no Paradox. Don't let this man radicalize you.
Oh, me?
Yeah.
Oh no,
he was a Sith Lord when I got here. You shut up, Renaissance man.
No,
I'm good.
I'm hearing, well, I'd much rather deal with the white racists, or
I didn't say that.
Or I want to deal with the ones who are out front. I'm like opening their racism, and race isn't really an issue, and I'm like,
didn't say that either.
No, David is saying that, and I hear you sound like you agree with him a little bit.
And now here
I
comes
mean,
look how the empire works. Look at how the empire works. Somebody comes out of the shadows. Motherfucker just formed out of the mist.
No,
to come and drag you back into the fucking plantation.
Nah.
I mean, I have to live in reality at the end of the day, so I can have different conversations.
But I mean,
but in the reality that we live in, we do have to work with a lot of different types of people in this country. I mean, that's just a fact. I mean, we're all doing it already. I mean, where your money at?
Wait, what do you mean?
And where your money at?
What do you mean, like as far as what, like savings, investments?
Yeah, where they at? Where is it?
Stock market. It's in the stock market.
All right. Do you have a bank account, checking account, savings account?
Yeah.
All right. So we have to. My point is, we do have to work with stuff. I can't just pretend that that's not true. I mean, there's white people who are managing my money right now. I can't just make that up. I mean, that's a fact. I can't. I mean,
No, I didn't say like there's nothing wrong with people who are white managing your money. I'm just like, I don't, like you like, for example, your argument about, there are a lot of Christians who don't even want to hear the, well, if I was doing wrong.
Not the hard Christians. I mean, the things that they say, boy, it's crazy.
I know, but my whole thing with that is that's not a Christian issue. That's a constitutional one. Like people who say that they uphold the Constitution is equal protection under the law.
Yes.
Period. That's it.
But that was my whole point, though, is that even though people say those things, and you tend to have people who fall out, the problem when the race comes in is people don't feel like it's fair. If you're doing crimes and somebody else is doing crimes, and if I come to you and show you that, hey, white people do crimes or white people get on drugs and this is how they're treated, now I'm gonna tell you that as being a black person, when you do the same thing, this is how you're being treated. And then I can take advantage of that. That's all I was trying to say.
Right.
That is what they're doing. That's what's happening. That's how you play politics.
It doesn't have to be true. That's the whole point, because it's not about whether it's true or not. They want it. They want something to use to take advantage of you. The truth is irrelevant. So whether or not you're actually being mistreated when it comes, so let's look at the whole issue about sentencing, right? That's an argument that we are all familiar with. Black people just get more time for the same crime, right? But in order for you to tell me that to be true, in order for you to prove to me that to be true, you have to show me cases where everything was the same except for their race.
No, you can look at studies. They've done studies. Like,
fuck your studies, bro. Fuck your affirmative action retards. I need to see numbers and metrics where whether there was a white person and a black person and everything else was the exact same thing. Because outside of that, you're just gonna make me feel some type of way and then lie to me.
No, these are peer-reviewed studies. And
I don't trust you or your peers.
And
I want numbers.
What do you think a study is based on? This is what I'm talking about, Paradox. These are your conservatives here.
How many studies did the cigarette companies do about smoking and tobacco?
I don't know, plenty of them.
All right then. Your fucking studies, my ass.
No, are you talking about the harms of it? Yeah, they knew it was harmful. They didn't lie about that. I thought you were saying
they did lie about it. They had to pay billions of dollars for lying about it.
Yeah, they knew it was wrong. They knew it internally.
But their studies said that they were harmless. Their studies said that smoking is actually healthy for your baby.
Yeah. Industry studies that they produced that were not peer reviewed. That's different. You can't take an industry study and an academic study and say they're the same.
Why do I need studies about something that has hard metrics and I can just run numbers?
That's what a study is doing.
So I want to see numbers. I don't want to study. I want you to present me the cases. Give me a handful of cases. Like because outside of that, then I'm gonna give you wiggle room to start tap dancing and lying. And remember that time where they whipped your uncle? This is just like that.
No, David, you don't read, do you?
I read numbers.
Yeah. And what do you think a study do? What do you think a study is made up of?
I hear you quoting mythical studies, but I'm asking for hard data. So assuming the studies are real and true, I want to know that the data also matches what the studies tell me. Because I don't trust them just because you say study says. That's like cool story, bro.
So now you want people to not only give you the study, you want us to go and give you like the Excel, and you want to go do the regression yourself. Okay.
I'm saying, you know what, and I get your laughter and all, because I'm being a dick about it. Fair enough, but the point I'm trying to really make, all jokes aside, right? Your left wing empire of study. Let me make my point so you can understand my actual argument. Your whole argumentation system has been suspect, because all those people who write those studies, if I ask them what is a woman, they're gonna fart and piss their pants. I don't trust these people no more. Your fucking studies, and shove them up your ass.
You never did trust them, but anyway.
And apparently I had suspicions.
But forget the studies. The prison don't lie. We're in jail. We have the felonies. You can't.
Well, the other thing is too, like,
go visit a prison. It's just right there in your face.
Well, the other thing is too, like, when you allow that to go unchecked too. Here's the other problem, like. Then it's weaponized against you, because then people like Hood Conservative will come up here and say, well, the black community is so bad because look at all the crime rate, this, and that. And it's like, well, yeah, the drug arrest rate is higher in the black community. They only prosecute people in the black community for drugs. Like, so, then that gets weaponized against you. So it's just a cycle.
Even something like that, is it possible that there is an actual practical explanation to that type of thing? Why there are more police presence in like heavily black neighborhoods versus like the suburbs?
I didn't say police presence. I'm talking specifically when you start looking at drugs, like prosecution of drugs. Like, they are not running on college campuses trying to bust people for drugs.
Why would you want the fucking narcotics team to run on a college campus?
That's where all the drug dealing is going on at. That's why. and illegal purchase of alcohol.
Well, no, I would argue that there is some drug dealing. I will argue there is some drug dealing going on.
There's an immense amount of drug dealing. Immense, astronomical, illegal activity on college campus.
Listen. I'm not going to pretend that college is like a church or something like that. Hell, they do drugs at church too. But what I'm saying is that to act as if colleges somehow have like the Carter popped up in the middle of the library, like, bro, stop it. Colleges don't be having like the strip where you just roll up and anybody. Yeah, bro, shit. I've been to a couple of different not just colleges and shit, but just Job Corps sites, all kinds of different places. And I'm telling you, It's not like the streets. These are
Yeah,
sequestered, secluded environments.
white people consume from a race perspective consume way more drugs than we do.
They
So
do, but you
it
know the
should be a
difference.
disproportionate amount of them in jail, really.
You know the difference, because most people who doing serious jail time are not doing serious jail time for simple drug possession. It's either high level drug dealing
Yeah, show me
or
those facts.
something
Show me that
violent.
data. Show me that data.
You can let's pull up the numbers. We
Nope.
can actually go Google
Yeah,
what are most
show me
people
that
in
data.
jail for. What are most people in jail for?
I
Most
don't
people
trust
aren't
Google.
doing. Most people. Oh, well, so where else? So you can go straight to the FBI website. Most people aren't doing more than 5 years for straight drug possession. There's other things involved in that. They was a part of an organization. They was racketeering.
5 years, they shouldn't be going to jail at all. What are you talking about? 5 years.
Well, I mean that's a different argument, but you're making the case
Getting
that
a felony for that?
you're making the case that white folk get prosecuted less for drugs simply because they're white, and I'm like, no. Police are in black neighborhoods because of the violence and the other. Well, mostly the violence, honestly. If it wasn't violent, the police wouldn't be running through your
Probably wouldn't be
neighborhood
there.
like that. Facts. The mob knows
Yeah.
this. Most organized criminals
But
know this.
Are most black neighborhoods violent?
The fuck?
Are
What
most
did you ask me?
are most
most
Most of them, I don't know about most, but a lot. I can't give you a percentage
Can
below
we get
or
some data
above
on
50.
that?
Yeah, I don't know if I can go below or above 50, but I know it's a lot. I would tell you most lower middle class and below black neighborhoods tend to be known for violence.
Do you think
throughout their
white neighborhoods
individual
that commit
cities.
Why do you think? Okay, so where's the notion that black are those predominantly black neighborhoods are known for that? Are they not known for anything else? Exactly.
Again, when you're talking about the lower middle class and below, those are kind of the rougher neighborhoods.
I mean, if based on that, do you know how high like the prison rate would be? Like if all those neighborhoods are just as violent as you're saying they are?
Well, the prison rate, are you saying it's not high? I don't understand what you mean.
Like when people talk about black crime, they want to just make it like everyone in the black community is a criminal. And I'm like, when you really look at the data, it's really a small group of people who are doing this.
No. I don't argue that at all. And I agree it's a small group of people. The fine point I'm trying to make in the middle of that truth that you just laid out is that the majority of black America are essentially being held hostage, not just by criminality directly, but by the criminal element broadly speaking, because crime eventually creates its own culture. And so when you have the culture of people who don't go to work every day, who don't, get married and stay together, who don't see the value in doing things the normal civilized way, when that culture starts to compete, something's got to give. And this is what we were talking about earlier, like what your grandfather said, that culture was once dominant and it's no longer dominant. Like the culture of hard work and honesty, it's no longer the dominant culture. Even though there are a bunch of hardworking, honest black people.
Based on what?
Yeah, because I'm trying to figure that out, because a lot of people that are in middle class America work. Like majority of them work. Like, and like, I mean, when they had
plenty of people in the hood work.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like you do like a good portion of like when they were the essential workers, that was predominantly a lot of black America going to work.
Well, in black cities, yeah. In black cities, those are black folks. So it's not like we disappeared. But what I'm talking about is the actual social order has radically altered. So, for example, most of those people going to work, they didn't have families at home the way it would have been 50 years ago. Because 50, 60 years ago, it would have been men going to work and women at home raising the kids. Now it's a bunch of women going to work and some dudes too.
Black women were always working, just like they were always working. Yeah. I'm saying, but
I was gonna let them have that one.
I'm about to say,
yeah. I mean, I'm not gonna run off that.
Use that now. You do know our ethnicity of people were always working.
Right. But those same women would have also had husbands.
Okay,
And
so
so when I'm arguing the change in the culture, yeah, I'll grant you that those women had jobs and shit, but they had husbands.
okay, so was their husband either through Jim Crow being shot, being picked up by the paddy wagon, being put on BS stops, or
Not the majority of them, no.
majority
vagrancy laws.
being sent to Vietnam?
Not
They had
obviously not the majority.
no.
You know why? You know why it couldn't be the majority? Because you couldn't have the type of folk that made the civil rights a revolution if they were just a generation of downtrodden, beat up motherfuckers. Nope, that was money and organization from the educated group of people.
Whoa, I disagree with that, and here's why.
Yeah,
this whole idea that everybody just participated in civil rights like that, like
that didn't happen.
Who said everybody? But you're telling me everybody got their ass whipped, but in Jim Crow.
No.
Right. So I can't say everybody was in civil rights, which I'm not saying, but you can say everybody was just getting beat up and had a rough time in Jim Crow.
When you brought up about the marriage piece, right? You brought up about the marriage piece. That part right there. Like when we're looking at what was happening to men and women, especially in that of Black America, either with the sharecropping. If you couldn't get a job in this area, you had to go travel abroad. Sometimes you weren't able to come back. They weren't going to take you back home, or X, Y, and Z. You didn't have an education, so there was a lot of algorithms going on. Like there was a lot of things going on. It wasn't they just weren't getting married. I mean, what courthouse was recognizing Black marriages? Well, I need to know what was that courthouse that was going around. Oh yeah, y'all got married. Come on, bring your papers on down here. Like. What was the courthouse that was doing that? You barely could get recognized as a citizen at some parts. Like
in some parts, but in a lot of other parts, Black folk were doing things.
What are there a lot of parts?
The rest of the country. So are you telling me that Black folk were not making any money and nobody was getting educated and moving up the ladder during those same years? Hold on, because no. We got somebody on the panel who just told us about his group. Was it your grandfather who started out as a sharecropper and then went on to own their place, and then their kids went on to do even bigger? Like you just told me a story of progression that spanned like 4 generations.
David, you really like downplaying Jim Crow. Like you were like,
I'm not, but you're sucking, bro. You're making Jim a big nigga. Stop making Jim a big nigga. He ain't that big no more.
No, you were sitting here saying not all Black people are getting beat up. Yeah, maybe not all, but guess what? You could for no reason whatsoever. Like BMT walked down the sidewalk and doesn't get off the sidewalk for this white person. Yeah, he could get killed. He may have not gotten killed, but the real threat was there.
It took a lot of terrorism to get us in check. A lot of terrorism.
I mean, listen, that just says something about Black folk, but that's a whole nother argument.
Wait, hold on. So
I know where you're going with that.
I'm just saying, like, why were we thriving under the most brutal oppression? Are you going to tell me it's more oppression now than it was back then?
David, what do you call thriving?
Black America was damn near thriving economically and socially under that time period.
Right, but don't leave out the important parts of the economic stuff, because the effect is happening to.
Wait, did you think Black America was thriving during Jim Crow?
Well, put it this way. There was no Black Wall Streets ever after the welfare state happened.
You know what I'm talking? We've been reset it.
Oh my God.
I'm just saying, look, what if this whole thing has been a long march off a cliff? That's all I've been saying.
Do you know what, dude? Do you know what Martha's Vineyard
Black colleges and shit?
Do you know what Oaks Bluff is? Like,
tell me why I need to know these places. Tell me the story of these places.
Do you know what Sag Harbor is? Like,
come on, let's all have a cry together. Tell me the story of these places.
David already told you he does not care. Like he already told you.
Oh, I know. He doesn't care that the poverty rate.
No, that's what I said. It's like that's what I said. Like, you saying tell you why.
The Black poverty rate was 40%, but everybody was doing well. Okay.
Okay. So okay, great. That part was true at that point in time for those people. Are you going to tell me that if I would have taken that same period of time and spanned the entirety of America, all Black people were having that same situation?
So hang on, let's put this. Let's just grab something, which we were thriving I'm going what you're saying, David. I'm just looking at what you just said. So I'm gonna just put in Red Summer. I'm gonna go.
Wow. That's got nothing to do with economics, and you know what red is about, right?
Hold on.
Red means communism.
Red Summer had nothing to do with economics. Okay.
No, Red Summer is about communists. That's why it's red.
That's communist. Red Summer is about communists.
That's why it's red.
That's why it's red. David, what do you know about the Red Summer?
Go and read it. Tell me about it.
Do you not know that was a series of events where literally mass riots and lynchings of black towns, areas, and cities were just being massively just lynched by white folks?
Race riots were kicked up. I know. There were race riots.
Okay, no.
Funny how we've been at this for a long time.
Wait. You literally went on the diatribe.
There were white race riots.
Those are all white. Those were dirt. Why don't you want? So okay, you were staunch on talking about America, but why is that something that you want to overlook? Mind you, black people were literally trying to legally participate, and they were still catching these riots where their towns and cities were literally being vandalized, attacked, being murdered, killed. 26 cities across the United States. So why jump over that? Why jump over that?
I don't remember jumping over it. You guys presented it, and then I'm asking you what I'm supposed to do with it. No, y'all brought it up, and I asked you what you want me to do with it. Like, literally, I asked you, tell me why I'm supposed to feel some way about it.
Black economics was at its best during Jim Crow. That was your talking point.
By the time 1940s, the 50s came around, black people were pretty much an economic powerhouse recognized by the government.
Okay, so if there's an economic powerhouse, how much power can you really garnish or gather up if people keep on killing the owners and workers?
How are you an economic power? We just had the 60th anniversary of the March on Washington. Like, the theme of the March on Washington was jobs and justice. Like, how are everybody doing so well and they're protesting literally for jobs and justice? That doesn't make sense.
I know, because they're fucking communists.
Okay, who's the communist? Who's the communist?
Well, all right. I'm making a big joke about it.
Don't call Malcolm X don't call Martin Luther King a communist.
Well, I'm not saying Martin Luther King particularly was a communist, but you understand that there were communists all through that element, that whole movement, from inception.
Yeah, that's what the FBI was telling you. Well, where are you getting your information from?
That's what black communists also tell you. Like that from its inception, the whole Black Power movement, going back to like even before what's his face, Marcus Garvey, it was all people who were like relatively communist leaning in one way or another. Because you got to understand, this is like Marxism really not communist, because communist didn't really happen until Russia. But Marx was sort of putting his ideas out there. And then, the communist thing sort of got to happen in Russia and all that. And at the same time, a lot of those Eastern Europeans, they wound up in America eventually in one way or another. And those ideas came over here. And it's like, well, hell, we can whip up the poor Russians to, go against the quote unquote white Russians. That's why the Russian Revolution was the Reds versus the whites, because it was literally the communist Russian versus, like, I guess, the regular peasants that were on the side of the crown or whatever. But that was a communist thing, and eventually those ideas and those people came to America, and the black population, we were fresh off the plantation. We had legit issues. There were racism and evil things happening to us, and so the communists can come over and say, hey, you know why them niggas hate you? You know why that white man hates you? It's because you're black. And half of that might have been true. He might have legit hated you because you black. But now you got black foot soldiers for your communist revolution. And so when black people talk about these parts of history, most black people don't understand how deep we've been manipulated by communists. You think they niggas hate you because you're a nigga. No, they hate you because you're a communist.
That is a wild position. You have the energy to respond. That's crazy. I got you. I see where you're trying to go. I can't. That's crazy.
Yeah, David, you just ran with
So the pro-blacks were not Marxists.
No,
I mean, not pro-black. The Black Panthers. The Black Panthers. They weren't Marxists.
They were after Martin Luther King, not before. Like you were talking about.
I'm talking about the Panthers, and we can draw a line back, because I didn't say Martin Luther King was a communist, but I said the people around him were communist.
The people around him were not communist. That you had one person who who was a lawyer for the Communist Party. That was it. And he was
Motherfucker, you're gonna tell me that the people around Martin Luther King weren't communists, and then go on to say, well, the commies lawyer was also working for King, dude.
I said,
dude,
advisor.
We can't be stupid no more, bro. We got to stop being stupid. We're getting out hustled by all these other ethnic groups, and we got to recognize the simple truth in our face.
So, David, Ralph Abernathy was a communist. Andrew Young was a communist. Really? Like Harry Belafonte was a communist. Like
Harry Belafonte most certainly was a communist.
No.
Why did he go to Russia?
What do you mean? Oh, so he went to Russia, so that makes you a communist.
I'm saying if you go to Disneyland, you must like Mickey Mouse.
Or you just went to Disneyland. But anyway, but yeah.
Yes, so because Russia's like Disneyland.
No, the only person, like I said, who had a communist influence around him was one of his advisors, one of his many advisors. Like Benjamin Mays was not a communist, and he was an advisor of Dr. King.
Do you think the progressive wing of the party are communists? I
think modern progressives are the most communist, short of the actual DSA. Is it the DSA? You know, the Democratic Socialists of America. Yeah. I mean, the problem when you try to separate communism and Marxism and socialism, it's like separating a gas from you know how water is a solid state and it's a liquid state and then it's gaseous. That's communism, Marxism, and socialism. They're all on a continuism. You know, this thing has, you know, different forms or different elements to its formation, but it's the same thing.
So Finland is a communist country, even though they're an ally of the United States. Same thing with
hold on, what'd you say?
So Finland and like Norway, the Scandinavian countries, they're communists, is what you're saying?
I didn't call them communists per se, but I mean, what are you getting at? I'm not saying they're not, but what are you getting at?
Well, they're allies of the United States, and I don't see the United States being allies with people who are communists like that.
I mean, you buy all your shit from China, so I think the lines got blurred a long time ago. America's in for a big problem.
And what is happening with China right now?
China almost figured out communism. Almost I think China so far has been the best to do it.
No, they didn't.
Listen, I didn't say they did. I said they almost.
No, they
it's always going to fail, but they're going to fail better than everybody else.
No, the China liberalized. That was the whole thing with Kissinger and Nixon going to China and liberalizing their market. So China is not communist the way you were describing it.
Let me ask you a question. Now, after 30 years of dealing with China, 40-something years dealing with China, is China more like America, or is America becoming more like China?
What?
Did I stutter? Is China becoming more like America, or is America becoming more like China?
It's neither one. Like
they're not playing the same game. They're not even on the same field.
No. Renaissance man, you literally said that our influence. You just talk about opening up China's markets as if we are going to influence them to be more like us. Yeah, and now I'm asking you, 30, 40 years later, how does that look?
Yeah, my point is they implemented some. You have to have open markets and integrate some free market principles. They still have their own cultural things and their own way of doing things that would not fly in the U.S. at all.
I asked a simple question, and I don't know why when I ask direct questions, my man, the Sith Lord, he just chuckles and says, I'm not going to answer that. I respect you for at least saying I'm not going to answer that. That's an answer. You know, no answer is an answer. But Renaissance man, you just be lying to me like I don't know you already. Like I just got here. Like I just sat down at the bar next to you or something. Like, nigga, you know how long we've been doing this type of argument? Is America more like China, or is China more like America after the 40 years that we've been doing this economic trade thing?
That's a weird thing to ask, dude. Like that doesn't, like, they're completely different. All I'm saying is that they implemented economic reform that was in China. So if you really want me to answer it in a weird way, I guess you would say China is more like America, but they're really not even like that. It's just a weird question.
I want to know.
I'll tell you.
I want to know what do you
go to China? Nobody's telling you how much you can breed. Nobody's telling you how much. Like you don't have none of that set stuff. Nobody's telling you, hey man, like if you make this kind of if you make this type of money, that you belong to your government. Like nobody's doing that, dude. You don't. You don't see military.
I'm just saying we're not on the opposite path though. It's not like we're moving
what's your
away
thoughts
from
of China
that
as a
direction.
whole? What's your thoughts on China as a nation on the whole? So I know where you are.
Brilliant
he's
evil.
China because he's a conservative and he's going to
I
follow right.
I think China is a genius level evil country. They have great, wonderful people. Like people are people, but their system, their scheme, brilliant evil. This is why I said they're probably the best to do. They're going to fail the most spectacularly at communism.
You're calling them brilliant evil, yet you were just literally downplaying Jim Crow when you literally had Nazis come to America and study Jim Crow.
I don't think that was brilliant evil. I think that was casual evil.
Oh,
that's not the type of evil that you have to like think about.
What do you wait? That's not the type of evil you got. They came here and studied Jim Crow because they wanted to use a similar system to try to oppress the Jewish population in Germany. Like
again, what was happening in America was casual evil. That's like, I don't like those people. I don't want them next to me. What China's got going on is like, you don't even know how much of a slave you are. That's brilliant evil.
No. Jim Crow was not, I don't want you next to me. Jim Crow is, I want you subjugated and I want to economically exploit you.
No. Slavery is, I want you subjugated and economically exploited. Jim Crow is a little bit different. It's not slavery.
How is Jim Crow different other than you're not a piece of property?
Again, it's not the same every single place, every single instant. It's not like the national law of the land. And then also, frankly, there was a lot of niggas that were fighting back and hanging. I mean, not hanging white folk, but white folks was getting hit too. They was getting clapped back. So it's not as if they were just tied up taking it.
The paradox. These are the conservatives that come to your side and start saying Jim Crow because it wasn't everywhere.
Why are you dragging me on his side? He don't even know if you fuck with me like that yet.
Slavery wasn't everywhere in the United States either, but anyway.
No, slavery was the law of the land across the United States. Jim Crow was more like little localities doing their little shit here and there. Like, so if I went a county over, this Jim Crow was a little bit different from that Jim Crow. It's like it was a patchwork of different type of things going on. There was no national. Was there a national Jim Crow policy?
No, but there wasn't a national slavery policy either. You had free states and slave states.
Bro, slavery was written into the Constitution.
You had free states and slave states, though.
Right. So it's nationally recognized as opposed to Jim Crow, which was more like regional shit, evil shit, but regional. Like and this is again what I hate about y'all side of the argument. You argue all these things in a way that is only designed for maximum tiers. And you know what you get when you constantly do that? A nation of bitches. You can't give history like that and then have like an army, a nation of strong, upright men.
Yeah, but
like, we didn't just get our asses kicked for 100 years, bro.
Ah, boy.
Oh, now I say black folk wasn't just getting their asses kicked for 100 years, and the pro-blacks are huffing and puffing. You see how weird you niggas sound?
Well, I would say, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Let me ask you this. Tell me, I need to know. So just let me know, what about China do you like so much? What about them do you like so much?
I never said I like them. I don't understand your question. I think China is our evil threat more than Russia.
Nope. But go ahead, yeah.
Nope. You gotta ask David a specific. I know how to deal with a David. You gotta ask him a specific question. He'll tell you if he knows it or not. Now, when it comes to that, could you tell me how does China work alongside with the Bill of Rights? Does it operate? Like, do they have a Bill of Rights?
China thinks your Bill of Rights belongs in a fortune cookie.
All right, what's their constitution?
Yeah, they have one.
Think they have. They do.
Yeah.
I mean, all right. I'm sure they have one, but it probably doesn't matter as much as what the party says.
Okay.
That's kind of how the Republicans are, but anyway.
Okay. I mean, like I said, like I always find it interesting when mind you, as you as a Republican or conservative, you know, you speaking for China, literally, that's kind of like the opposite of how a lot of Republicans feel. They're like, oh, communists and communist countries and all that said stuff. Like,
I never said anything positive about China. I said they were brilliantly evil. That is not a compliment. That is a nod to their intelligence, perhaps, but I'm not giving them props.
That's like somebody complimenting the Nazi. Like, damn, they're like brilliant on how they execute. Like, you just,
bro, do you know the trains were always on time in Germany? You know how hard that is. You know how hard it is to be recognized for some shit like that.
That's how some of the military. That's how some of the resistance took advantage of them.
That's not. That happens right now in Switzerland. Like, depending on what portion of the country you're in. Like,
no, dude, y'all motherfuckers like wet blankets, bro. God damn, it's a joke. But no, it's the idea that they may be doing something that we consider morally corrupt or whatever, but they're not stupid and they're not incompetent.
Okay, so when it comes to that, how do you feel about that? Watch this. So how do you feel about that when they handle the family? Would you want to handle the Chinese type of way when it comes to family?
Oh hell no. And even China, that's not the Chinese way. That's the communist way. Because China isn't opposed to like having a family and a patriarch and all that, but the Chinese government kind of has different ideas about what they should be doing. And
wait, you don't think they have one right now?
No. I'm not saying that China is feminist per se, but when it comes to like the one-child policy or whatever, like no man is gonna just no individual Chinese man is naturally gonna decide to just abort most of his female children unless the government's putting a gun to your head.
So wait, but now that's interesting. But they bow so easily to their government to where they
don't have guns at home.
Huh?
They don't have guns at home. They don't have a Second Amendment. Their Constitution doesn't have a Second Amendment. And that's the unique thing about the American government system compared to pretty much everywhere else. I don't think any other government was born in the idea that the people should always be afraid of what their government is capable of.
I mean, you got other countries like Switzerland. I think their people have guns. They have firearms.
No. Switzerland doesn't have a Second Amendment that's written explicitly against tyrannical government. Like the language isn't shaky. A part of your Second Amendment right is to form a militia. It's not just an independent right to own a firearm, but it's to form a militia. And that at that time, that Constitution was that framework was under the threat of the British coming to kill all the patriots or whatever. But the idea that we can't have a government so powerful that it thinks it should just be able to kill its citizens at will.
What do you do when that of your enemy is in that government and they control that of the laws to recognize what is a terrorist or not?
That's a path to civil war. Well, the call's coming from inside the house at that point. The house is going to eventually be on fire.
Okay. So right there, you have it where you have an enemy that's literally in the system. That's in the system that literally that makes the laws, that actually makes the rules, and they get to dictate and choose what.
Well, what are you calling the enemy, though? I don't understand at this point.
Well, see here. Okay, so what do you call the enemy? So when you have it where the same people that had practiced a certain type of system of oppression, and now they have to make a law or a justification on what they deem as fair, right? When do you call them your foe?
Well, that's a weird way to frame it, BMT, because think about it. No. The same people that you're saying have treated you with oppression or whatever, they also created the system. And so now after that oppression, you're now underneath this system. And so under this framework, you're the only enemy in the system because they created the system. Their oppression is a part of their system. So you're the enemy here. You're the odd man out.
Now, okay, so let's tackle that. So whenever it comes to that of an issue happening in America, why do they say, hey, black man, we're in danger. We need your help. We need you to vote and serve and protect and all kind of stuff for our country. Like, listen, this is our country. Your land is my land, my land. They got all them good patriotic songs. But then I'm the enemy. I'm the enemy. But we can pull up for records after records of them trashing and thrashing and don't tread on me, their own country.
I don't believe that black people are an enemy. I was just sort of commenting on how weird your setup was.
I didn't say you said that. We're just having our discussion.
And then, frankly, no, now that we're going down this path, I think Black America has kind of made itself a little bit of an enemy to the American system, because you got so many black people who openly say, the system needs to fall. The system ain't never done right by me and my people and all that type of shit.
You do know majority of those songs like that, like "We're Not Gonna Take It." You do know where a lot of those songs, those anti-American songs come from, right? Rock and roll. They come from radical white America. Down with the system.
Well, I mean, now, here's the thing. Let's go there, because now you got one group of white people who want to tear down the system, and another group of white people who want to keep the system going, and black people have chosen a side, and I think it's the wrong side.
Okay. So Black America has chosen the side. Okay, so let's okay. Thank you. Rock and roll is anti-America. And they literally had that what they called the FBI, because they didn't like the way their kids was making the music. That literally was a thing that those Presbyterian churches didn't like Tommy listening to Kiss and say in Black Sabbath and all of them. Like, why are y'all listening to that? Why are y'all feeding into that propaganda? That was their men dressing up wearing lipstick. Twisted Sister. That wasn't us doing the radical shit. That was them. They were on that type of time. So it amazes me that the black child was the one that said that we were anti-American, but they were pulling the card more. Like Woodstock, get high, do drugs, acid, a lot of rape and pillaging and shit, and fucking up their towns. And then, all right, time to go home. That's America. God bless it. That was white America. Excuse me, white America doing it. Like I know if I talk to some of the older times, all you gotta say, hey y'all remember Woodstock? Oh yeah, man, it was a good time. Them peace-loving hippies did fine pulling up on the government. Did y'all ever see those videos or those pictures of them going to the government and trying to say you better open up that gate or we're gonna fuck shit up? Oh, don't think them hippies weren't for the shit. Don't think they weren't. They were definitely down for the shits. I just want to know, like, why is that not perceived as terrorism? That if they didn't get their way, that they would fuck shit up.
They're not black.
Oh, my bad.
I mean, one, there was a lot of terrorism during like the late 60s and 70s. And it wasn't mostly black people, honestly. There was a lot of terrorist groups going on. A bunch of bombs went off. It's just that the media, and that's a whole nother thing too. You realize most of what we learn is basically told to us by the people who want, America to fall eventually. When McCarthy said, when Joseph McCarthy, when he was testifying in front of Congress about all the communists in Hollywood, he wasn't wrong. It's not like he was lying about it. And then now we talk about this. Yeah, yes. Hollywood was always full of communists.
He wasn't lying about McCarthyism and all this stuff.
No. Hollywood was run by communists, and it hasn't changed. It's not like they won that battle and then decided to go home.
So the communists have been running Hollywood since it was founded. Yet America's still not communist, and all these films, they must not be effective communists here. I'm just saying, like it's taken some years. Oh, he fell off the panel.
He knocked him off.
Wait, you there, BMT? Because he can't come back.
Yeah, I'm right here. Listen, like I said, all you do is just pull up evidence. Like, listen, y'all. My daddy used to tell me how them dudes used to come to work on acid and shit. And he like, damn, how the fuck he still getting paid a full pay? This man is barely conscious. This man is on acid. Like, listen,
wait, where is he working?
Oh,
like what state?
Listen, my dad worked up north in Massachusetts.
Oh, okay. That makes more sense. Okay.
Listen, like, I had family members. Like I said, I'm from Boston originally. I've seen a lot of this set stuff. Listen, you can't get away with the same shit your counterparts get away with. Me and Paradox had a whole conversation. You didn't get paid the same. You didn't get treated the same. But you were told to be thankful.
I mean, that happens now. It's like that happens now. You have black conservatives tell you to be thankful.
You know what I'm
See, I have to eat all of that, huh?
I mean, can you? I mean,
Oof, it's rough, boy.
I mean, no, I'm not even trying to go. I'm just saying, like, that seems to be a lot of the. When you listen to the Jason Whitlocks and they're just pretty much like, what are you Negroes complaining about? Like, you got food, you got clothes. Stop complaining. Be grateful about something. Go back. You don't like it? Go back to Africa.
And I would, you know what? I would agree with that argument if I didn't understand race, or if I'm playing games with people. Because the last time I checked, white folks complain more than anybody in this country. Y'all heard those 2 new songs that just came out that's trending #1 on the Billboard charts about whites complaining and how happy everybody is that they're hauling out governments and corporations and stuff.
That one white guy doesn't even like conservatives. He just got mad at conservatives.
He came out and criticized they played this song at the national convention at the first debate. He complained about it. Because he said, "I'm talking about you people." The one where he said it's up above the north, down in Richmond, up north. People north of Richmond has issues. Rich people.
But see, north of Richmond is basically DC, right? And it's like, bro,
he talking about the DMV. Yeah.
Well, yeah, but you think conservatives run DC? Like, really, bro? You tripping?
No. They have a presence, though.
He's talking about the power center.
Again, do you think that's a conservative power center, Washington fucking DC?
No, but they have
Congress and the president. Well, not the president now, right? Well,
even when we hold both houses, it's not a conservative power center.
Yes, you mean the government? Or are you talking about DC as a?
I mean DC as a region, as an area.
No, if you're talking about just DC proper, then yeah. But I mean the DMV. I mean you have conservative parts like. That's what Northern Virginia essentially is.
You have conservative pockets.
We have conservative governors as for in Maryland and Virginia.
I was gonna say, like, depending on. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, Paradox. In general, from what you've seen, if you live on the Maryland side, for the most part, you tend to be a little bit more on the blue, and if you're on the Virginia side, that tends to be more the Republicans.
Yeah, Virginia has changed. And so a lot of Virginia clearly is Republican, but because of what's been going on in Northern Virginia, that has obviously shifted over to more blue. In the Maryland side, it just depends on where you want to talk about when it comes to red and blue.
Okay, you know the area a little bit better than I do.
But you're saying as far as just the mindset,
I'm not saying if you look like Fairfax County, that's where.
Hey, real quick, conservative. One of my constituents asked, "Are you pro-gun or anti-gun?"
Pro-gun.
Okay, that's all.
Of course, 2A all day.
No, I was
that's
gonna
crazy.
say isn't Fairfax County? That's like where like Clarence Thomas lives, right?
Yeah.
That's like conservative territory over there.
Yeah. They have it's a lot of Republicans mixed in. I would have to really look at it to get you 100% accurate. But because of people who have been moving there, though, it just has shifted some of the counties.
Oh, okay. Because like Loudoun County, like
big money.
Yeah, but
Loudoun County, Spotsylvania County, all those places are red. But my point is that because of demographic shifts, some of that's getting pressure. That's all I'm saying.
Oh, okay, I hear you.
Yeah, I don't know if you can assume just because it's big money, it's a red district either.
No, some of the richest people are Democrats. We know that already, though. That's a given.
Right.
No, I'm talking about Loudoun County because that's.
He's talking about Loudoun County specifically, yeah.
Because it made the news for like people showing up at school boards and
trying to ban books and stuff.
Yeah, a lot of the counties as a whole is still Republican. It's still old school Virginia. My whole point is that because of some of the demographic shifts and some of the economics in that area, there's pressure on them at this point. And so you're starting to see more Democratic leaning people live in those areas.
That book thing is interesting too.
But I have to really look at it to be 100% on what you're asking me.
This is another blind spot I see in the whole black politic thing. And this is why I'm always sort of defensive and got my guards up when people try to appeal to my blackness. Because black people, we think we're learning our real history. We're not really in the fight for these books. Really, we want to keep certain books because we think the whole book fight is just about taking racism out of our history or whatever. And the reality is, I don't think, and it's actually disappointing to me that there is no black movement that's against like these essentially pedophilic material that's being pushed in the school system under the guise of like diversity or whatever.
What?
I don't see a black movement against that. And you can't be against it if you're a Democrat.
Are you serious? Like,
go be a Democrat and run against taking those that adult sexual material out of the schools and see what happens to you. You can't be a Democrat and be against that. You can't even say it's a bad thing to transition children now.
Here we go with this now.
I mean, you brought up Loudoun County.
No. My point is, you act like I don't know why you associate all these like crimes against children like with Democrats. Like Republicans don't have that. What was it? One of the former speakers of the House who got convicted, who was a Republican, has been convicted for like crimes against children. Like what was the last speaker of the Democratic Speaker of the House?
Yes. When Republicans do it, we call it a crime. When Democrats do it, they call it gender affirming care. We are not the same people. I'm not even sure if those people are people.
Wow. I honestly, see, this is the thing I don't get. Y'all like to weaponize this stuff against the left, and it's like, I'm one who's like, I thought.
Yes, we are weaponizing pedophilia against you.
No,
suck it up.
No, you want to weaponize the transgender issue against, and I'm like, how are people who are supposed to be for rights for everybody, like equal protection, but then they want to go and like say, oh, there's something wrong with you for saying like people should have rights, like even though you may disagree with them. Like,
what is a transgender right? I'm confused. I didn't see that anywhere in the Constitution.
No,
so tell me what's a transgender right?
No, if you're,
they're fighting for rights. What's a transgender right? What right don't transgenders have that they need?
If someone decides to do that, why do you have? What right do you have to stop them from doing it?
When did I say I was going to stop them? What right do they have to stop me from laughing at them?
None. But you are the one who is saying, you're the one talking like they don't deserve to have rights.
When did I ever say they don't deserve to have rights? This is you again using your emotional language to appeal to somebody's good nature. Sucks to be you. I don't have a good nature.
No, I'm saying by the way that card is played, and you are making it. You're making fun. And I'm like, you're making fun of people, and I'm like, why are you making fun of someone who has the right to go and do something? Like,
you see how squeamish you are? There was no connection between these two things. Your right to mutilate yourself as an individual does not extend to children, and your right to mutilate yourself as an individual does not preclude my laughter. All these things are separate. You can do what you want to yourself, but I don't agree that children should be transitioned, and I also think I should have the right to mock you in public.
So you don't think parents should have the right then to basically have a say in their kid's life? Or
No.
Isn't that parental authority and parental rights?
If they wanted to have sex with their children, you would take issue with it. But somehow the line only stops at sex. My line starts at transitioning. Actually, it starts way before transitioning. But again, your line is way different because we're not the same.
Dude, you're not making sense here. Like, are you for parental rights or not? Like,
Yeah, parents don't have the right to have sex with their children.
Dude, I'm not.
So if they don't have the right to have sex with their children, why should they also have the right to alter their children's sex? Why isn't the child's sexuality his own? Why should the parent have a right over the child's sexuality?
You're trying to equate like incest and why someone shouldn't be able to commit incest. And
I'm not saying they're the same person, but why are they looked at as separate? Where is the line?
Wait, dude.
Why is that okay, but this is fine? Where's the line?
Because one is rape and one is incest, and one you're talking about.
But they're your parents, though. It's not rape if your daddy loves you. Right. You see how see, I have to do this so you realize how retarded your position is. None of these things are useful or practical. I don't see the good in them, and I refuse to twist my brain into a pretzel so you won't feel like a bad person. You should feel like a bad person.
That's not twisting. One is a medical procedure, and you're talking about incest.
What are the medical benefits of this procedure? What illness are we correcting?
Dude, you are correcting an issue where someone has. First of all, you're not going to agree with this because you don't agree with that, because you're going to then argue with them.
I don't think men can be women or women can be men. No, you're right. That motherfucker ain't real.
No, you don't think gender exists on the spectrum, and you don't follow the scientific stuff.
Where's the spectrum in nature? Show me the spectrum in a pack of wolves. Show me the spectrum in a flock of geese. Show me the spectrum in a school of fish. Show me the spectrum, you autistic motherfucker.
So you literally want to go and equate something you should see in animals and human beings. Okay, moving on.
So to be gay is to be like God now, right?
No, it's not.
Because we're not like the animal kingdom. We're on a whole different plane. We're on a higher level, right? What are you getting at? What are you getting at?
How is a man and a woman defined in science then?
How is what? I don't understand the question. Say that again.
How do you define a man and a woman in science?
Chromosomes is one way.
Yeah, it's a chromosome. It's mostly your reproductive organs.
It's not just it's not. It is not.
Okay.
Look up. It's multiple things that actually, and even then, there's not a hard agreed upon way. Like that's my point. Is like you're trying to make it black.
When did we stop agreeing on this? Hold up, because I'm pretty sure we were agreed on this shit up until like 1975. So I need a hard line of demarcation.
They rewrote all the books.
New reality. They really did, by the way. You let moose into the building and they start writing the books over. Like no bullshit. Kinsey was a predator, and you read his book, and now you're telling me all the shit he told you. No, Kinsey was a predator, and his words are there's a sermon of a predator. This is a devil's sermon.
Yeah, whatever. Hey.
Well, I won't say they rewrote it, but what they did was they changed everything.
Once upon a time,
they updated it from what they said. They upgraded it.
Once upon a time, it was universally understood. I don't even think homosexuality is a mental illness, although I understand the logical leap that they made. But pretty much all of these non-heterosexual lifestyles were classified as a type of mental abnormality, to put it that way. And what happened is gay people went to medical school, and they stayed there long enough that they became professors. And they were professors long enough that they wrote books. And their books got so popular that people just started going with their definition of things. So now we are literally thinking gay thoughts.
And from the left, to kind of shut you up, it's going to be, well, they looked at black people as animals, as non-human, as subhuman, etc. They sort of leveraged that point, by the way. They're gonna, you tend to get pulled back into those spaces.
And not only that, and this is
based off of your treatment, then this should be justified because of how you were looked at and what they wrote about you and what they said about you that wasn't true.
And not only that, they use that as some type of shield for their lifestyle. Your lifestyle is not akin to my racial identity. And somehow because the white man was mean to me, you think I'm supposed to suck a dick? Oh, fuck out of here. Yeah, you niggas
That's
can burn
exactly
in
what
hell.
they think.
You can burn in hell. You can burn in hell twice on Sunday, bro. I'm not going. I'm not going. And you see, Renaissance man, you know, I know I'm giving you a hard time here, but I don't think you've really logically considered the logical end of your own position. I accept that my
Well,
position
remember,
may have racial conflict in it,
and
but it's
the
honest.
right has moved to the left on what we're talking about.
On what?
Oh yeah, the right's so
On
gay. I
what
don't even
we're
get me
talking about.
started. You got Alex Jones telling that one transgender, you are an attractive woman. Like, no, don't even get me started. Motherfuckers be falling left and right, bro. Nobody wants to hold the line anymore.
I don't get, like I said, it's wild to me that the people who are on the right, who are supposed to defend individuality and the rights of people, want to basically take rights.
Individuality is a leftist notion. It's not a right-wing concept. No, it is not.
Are you serious?
No, because when you say individuality, you're thinking like hippies and all that shit.
No.
When the right says individuality, I want my own house and my own gun and my own truck. Your concept of individuality is inherently gay, so I automatically reject it.
No, it is not, because part of being on the right too is libertarianism as well. Then their whole thing is not about a truck and a gun and a house. Like their individualism is not just rooted in that.
Listen, when libertarians are a strange breed, and they're damn near liberals anyway. Libertarians are a purple bunch of motherfuckers.
They are not damn near. What are you talking about? Libertarians are not damn near liberals.
They are libertarian.
They
are extreme right.
No, they are liberals
on certain issues.
On some social issues, and pretty much everything else, they are far to the right. They want to abolish pretty much the federal
that's the thing, and that's what I don't like about libertarianism. Libertarianism has no construct to defend against social change. And so when people ask you, why can't I twerk in front of a baby? Why can't the transgenders get naked in front of children? Libertarians have no libertarian construct for that. The classic conservatism, yeah, my truck and my gun in my house, you can't do that over here.
But they're still on the right. Like, they're still on the right.
And they influence the right heavily. They have a lot of influence on the right.
Honestly, they probably have, the only thing that probably stops them is the evangelicals. Because that's really
right.
No, that's really who really holds up on the social issues on the right, of like, you know, prayer in schools and all of this. Like that's who really holds that line.
You know the weird thing? And it's not even about the right. It's just more me and what I've learned about politics. And I think this to be true of the base more than the mainstream, but I think the base is way more right wing than the mainstream. And what you get in modern right wing politics is nothing like it would have been 50, 60 years ago.
Would you say that for both parties, though, that both parties are going through a transformation?
Well, I think the left has only gotten more communist because that was what it always wanted to be. The left was always full of communists, so we were always headed in this direction for the left. It's that the right got dragged along because you eventually found out there's this thing called the Uniparty, and as it turns out, there's right-wing communists, apparently neocons and shit. So it's a whole ball of wax of wrong things on the right.
The leftist movement I would argue, was much more organized than, say, the 1930s, post-depression, and even the 60s than it is now. Like, it was way more. I mean, if you look at union membership and where that is in this country,
unions are dead. Unions are dead.
Yeah, that's the progressive in the labor movement.
No, you misunderstand me.
That's why I'm saying it's weaker. That's why I'm saying when you say it got pulled so far to the left, I'm like, no, it got pulled to the right. Like the progressive never what it used to be.
No, the reason why I say that is not when I say unions are dead. The thing is, the left has gone corporate. Once upon a time, the left was against big money, big business.
The Democratic Party the Democratic Party has gone corporate.
The left, even the individuals are saying, listen, all these rioters meet up at Starbucks and they buy the same Doc Martens and they get their same purple hair from they have a corporate brand now. It's weird, but the left is a corporate tool at this point. So look. Let me give you a perfect
No,
example.
what you're trying to do is you're
You,
trying to
let
equate
me
like
give you a perfect
you're
example.
trying to
Hold
equate
on.
like the
Remember
DEI and
Occupy
all of
Wall
that.
Street? After Occupy Wall Street, it was racism 24/7. That was it. You guys got sold out. And then frankly, you guys sold out. You didn't get sold out, you sold out. Occupy Wall Street was a uniformly leftist movement against corporate infrastructure, corporate manipulation, and you niggas been bitching about racism ever since then. You guys got MacGuffin. Now you motherfuckers bring Starbucks and your iPods to every riot and shit and think you're a revolutionary. You're a drone.
No. What you're talking about is the corporatization of the Democratic Party. Like that's really what you're getting at in the absorption of like DEI and all of that, and corporate America. Even though corporate America has always embraced things like the LGBT movement.
Is it
equating that.
CRT under the DEI initiative? Aren't these
No.
pro-black educational models under the DEI initiative?
No.
You have been brought up by the evil empire, but you were always headed for that.
CRT has nothing to do with DEI. Like DEI is a joke.
And CRT is not?
No, I'd say it's a lot more. It is a lot more of it's taught at least in legal schools. Nobody is teaching DEI like in law school like that.
CRT is the reason for DEI.
Yeah, it may be some of the back. It may have some of the back. It may borrow. From
okay, then, bro.
It may borrow from some of the ideology, but it's still way watered down to what CRT is. CRT is a legal theory.
It's the corporate version of CRT.
No.
But again, you're the leftist model has been corporatized, and then not only that, but
it is not
the leftist body politic is going along for the ride.
Who the leftist body politic is going along for the ride for the corporatist model. That doesn't. You literally have someone like Bernie Sanders who is literally trying to say that corporate is against things like Citizens United, which would take unlimited money and corporate money out of politics. They want to raise corporate taxes. I don't see how you say the left is along for this ride of corporatism.
When Bernie Sanders got punked by Hillary, nobody fell back. Everybody nobody rioted or like went against the party. Most people gradually went along. There was only a minority of holdouts, but the majority of the left voted for Hillary.
No, they did not.
It was mostly black folk who were like, "Fuck both of y'all."
There was a huge fallout. A bunch of people were pissed off, and they tried to blame Bernie Sanders for Hillary Clinton losing because they said his voters didn't cross over, or that they didn't come out to vote.
That's a minority of the left, and frankly, that was probably the actual socialist because he's the only open socialist. So all the people who were like openly socialist or quietly socialist, they were voting with Bernie, but that's like the minority of the left. It's also your most rabid element, though. That's the thing. That's where your energy from a base perspective, that's the energy of the left, is like the Bernie bros. And the Bernie bros, they were unhappy, but they eventually let themselves get bought up into the whole corporate thing.
I don't see where you're getting this other than some virtue signaling that came from corporate America. That if you talk to most people on the left, they'll tell you they don't buy into it to begin with.
When you all took your mask, when you took your vaccine and you put on your mask and they told you it was okay to go out and protest, but you have to be on lockdown for any other reason, the left happily went along with that.
Yeah, you're protesting outside in an open air area. Versus
they were burying in parks and arresting people for surfing. So listen, bro, the left has been totally consumed by the evil empire at this point.
You just said that hey, that people went out to protest and they wore a mask, but you were saying lockdowns, and I'm saying people went outside. There was nothing. No one was saying.
Let me draw the connection for you. Let me draw the connection for you. Almost every other business went down during COVID except for Big Pharma. And who's more likely to be vaccinated and masked up?
People on the left.
There you go.
So what does that have to do with anything?
When I say big left, when I say that the left has been essentially dominated and co-opted by corporate interests, this is what I mean. You think your socialism is going to lead to a utopia, and all we're going to get is cyberpunk kings and queens.
Didn't Trump lock the country down and make us get shots, even though I didn't take it?
Trump invented the vaccine, sort of, kind of. Like, I hate Trump for that. Honestly, that's one of the main things that make me look at Trump suspect. He didn't invent the vaccine, obviously, but he Operation Warp Speed. He thought the vaccine was a good idea. He definitely took credit for that shit, and he was kind of sort of with the lockdowns. He wasn't full-throated with it, but he definitely didn't stand against it. But the lockdowns were not a federal thing. Lockdowns are a state thing. No, he didn't lock down the entire government. When Trump said we need to close the borders, everybody screamed and said, oh, it's racism. Trump said, you know what, no flights from China. Everybody called him a racist. But when the governor tells you that you can't go to work and you can't go to church, it's cool, right?
Because the virus is already here when Trump was trying to say close down the border.
Motherfucker, the virus was here when he was saying don't let flights in from China. But
Dude,
no, racism.
Fact check. Everybody in America went on lockdown.
The virus was here in December.
No, I'm saying the lockdown was a state by state issue. Trump didn't lock down a single state. Only governors locked down states.
Well, I mean, okay, so you're saying Trump didn't lock down the state, but he also was saying, hey, you should go get your shot. Like he went first, then he also said this is the Chinese. He did say the Chinese.
Called it the Kung Flu.
Now, okay, so literally as a political leader, you saying shit like that?
That's good. That was real. That's real. Listen, as far as I know, it probably came from China.
Hold up, now, David. Before you throw some, I don't want you to throw any more wrenches now. How's our military part? How are we seeing people join the military right now? How's that going right now?
I think recruitment's low.
Okay,
you think?
So why would you pick a fight when your military
recruitment wasn't low then?
No,
recruitment's low now. During Trump, he was trying to build the army back up. So no, recruitment numbers now we're nowhere near like they were under Trump. We are at historic lows right now.
Oh, okay, so that's Biden's fault, I'm assuming.
Yeah, bro, because the leader of the army is like. Anyway.
Dude, the military has been having a recruitment problem for decades.
Well, I mean, if you start actively recruiting the gays and the women, of course, most of the men don't want to come no more.
They've been part of the military for a while now.
No. I said you're actively recruiting them now. So there was a famous military ad which was about some little white girl, her and her lesbian mom, and her two lesbian moms. Like that was a military ad. How many young white boys from Virginia want to join that shit?
Why does your military need to be filled with young white men? I'm curious.
Because that's who's done most of the dying all this time now. So I don't want to change a thing that's not broken.
Wait, so like, what do you? Wait, you do realize
the majority of America's fighting men come from the Eastern Appalachia.
Yeah,
That being said,
yeah, because
you're not appealing to them anymore. So why should they join up? You're no longer. It's not for them, is it?
How do you need to appeal to them then?
Well, don't appeal to the gays. Maybe they'll come if you stop advertising to the gays.
So that's why white dudes aren't joining the military.
Well, I mean, look at it this way, Renaissance man. Do you go to the club that advertises to gay men?
White male spokesman.
Do you go to the bars that advertise to gay men, Renaissance man?
Are you our resident white male whisperer here?
I do dabble in caucasity from time to time. I won't deny this.
Speaking of black man speaking for white men, boy, there you go.
Now, let me say this. Let me ask again. Do you go to the bars and nightclubs that advertise to gay men, Renaissance man?
No,
assuming you are a person that go to bars and nightclubs. Okay, fair enough. And that is it obvious that I understand why? Like, do I need to ask? Okay, so you understand why recruitment's down.
No, I know why it's down, but that's a whole nother issue.
Did I just make you guys uncomfortable? Like, it feels like you guys are uncomfortable with this territory. This topic getting, like, weird for y'all or something?
No, I'm not uncomfortable. I just think it's funny that you're saying white men aren't joining the military because of don't ask, don't tell. Like,
Okay, so let me help you out with something, David.
I didn't say
You
don't
know,
ask, don't tell. That was the 90s.
do you know who actually does the most homosexual act in the military? Did you
White
know?
men, they're fucking weirdos.
Okay, no, yeah. So that's interesting that you.
White boys love gay games, bro. Don't get me started, but that's not the point. The white boys love to play gay games. That shit's wild, bro. The motherfuckers get in the barracks and do all kind of nut shit.
Made a comment about their patriotism, right? And I'm just trying to help correct for you. But the most sexually deviant, the most sexually acting men in the military were that of the Caucasian. I know that's.
Well, I mean, listen. I don't think opening the army to illegal migrants is going to lower the sexual deviancy in the military at all. But good luck with that.
You just now were talking about the gays, but literally the ones that were popping out in drag and bald and wearing dresses.
Okay. Okay. Let me rephrase the statement. I don't think opening the military, I don't think advertising to the gays and the transsexuals is going to lower the deviancy rate, but good luck with that.
So, soldier being wearing a dress. I don't think, listen, bro, I wish I could have had a camera for you for the amount of gay shit I watch white men do to each other, like trying to shave each other butt naked, take shaving cream and icy hot and put it on each other's penises in the bathroom. Like, do you know the kind of crazy dark shit they be doing to each other?
Now, listen. But here's the thing. Here's the thing. No. Let's draw a line here. That is like weird homoerotic shit men do when women aren't around, versus men who are actively looking to have sex with other men. I'm not saying this shit's cool, because I've been around white boys, and listen, we gonna fight. I beat the shit out of one of you motherfuckers. You ain't gonna play with me like this. But it's not the same as advertising to all the gays in the country that you can join the military. These are two totally different cultures.
Wait, David, I'm trying to tell you, the minute that don't ask, don't tell shit went down, they took that shield down, them boys jumped out the gate getting breast implants, coming out in the
Okay, so how is it gonna make it any less deviant by advertising to them? It was already, you already had enough deviance just with the white boys who are the natural, regular citizens of America, right? And now you're specifically advertising to the homosexual community, and you want to complain to me about sexual degeneracy? Nigga, please.
Wait, but you just said they were so patriotic, but that was one of the things they
were patriotic, and they were weirdos in the barracks too. But you know what? They were war fighters. I don't trust this crop of gender fluid, pansexuals to be war fighters. I don't.
Which race be pushing gender fluid shit? Which race be pushing that?
I refuse. I refuse to answer on the grounds that it may anti-Semitism myself, and I don't want to anti-Semitism myself. Now I'm just saying. I mean, it is the gayest country in the world. Look it up. I'm just saying. Their country is the gayest country in the world. Look it up. I'm just saying.
Trust me, it ain't America. It ain't America. Trust me, we're not.
No, it's their country. The Holy Land is now the gayest country in the world. Look it up. I shit you not.
I believe you. I believe you. I'm not saying you're not. Listen, I'm telling you right now, but I'm about to shut it down. I probably have to do a talk another time. I feel like this is a pretty good talk. Y'all.
Wait, you got this going 9 hours, BMT? Damn.
Yep.
I know, right? Look, I think I'm about to do the same thing. I'm about to just fire up a stream and ramble and see who comes up, and we're going to argue for 10 hours.
I'll probably come by and battle you on your battle you.
Renaissance, I know you're welcome, but you probably got some kind of group pack that you're not allowed to come to my channel or whatever. I know. Your friends won't let you talk to me on my channel.
I'm glad the Sith Lord got to meet the Hood Conservative. That was actually a pretty good back and forth. Hood Conservative. Like, God damn, boy, I got to stay in outer rim. This kind of shit is going on.
Yeah, they different. I see that they different.
me, the Sith Lord good people. I don't have no raging disagreement. And honestly, I never do this in a spiteful, personal way. I just have, there are a couple individuals that I have a rough time with, but I never mean to be like spiteful or personal in my disagreement.
like I said, you did pretty good. The real wild card was Nichelle. Nichelle was a real wild card. Oh, thank you, Hart. Thank you so much for being a member. Trust me, you'll get. Like I said, I do try to have it where all political parties can come to the cantina, to the hotel, and sit down and discuss. You'll never know who will pull up here. Nichelle had us wild, and y'all can go back. I probably have to figure out how to break down this damn. I'll probably email Renaissance on how to break down video to probably show y'all what section that you can stomach and get through. I mean, David's one was pretty. That's like HBO Uncut, and Michelle's one is Stars. Stars After Dark. I don't know which one.
Wait, she was talking about the shooting?
Listen.
Michelle, Nichelle is her name. Nicole, what is her name? I don't know, but she was that was wow, that was crazy.
Wait, she wasn't like just.
Yeah, I almost got converted.
Damn, I'm glad I came up here. Wouldn't want that to happen.
I said David said I had a lot more than Michelle, but you know what? That just
as soon as I got here and the show left too, I think that was a sign. Like she knew we were gonna have a hard time.
That two conservative Republican forces cannot be in the same paradox or the same space at the same time.
You know what? I challenge her conservative. Like I don't think she's all that conservative. She might be a Republican, but that don't mean shit to me.
No, not the way she was talking to Paradox. She was telling about the poor white that we got to save. And
she's trying to save the white man. Shout out to Nichelle trying to save the white man. That was the black man's new burden, trying to save the white man.
Making excuses now. Well, these men are disenfranchised, and that's why they're going and killing these black men. Black folks.
The Sith Lord had to use all the force powers he had to combat that. He was on his own.
Yeah, she drained me. It was a lot.
Listen.
It was a heavy lift.
Shout out to Nichelle. Nichelle gets it. Look, black people and white people are gonna have to unite and kick everybody else out the country so we can get back to classic racism like we used to. The things we're good at.
Well, definitely.
This new shit is fucking black people up. We don't know which way to turn.
Don't worry. I like I said, make sure y'all email me. I definitely want you guys to email me. I'll try to have more conversations as the political election is starting to wind up, and we're getting some good clips from these people as they talk. I definitely want to go over them. You can always email me at blackbrother123@gmail.com and send me the clips so that way we can go over them. We can go over them and have a discussion. Again, it's at blackbrother123@gmail.com, and we will review the clips and stuff so that way we can go over them in all modesty. That last guy talking on CNN, that was wild. I don't know what the Republicans got left anymore, man.
Yo, shout out to Vivek, by the way. Like, I don't really want to. I don't trust Vivek. I don't. It's something about him I'm just not ready for. But
I want you to play that video and let him respond to it. I don't know if you had that kind of time.
No, I fuck with Vivek though. You know why?
No. I got a video for you. I want to see your position on what he's saying, but I don't know if BMT want to do that again. That might be too much.
Pull it up. Unless you got somewhere to go.
I gotta go somewhere, but shit.
All right.
Can you come back tomorrow, David?
We'll see. I'm kind of on some unexpected downtime right now, so I can't promise anything.
Wait, Paradox, what video are you talking about?
Vivek, just hang on. I'm gonna play as best I can. And
wait, this ain't the Juneteenth. What is it?
No. I sent him one from yesterday after he had asked some questions about the shooting. You can maybe go to the halfway mark if you want to and start from there. It's only 10 minutes, I think.
All right, you ready, David?
Joining me now is 2024 presidential candidate Vivek Ramaswamy. Thank you so much for joining me this morning, sir. I want to start with what I began the program with, which is this racist shooter killing 3 Black people in Jacksonville yesterday. What is your reaction to the shooting?
It is such a tragedy, and my heart goes out to those families. This should not be happening in the United States of America, and it is wrong. The reality is we have a mental health epidemic in this country. There are reports that this particular individual, the perpetrator, was indeed evaluated for mental health deficiencies as well. And I think we need to have the courage in this country to bring back a practice of putting back psychiatrically ill people who pose a risk to their communities into psychiatric institutions, not just drugging them up, but faith-based approaches and other approaches that fill our longing for purpose and meaning in this country. I think it is just a shame that we even have mass shootings like this, be it the one that happened in Florida, be it the recent one, the Nashville shooter in a Christian school, killing 6 in a school. We have to address that mental health epidemic, and we need leaders with the courage to do it. But my heart goes out to those families, and I hope something like this never happens again.
Mental health is one aspect of these shootings, and apparently, and we're still learning a lot about what happened. The facts are still coming out. Also, this was very much apparently racially motivated. The sheriff there said point blank that this shooter had manifestos coming, 3 manifestos, and said specifically that he went to this dollar store with the intent of killing Black people.
I think that is heinous and deserves to be called out for what it is. The reality is we've created such a racialized culture in this country in the last several years that right as the last few burning embers of racism were burning out, we have a culture in this country largely created by media and establishment and universities and politicians that throw kerosene on that racism. And I can think of no better way to fuel racism in this country than to take something away from other people on the basis of their skin color. I've been saying that for years. And I think that is driving, sadly, a new wave of anti-Black and anti-Hispanic racism in this country. I think the right way forward is if we want to stop hate and discrimination on the basis of race, let's stop discriminating on the basis of race and see what unites us as Americans. Because I do not think this kind of racial division and any division is good for us as the United States.
I believe that there are a lot of people of color in this country who don't think it was just lasting embers of racism, but that a lot more work had to be done, particularly given the history of the systemic racism in this country with slavery and beyond. I want to ask you about a comment that you made about white supremacy in Iowa on Friday.
I've never once encountered that yet. I'm sure the boogeyman white supremacist exists somewhere in America. I've just never met him. Never seen one. Wow. Never met one in my life, right? Maybe I'll meet a unicorn.
Me
sooner.
neither. That's weird.
And maybe those exist too.
That's so weird. I've been looking for that nigga too.
Just because somebody hasn't encountered one doesn't mean that the notion of white supremacy doesn't exist as a threat in America. What do you think goes through the minds of the families of the 3 victims in yesterday's shooting when they hear you say that white supremacy is basically a fantasy?
I'm sure they're grieving for their loss, and I don't want to politicize those victims, Dana. This is a very sensitive situation where we should have nothing but foremost respect for those victims and not bring them into partisan politics. But I was responding to a question where someone asked me, what racism have I experienced in recent years? And I answered honestly, most of that racism has come from the modern left. It's happening during the course of this campaign. Kara Swisher calling me Ramasmarmy the other day and reveling in making twists of my last name. People effectively reducing me to the color of my skin and my attributes. That comes today from the modern left. But the reality is,
do you
this is
acknowledge,
part of
though,
a
that
dogma
white
in this country.
supremacy does still exist in the United States?
I acknowledge that all forms of racial animus exist in the United States, including fringe branches. I mean, that's clearly what was at the head of this mentally deranged individual responsible for this shooting, yes. But I think there are many forms of mental derangement that cause us to see one another on the basis of our skin color and our attributes. And I think what we need to revive, Dana, and it's my job as the leader, hopefully as the next president, to do this, to revive our doctrine of e pluribus unum, not just celebrating our diversity and our skin deep attributes, but celebrating what unites us across that diversity. That's what we've forgotten in the United States of America. Our true strength is the set of ideals that unite us. That's my job to revive. Was there a particular part you wanted me to respond to? And I think that the next generation in particular is so starved for that, starved for commonality, starved for a nation that is.
Go ahead, David. You got to.
No, I was asking, was there a particular part you wanted me to respond to? Because there is a line in this interview where I think he brings up a quote from Ayanna Pressley and then Ibram X. Kendi, basically where Ibram X. Kendi, he says in one of his books, the solution to past discrimination is present discrimination. And then the solution to present discrimination is future discrimination.
Yeah,
And then hold on. So Vivek says, you know, that the KKK would have been saying the exact same thing in their heyday. Something to that effect. He basically labeled those words as something like the KKK they would say.
And Kendi responded to it because he took what he was saying out of context, and he explained that, for example, during COVID, you gave vaccines to the elderly first. That's age discrimination. But because you wanted equity and you wanted to reduce harm, you quote unquote had discrimination. That was the point he was making.
Well, one, I mean, I'm pretty sure each state had its own vaccine policy, but two,
no, they rolled it out to people who were high risk groups first. And
right. But that was a state by state thing. I'm telling you, once you get down to like who has the power over what, it's a state by state thing. But the thing is, when Ibram Kendi talks about discrimination, it's not a neutral topic. It's not a neutral concept. So when he says the solution to past discrimination is present discrimination, what does that actually mean? If I'm taking that out of context, if there's nothing inherently wrong in that objective statement, then tell me what's the positive context for present discrimination being the solution for past discrimination.
He's saying that when conservatives try to basically say, oh, well, you know, that's discrimination, he's saying yes, because you're trying to have equity, and that's how you have equity, is that you want to weaponize it and say, oh, it's reverse racism. And he's saying, no, if you're going to have equity, you literally have to do that in the same way he gave the example.
If it's equity when you do it, how come it's not equity when they do it? I mean, who determines what's equitable if not the people in charge?
Because you're trying to take away rights. Like when you start talking about
maybe that was equitable
and discrimination, you were trying
that was
to take
equitable
away
at the time, though.
No,
like, and I'm being devil's advocate, but that was equitable at the time.
They never even. Dude, there was never an argument saying that slavery or Jim Crow was equitable. Like,
well, no, because equitable is not an objective standard, so anyone can determine what's equitable. Because equitable revolves around the whatever two opposing forces you're talking about here. So when it comes to like blacks and whites, you're saying it's equitable to discriminate against blacks now, and I'm arguing that. Well, what if it was equitable for whites to discriminate against blacks back then? Equitable is not an objective static term. It changes depending on who's talking.
Yes, it is. Everybody knows what equal means. It means the same thing.
Equal and equitable are not the same thing. And so that's the point where I wanted to get to. If equal meant equitable, you would say equal. But you say equitable because people are lying.
Come on, dude.
If equitable meant equal, you would say equal.
So what does equitable mean then? If
equitable, as far as I understand it, is a financial concept where you have to trade something or give something of equitable value, meaning if you owe $15,000 cash, you have to give something up that's not cash, but that can be translated to $15,000, right? But that doesn't mean that
it's
your car or whatever you're putting up is just equal value. No, because a car is not $15,000. It's two different things, but it's equitable is a way to take two different things and make it the same thing. So when for example, you want to discriminate against white people because the solution to past discrimination is present discrimination, right? And you call that equitable. And all I'm saying is, why can't the white man turn around and say, well, we are equal based on my metrics, so why can't I be equitable in my discrimination?
Where are black people and white people not equal? That is a disadvantage to a white person.
It doesn't matter the disadvantage. It matters who's in charge and who defines what's equitable. So all that matters is who defines what equitable means in this term.
So black people are in charge now.
No. All I'm saying is equitable change the definition, the practical definition of the concept of equitable changes on what's being talked about. Like if you owe me 15 oranges, what's the equitable solution to you owing me 15 oranges?
Something that equals I can either give you 15 oranges or I can give you something of value that
you give me what the fuck I tell you to give me.
That is of
No, you
equal
give me what
value.
the fuck I tell you to give me.
No, I
Otherwise,
don't.
I don't feel like this debt has been satisfied.
No, that doesn't make any kind of sense.
That's how equitable works between people. Because
No, it doesn't.
once you remove the common value of equal, then equitable turns into a word that has no true meaning. It has no intrinsic objective concept. That's why I argue against the concept of equitable. It's a way for liars to lie.
No, it means they're equal.
What is equitable to 15 oranges? No. Let's be real. What is fucking equitable to Jim Crow, nigga?
The best thing you can do to fix Jim Crow is
what is equitable to Jim Crow?
You would
20 trillion.
What?
Black codes.
No. It would be white codes.
No, it wouldn't be.
Black codes.
How? No. Equitable means
trillion.
equal. It would be equal. How is it money? How is money equal to having the ability to make you get out my way? Like you mentioned that sidewalk shit where a black man had to get out the sidewalk. How does any amount of money become equitable to the power of the average black person to make the average white person get the fuck out of my way because I say so? How you put a price on that?
Because we didn't put a price on it. Economists have put a price on it.
David, you do know what black codes were doing, right? You know what black codes were doing to black businesses, right?
You just, and all 20 trillion and an apology note.
Listen, sis, when you make it a hard number, now you're saying this equals that. And I can work with you because there's metrics and there's math that I can sort back to its original point and see if it all works out, right? But when you say equitable, what is equitable to black codes?
Okay, hold on, wait. We just told you the number. We also told you that they have policies that literally, right now, they even have lawsuits from black farmers, for businesses, for colleges.
Again, a number is talking about equals, but equal and equitable are not the same thing. What is equitable to 15 oranges?
Or you could use the common law as well, too, if you really wanted to.
The common law at the time was against you. I don't understand.
No. Common law has a way for if someone has been cheated out of wages or done some sort of harm, like common law has
I'm good with that argument. If you can prove you've been cheated, I'm not going to stand in your way. I'm not going to argue against you.
No, I'm saying it has an established methodology for how you compensate someone for that wrong.
Oh, okay, fair enough. And again, I can stand arguments about being done wrong and wanting compensation. What I'm asking for is the trail of logic. How do we get to something as equitable to say Jim Crow? If you can say that a person did me wrong in a land deal like that what was that, Manhattan Beach or some black beach or whatever on the West Coast, if you can say I was done wrong on a land deal, I have the records to prove it and all that, that's what the fuck the courts are for, and I support that 1,000%. Right. And I hope you win.
What do you do when the courts do not recognize?
And equitable literally means fair when you look it up. But anyway,
I mean, honestly,
but what's fair? All right. If we were just mistreated for being black, what's the fair response to that?
Now you're trying to figure out what's fair. Now it literally, if somebody.
No, I'm trying to figure out what black people want when they say these things.
Yeah, but when you negotiate a deal, if you're doing a business deal and setting up a contract, and you guys are working together to come to that a fair value of something, you both agree on it. I think doesn't that tend to be pretty simple? So that when I'm giving you when I'm setting a value to something, to say, well, if you pay this value, if you make this trade, then I feel that we have a fair deal, and I have to take it the way it is.
If it were simple on those terms, which I accept that scenario, but if black people were operating in a paradigm that was that simple, we would have had this solved decades ago. But it seems like we keep going through cycles of the civil rights movement, and so I'm at a point where I'm like, what the fuck do we want?
Okay, hold on, wait. Okay, you said how do we want? So when you have it for years on years that you're being cheated out of your livestock, your money, your business, your livelihood. They take your land. They jack up your interest rates to your mortgage. And people are saying, yo, dude, they're fucking us with our money. They're fucking us with our livelihood. They're fucking us in court cases. You can't keep on saying, well, what do they want when they've been telling them what they want? Like, you can't say, I don't know what they want when they've been saying what they want. Like,
no. Here's the counter to that kind of thing.
You got no counter to that. There is no.
No. I'm explaining something. You ever see that movie? And I know I'm bringing up Hollywood, but I'm trying to make a larger point. You ever see that movie? There Will Be Blood. It's about the oil guy.
Okay, go ahead.
He was a son of a bitch. He was ruthless, and he didn't care who he screwed over and how he screwed him over. And everybody he screwed over was white. And the point I'm making is that in this country, just like in every other country in the history of countries and territories and people, the rich will always abuse the poor.
So
and I think, let me just make this last argument. I think what black people are looking at, a lot of times, it's more a case of the powerful abusing the powerless than it's just, I'm only doing this to you because I'm white and you're black. And I think black people have accepted that paradigm because it serves whatever interest, or it scratches whatever itch. But I don't think it always is the accurate explanation.
That's not historically factual. That statement. You can't.
No, well, because you know why? You guys are making arguments that only black people were ever abused by rich people or the system or powerful
No, I'm not.
people.
Nope. I'm not doing none of that. That's not true at all. You're just making assumptions. Don't do that.
No, well, because the same America that has so-called
Why can't you accept that statement and hold it? Why can't you just hold on to what we're saying?
No.
Why are you running away? Why are you running and telling me about how somebody was treated in some other country or how?
No, I'm talking about America right now. I don't know what you want me to do to that when I know America also turned its own military against its own military veterans at a certain point. America hired private guns to kill poor white miners who were protesting at a certain point because that coal was important. We needed that coal for the country to keep moving, and fuck those people. And so the way it always has worked has been, if I'm powerful and you're not, fuck those people. And I think black people, we get caught up in the black of it and not the power of it.
But did the coal miners go to court? When they were union busting the Ford Motor Company, they were out there shooting and beating up people. Didn't those things provide some sort of equity, sort of balance, some sort of fairness after the fact, after they did their sacrifice? And they got
the Ford Motor Company
40 hour work weeks and vacation time and holiday pay.
That was a long process. That was a long process. And the Ford Motor Company is not the mining thing.
We're in the
right,
process.
But those weren't black people. So
you're trying to stop us from processing.
No. Don't say we. Don't say we if we're having a racial conversation, because those weren't black people. And that's what I'm trying to point out to you, that America has given everybody the sharp end of the stick at some point.
No, they haven't.
Come on, man.
You gotta get
so listen. There was a time where you can buy white folk in this country too.
Show me the same level of what they did to Black Wall Street and Rosewood. Please.
There was a time when you can buy white folk in this country too, and there are towns buried underwater. Like Black Wall Street was burned. There are towns that are drowned. And those folks didn't get money. They got told to leave.
David, stop pussyfooting around. When did they bomb a white town with government planes? When did they bomb a white town?
All right, I don't know if that was government planes. That was like a crop duster who was like a World War I veteran or some shit like that. Don't act like that was not the Feds, DMT.
Answer the question.
That wasn't the fucking Feds, though.
When did they do that?
The federal government did not bomb Tulsa, Oklahoma. Stop it.
Okay, so answer the question. Why did the federal government not step in to what
happened? Because that shit was like 18 or some shit. The federal government, it wasn't the internet age, bro.
Dude, they know about it. They definitely know about it.
If a gun battle is happening in Tulsa, Oklahoma on Monday, it'll be like fucking Wednesday by the time DC hears about it back then.
How the fuck did they understand what was going on in the Wild West around the Pony Express?
They didn't. Bro, nobody knew what the fuck was going on in the Wild West. The Pony Express was literally like a bunch of dudes on horses. You think they could tell everybody everything?
They sent U.S. Marshals out to those towns. They sent
Yeah, bro, you are like not really understanding what it took back then in that time place. Like news did not travel fast until like the 80s, bro.
You're trying to bring up poor white miners, but see, when I brought up Rosewood, right? Mind you, those are poor whites that were killing.
Because the government actually hired the Pinkertons to go shoot the miners. This is actual history. Okay, the government didn't hire white people to burn down Tulsa. These are two totally different things.
So you can believe that of the government to the miners, but you don't believe the bomb.
Because coal is important to America as industry. Listen, if the coal in America stops moving, America goes back 100 years.
No, Dave, you just shot yourself. You can believe the Pinkertons, but you can't believe the bombing.
No, I believe the people that the Pinkertons shot. I believe they're fucking relatives. I believe the people who said we went to war with the government. It wasn't just that the feds wrote this, bro. See, this is what I'm saying. Black folk only will know black history, but America has been evil to everybody. America has tried to kill us all at one point or another.
No, you just don't know. Just be on that.
No. And see, you guys see, and you might think I'm like pro-government, but no, I actually understand what those hillbilly mountain guys say when they say "fuck the government." They just talking about some different shit than black people.
Wait. When has the government tried to kill white men in mass? Like,
bro, I was just explaining when the government turned the army against World War veterans. I just talked about when the government used the private military to attack protesters who were protesting. Harsh treatment at the mines. This was something that happened like in Appalachia. I forget exactly where.
Are you talking about when Trump called the military on the protesters in D.C.?
But he can't believe the
Trump never called the military on protesters in D.C. That never happened, dude. You see how you wish you were oppressed, by the way. Honestly, not for nothing. You wish your oppression was real as it used to be.
No, Dave, you just literally.
Your argument sounds like white people are oppressed. It sounds like you're taking a position that white people are mistreated.
No. My argument is
that
quiet. Listen. The government comes after everybody eventually, bro. That's my fucking argument. I said it before, and I'm saying it now. Sooner or later, everybody gets the pointy end of the stick.
Ain't sooner or later shit. Listen. You try to sell the white audience woe is me shit, but then now when we caught you on something, well,
what did you catch? Hold on, what did you catch me in?
You just said the government hired, right? That's what you
said.
The
Pinkertons. Do you understand? You know what the Pinkertons are?
So you said that, but when we said the government with the planes, no, that don't sound like the government would do that.
The government didn't hire that guy. All right, so you talk about Rosewood. Tulsa, Oklahoma. Tulsa, Oklahoma had a guy who owned his own plane because he was a crop duster and he was dropping grenades out the crop duster on people. That is not the government hiring. So the government. So what Air Force division did the government call?
Wait.
What Air Force division did the government call?
Also, what about MOVE as well?
What MOVE was Philadelphia in the 70s. We're talking about Tulsa fucking 60 years before that. What Air Force division did the government call against Tulsa, Oklahoma? Did we even have a real Air Force at the time? Because we weren't even, was this right before World War I? Like, do you understand that Air Force wasn't even a big thing at the time?
Right, but you try to use that switch and bait shit, and we weren't.
You the one wrong, and I'm giving you the real story to your story. Yes, bombs were dropped from airplanes. It was not the fucking Air Force.
We said federal government. Nobody said no.
You said the government. I'm telling you, it was a crop duster. You know what a crop duster is? I know you know because you're from South Carolina. You live in the country. You know what crop dusters do. So when I tell you a motherfucker owned his own biplane and dropped grenades because he was probably a World War I veteran or some shit, that's what happened. That's not the federal government, BMT.
Dave, now you're filibustering. You just said the government wouldn't have known. They didn't have the internet back then.
Because it takes days for that type of shit to... All right, so... listen. Maybe they had a telegraph. But So the time it takes to move military assets to get to Tulsa, Oklahoma. You really think the military was in Tulsa, Oklahoma? That's what happened.
Radios back then. You do know that, right?
So BMT, are you telling me that the Tulsa, Oklahoma thing was black people versus the military?
Dude, you had
I need a yes or no, BMT. Are you telling me that Tulsa, Oklahoma was black people versus the military or the federal government?
David.
I need a yes or no, dude.
No, actually, they already talked about how they had the federal government when they called for help, because they had veterans there calling for help.
They called for help.
They were being ignored by the government. Now, why would
so what the fuck, nigga? Who you talking, bro? Oh my God, why do you make me do this with you? So the feds ignored them. The federal government ignored them. Well, bro, why do you make me go through this?
No,
See,
they're
this is why I get
complicit.
frustrated
The
with
federal
y'all.
government is complicit.
This is why I get frustrated with y'all, bro. So the people on the ground call the federal government for help, and the government ignored them. But when I tell you the government didn't get involved with the Tulsa, Oklahoma thing, you act like I'm cooning. But then you go on to say that, oh no, they called for help and the feds ignored them. You can't have it both ways. You can't have it both. You can't have it both ways, BMT. And again, this is that pro-black history where you're not being logical. You're acting like you can't understand the sequence of events. If they called for help, the government wasn't there.
Back in 2014, it came out with the CIA disclosure. It was your military that napalmed the shit out of Black Wall Street. Any more questions? Because it's on CIA.gov.
Oh, the CIA wasn't even around when Black Wall Street was around. Oh my God. How did CIA got documents from before the CIA? No, bro, no, there was no CIA.
Wait.
There was no CIA during Black Wall Street.
Intelligence agency. It's their job to keep track of that information.
The CIA didn't even exist during Black Wall Street. Why would it even be classified? Why would that be classified?
Dude, what does it have to do with it existing? Like under your logic,
all right.
The people who under your logic, then if the institution didn't exist during the time, then it can't make any study or research. So like basically, no university in America can talk about anything prior to America because it wasn't around during that time.
No, that's not the argument. That's not the argument. The argument about the CIA, when you ask me what I have against the CIA thing, is that one, if they did not exist, then those are not their documents. Then two, if this happened before the CIA existed, the CIA is only getting secondhand information in itself. The CIA was not there.
So it's hard to say that the CIA could have possibly been formed by the individuals with the need to know information.
No, the CIA didn't happen until fucking after World War II. You realize this is decades apart now. You realize this is decades apart now.
Pause. Let me ask you a question. What was the most advanced technology that was pushed out there in Tulsa? What do they have out there?
Dude, I don't even know what you mean at this point. You see how niggas is getting hung up on such crazy bullshit?
You do know they had cameras out there, right? They had cameras. You do know
they had like them. Yeah. They had cameras back then. Whatever.
They had cameras, and they were recording stuff. You know that, right? They were recording.
No, they did not have recording cameras. They had cameras.
Wait. You want to bet on that?
No, Hollywood was a thing. Like Hollywood was just getting started around this time. So the recording technology wasn't widespread. So there might have been a couple recording cameras, but are you saying that Tulsa was recorded? Is there Tulsa footage that you're going to show me?
Think about the technology that they have. That's 15, 20 years ahead of ours, and they've always admitted to that. Now think about the technology.
I don't even know why you're bringing this up, bro.
20 years ahead. That's what
I don't even know why. You see
the technology to record it in real time. We might not have that technology readily available, but they did.
No. Sith Lord, now do you understand what I mean about black people have this weird mental issue when it comes to the race thing? Why the fuck are we talking about technology? Why is this even a thing? My entire point, my entire original point was that the U.S. government and the U.S. military in particular was not involved in Tulsa. You agreed with me that when the U.S. government was called, they were ignored. And we're here talking about technology like fucking Tony Stark has anything to do with this.
So all right. So my constituent asked this: what does special operations do? What do special operations do, David?
Special operations, I think you mean the OSS, which was the precursor to the CIA. Now, I'm not sure exactly what you mean by that, but I know the OSS was supposed to be an espionage group. So I don't understand what they mean, what they have to do with Tulsa. Now you're trying to tell me Tulsa was some type of espionage thing or was a secret plot? You got to make it real to me, bro.
Now, so when you bring up the Pinkertons, right? You brought them up, right? You know that was a special operations, right? Just like when the military hired the mafia to protect the ports, that would be another special operation.
Oh, right here. I pulled up the article on it. It was the U.S. Army Corps, as a matter of fact, that napalmed the shit out of Black Wall Street.
The army at the time had the planes. The army at the time had the planes.
And that's exactly what was dropping the napalm.
So
was the planes.
You got to understand the military hired out certain groups and agencies to do things for them. This is actually documented.
Man, didn't they deputize a bunch of people too?
Like they do whole documentaries.
Wait, BMT, didn't they deputize a bunch of white men in the town too?
Listen, yes, they did. Yes, they did. And honestly, that's the scary thing. They were hell in Rosewood, they were deputizing people to lynch black people. Like the fuck? They were deputizing poor whites to lynch people that had nothing to do with the description of what they were talking about.
I mean, don't worry. It happens to everyone in America. One day, black men will be deputized to go lynch a bunch of white men, according to David.
Why were they literally getting deputized under the law to go lynch people, set their houses on fire, beat them, rape them, shoot them, burn them, stab them? This is all documented by the state. Even the state had to say, damn, yeah, we actually did officialize that. We did that. You can't overlook that. I mean, literally, the kids had to come back years later.
Nobody, and again, now you're doing this emotional thing, and why? I don't know why black folks.
That's not emotional. No, see, right now.
No. BMT. What does that have to do with me saying that the army wasn't the one dropping the bombs in Tulsa? And if I'm wrong about the army, you can pull up some kind of evidence to prove me wrong about the army. But why are we talking about all these other things when I'm trying to actually make a one simple factual point?
David, if you're wrong, you're wrong. Come on, man.
But if I'm wrong, just show me the evidence. Why are we talking about all this other stuff when you could just point to the evidence?
All right. Hey, Exile.
You asking me about technology and shit?
Dude, because hold up. I find it interesting that
you're the one who said that when the federal government was called, they ignored them. So like when I say that the federal government didn't get involved, why are you doing all this ring around the rosy instead of just like accepting the simple point?
You have it where military people, veterans and service members, people
I said that
are literally calling for agency and aid are literally purposely having the phone line shut off on them by the federal government.
So BMT, so the white people who wanted to kill black people were calling the government for help to kill black people, and the government cut the phone lines.
With the white people that want to kill black, actually it was black people calling for help. Why?
Oh, you said black people call for help.
So why would the government not want to answer the phone to
Okay, so fine. So and I misunderstood when you first said they called for help. I thought you meant the white people. So the black people called for help, and the federal government still didn't come. So they did not get involved. Oh, and I'm not saying this to say that the federal government is good or bad, but you're trying to tell me that the federal government dropped bombs on Tulsa, and that's the only point I'm trying to tell you that no, that was the people in Tulsa doing that to each other. And you're going on this whole ring around the rosy to prove me wrong about a simple point that is obviously true that you just keep reinforcing yourself.
Hold on, David, because we already went over too much time. I'm gonna come back at this later, okay? I'm gonna come back at this later, okay? And then if you show up, you show up. If you don't, you don't. But I'm gonna show you that the government had gotten involved with setting up a lot of blocks on Black America. And now I find it very hypocritical that they say, hey, y'all can get y'all shit together after a lot of bullshit that they done pulled on Black America.
Now we're moving past Tulsa, which is fine, but again, this is the whole point I've been making about now you're trying to expand the point. Tulsa is Tulsa, but you want to move now. What are we going to talk about?
I got
the Philadelphia thing.
So I got a question, David. Why did it take so long for them to process the case for the 1 or 2 survivors left of Tulsa? Why does it take so long for them to process that case?
Now that's a whole other story, and that I can support. Like, if people are alive and they want to sue, let them have their day in court. But I don't know why it's taking so long.
Could it be that the government's waiting for them to die out?
Oh, that's exactly what they're trying to do.
It could be a bunch of things. I haven't looked into it. So
man, come on now.
Listen, you guys can speculate if it makes you feel good. I don't know.
David, this isn't even the reparations argument. Was like, well,